Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you are watching. Thank you so much for choosing Tembe TV today and your favorite open forum political discussion show. I'm glad to bring you on board even as we start out our discussion tonight. Well, that sweeping statement again, DP is on the rampage. It says, leave Raila to me, I trash him. He asked the president. Daring statement indeed. Well, what do you think? Can William Ruto trash Raila Odinga on the ballot? That's for you to tell me and what you assess and conclude. Are these two forces who between the two can trash the other? Well, tukuna trailer, if you can remember Babu Wino's illustration. Well, tonight is that night when we will deal with this conclusively. Of course, there is the running mate dilemma from all angles, everybody digging in, either running mate or no deal. Malala started to cry the other day. Well, is the running mate issue a big issue at this point in time? Can it tilt the direction of the election? Well, this is that time again. Let's get down to talking. And of course, DP and Kenya Kwanza Alliance, they had camped in Muranga. They are revolving around the mountain, and AZIMIO consolidating Nairobi. They are camped here and things are happening. And of course, AZIMIO is all over. The coast is taken care of. The western is taken care of. Nyanza is taken care of. Narok and the other parts of the country is taken care of. So AZIMIO is something that is phenomenal at this point in time. This election is one election that is historic, and we need to know what you think about what is happening. But the most hilarious one, in my opinion, is leave Raila to me, I trash him. We want to know who can trash the other on these two people. Well, welcome to the show. The link to use to get into the studio is right now in the comment section. You click on it and allow StreamYard to have full control over your camera. That's to configure your camera as well as your audio, and then you will be in studio. We get down to talking. I want to appreciate all of you that are making it fast and furious into the show. I salute Salome Mbone. Thank you so much for continued support and faithful followership. We have Grefas Ingati. Thank you so much. Karibu kwa show. Alafu kuna Abdi Ambula. Thank you so much. We salute you. You say Raila is unstoppable. Shedi Bruce. You're welcome. Thank you so much. Jeremy Ogada. We salute you. Elfas Wanyonyi. You are welcome. Kalkit Jr. We salute you. Eric Aukov Zuazere. Suarez. Thank you so much. Tony Ole Mwamura. We appreciate you. Thank you so much. Babu Kenta. We salute you. Toro Teach. Duncan. Raila is not one. They know this one will be trashed by DP by 11 p.m. We will see that. We will. Isaac Nusia, you come to the studio and defend your allegation, Toro Teacher. We want you to argue with facts, not just sweeping statements. Kito Vincent, Dibim Channel. Ehe. Karibu sana kwa hii channel. Hesbon Kaunda, we salute you. Count me in. I'm glad. Douglas Mokua, we salute you. Gina Ngavi, Gina Saloka, thank you. Say Ruto Tosha, Joyce Juma, we salute you watching from Dubai. Thank you so much. Maxwell Ochieng, we salute you. Maurice Ochuodo, karibu kabisa kwa show. Kilonzi Mainzi, thank you so much. Eli Arapto, karibu kwa show. Bakiz Muhammad, of course, thank you so much. John James, we salute you. Abdirizak Ibrahim, thank you so much. Belinda Ogueno, we thank God for you. We salute all of you that are making it right now. Please, let's get in and get talking. things are getting hot and daring statements out there. We want tonight to come to a conclusion by the end of the show between Raila Odinga and William Ruto. Who can trash the other? Why should Uhuru Kenyatta leave for William Ruto when it was been claimed over and over Uhuru has only one vote? His influence in this election is insignificant. What is happening? Mama Selina. Habari ya leo?
Wow. Hey, salama Penat, as always. Yes.
Yes.
Mambo inawaka moto. Matusi
Yes.
imeenda mpaka watu wanajaribu kuretreat, but haiwezekani, ya kwamba hata imenishangaza ukisema ati nikitaka kuwinda Raila ati sasa wewe rais umemkinga, enda kando kidogo. Surely kama Baba Moi akuweza Raila, ikakuja Kibaki akuweza Raila, imekuja Uhuru, oh my God, UDA. And I'm so happy ya kwamba UDA wanalokiwa Central, badala kwenda kutafuta hata another 10 hata counties, mpaka naona sauti simeisha. Hii kura ya 6 million, 7 million ya Central, even how could you be the president ukiwa na Rift Valley na hiyo Central peke yake? Penat, you have to have 25% kwa 24 counties. Sasa hakuna function ya UDA inafanyika mahali ingine, hata members of parliament. I'm wondering, hata ile watu hata, well, even Rift Valley now that wako UDA, mahali tunaona ina function ni Turkana, tunaona Wamasai, but 1 week unakimbia Nakuru, unakimbia Narok, unaona huko hapana, unarudi Central. Hiyo ni shida, because nimekubali ile miti Atwoli alisema ikatwe, because you are not in coast. Watu wamepotea. Leo naona Kiharu kwa Muranga walikuwa na speculation ya kwamba Sabina Cheke atakuwa huko, ikakuwa kwa mtandao kila mahali Sabina Cheke. Hii watu wanadanganywa na propaganda, Penat, mpaka nimeshangaa. I think even the aim for them going to Muranga was waende huko ndio Sabina Cheke atokee. Lakini hiyo saa kusema niwachie baba, hiyo ni ndoto. Ile kitu labda tungeulizana ni mambo ya running mate, kwa sababu hiyo ndiye inatupatia mwelekeo. But still kwa baba naona Nairobi ilishika moto, nikaona Olelengu na
Bernard, volume ni mbaya sana, tusikii.
Oh my God.
I think, Romians, I think it's your end. It's not her end. I can get her. Check your gadget.
Pia mimi namsikia vizuri. Yeye ndio yuko na shida yake huyo.
Okay, Romians, utatoka alafu rudi wewe. Mama Selina, endelea.
Okay, so ninaona Senku Kajiado imekuwa sealed. Penat, ushindi inaonekana. I want to say this. Hii watu unaona Nairobi wamejitokesha jinsi walivyo, si kupalishwa manguo, ndio kuna wenye wako na colors, kuna wenye wako na kofia ya Jubilee, kuna wenye wako na nini, lakini ukiona siasa ni language, body language. Mtu anakupenda si ile umempatia kitu, si ile anakumock, si ile amelazimishwa. Ukiona watu wanakimbia wako na furaha. So at least mimi naona vile kamanda alikuwa anasema Nairobi ni ngome ya Uhuru na Raila, hiyo imekuwa confirmed, kwa sababu hizo viti ya Nairobi naona mahali Jubilee wako wengi wanawatiana, mahali iko ODM wengi wanawatiana. Wamekawanya Nairobi, and that is good, ili wasikosane. Na ninafurahia vile hata wanatangaza kiti ya governorship kiti ya women rep, nimeona wamama karibu 20, but the best will win. Alafu ukiangalia AZIMIO iko mahali, Western iko kila mahali, people are prepared. Fiti hiyo ndogo ya governor ya councillor. Sasa hii ya mtu moja inanishangaza. Leo sijaona wengi. Aya, Kirinyaka naona wamedefect karibu wote. Wameenda Jubilee, wanasema wametoka. So ukiangalia hii mambo yote defection, okay, kila mahali iko na defection, lakini kuna wenye wataumia sana kwa mambo ya defection, kwa sababu naonekana Jubilee inarudi kutawala Central. Hata vile tulikuwa tunasema, leo nimeona Moses Kuria, hata ingawa anajaribu kuomba msamaha, si msamaha ya ukweli, anajaribu kuambia watu ya kanisa. Okay, fine, but ndio wamejua ile kitu. Najua Penat deputy mwenyewe ana play kuona kama atapata members of parliament, but anajua kiti ya juu imeenda. Lakini sasa I want to say, msee ya kitendawili, msee atakuwa rais yako. I don't know how they will address baba wakati amekuwa rais, kwa sababu you cannot tell me today unamuita kitendawili, unaita msee ya kuchoka, unaita all those names. Utamuaddress huyo baba namna gani when he is the president of the Republic of Kenya na uko opposition, na hiyo opposition yako ni kukaa nyumbani vile baba amekaa nyumbani miaka yote? I wish wangekubali hata BBI, wangekuwa leader of opposition ama wangekuwa hapo ndani. Penat, hii chama ya UDA, I'm telling you, itaisha kwa sababu they are not very strong in the crown. Hata wale members wanachakuliwa, sorry, nilikula. Wale wanachakuliwa, they will run away, kwa sababu chama ile unaanza, chama ile itakuwa na msingi ya kwamba kama ni mnaenda opposition, pile Western ama vile Nyanza imekuwa opposition tangu 1963, they still have members of parliament, they are very strong. Wakitoka chama hii kwenda hii, they are there. Central pia walijaribu kukaa opposition, but I'm wondering with this one. Hii hata sasa baada ya tarehe 8 tukiamukia Oktoba, everything is changed. So otherwise wacha niwatie watu wengine watoe maoni, but kama una baba ana relax, hata baba sijui nimeona Peter Kenneth amerudi na siasa ya baba inaendelea vizuri. Peter Kenneth anasema kesho baba ataingia na ataendelea, labda anaingia leo, kesho aingie. Penat, by May siasa ya Kenya tutakuwa tumemaliza. Kwa mambo ya running mate isitusumbue. Mkumbuke kuna wakati Uhuru alikuwa presidential candidate na Kibaki alikuwa presidential candidate, ilikuwa kijana na baba, but Central waliamua kwenda na baba wakawacha kijana. So tulikuwa na Matipa. So hata mkiweka candidate yote Central, they will choose one. The rest will not make it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you Mama Selina. Tunashukuru sana kwa maoni yako na wasia wako. Ni vizuri kila Mkenya ajitahidi kuelewa mbivu na mbichi kwa mambo yanayoendelea katika siasa zetu. DP Ruto kwa record kwanza ilianza wanataka candidate ambaye ni mzito kidogo, wasipewe mzee. Huyu mzee watamaliza mapema tu, ikalialia, alafu sasa wamechange sasa wakasema Uhuru ana kura moja tu. So hiyo hawaistui, hao wapangwingwi, hao wako na inji. Sasa saa hii bilio ndio hivyo, labda by April hiyo miti itaanza kukatwa kama haijaanza kukatwa. Mwalimu, namna gani? Mwalimu upo?
Salama nipo. Vipi hali?
Karibu maoni yako tafadhali. Mbio dakika 2-3 watu wasikie sana.
Sawa. No, Kenya kwanza ni timu mambo imechanganyikiwa, jambo la kwanza. Ndio maana unaona inatapatapa huku na kule. Maana mpaka saa hii ni usiku, bado wako kwa kampeni. Munaogopa nini? Simwache watu wakalale, kesho mpange rali. Na hii mambo ya kwamba ati mimi sina, Moses Kuria alivyosema kwa hana nini kinyongo na mtu yezi, useme hivyo halafu saa hii tena unarudi unaongea maneno ambayo haistahili. Unaona? Sasa mimi tu ningewaomba wakubali kiti ya urais imeenda, wang'ang'anie hivi vitu vingine ndio wamebaki navyo, lakini kwengine hakuna mahali wanaenda. Na kama Mama Selina alivyosema, Azimio imejipanga, utakuta
Mwalimu, itilafu iko ya neti ya kwako. Naomba tukuruke tuende kwa mwingine alafu tarudi kwako. Nicholas, vipi? Bwana Nicholas, unmute alafu ongee.
Okay, nimeshukuru sana. Asante sana, nimesikia maneno vile mambo inaendelea. Kampeni zinapigwa Nairobi. Na nikaona Lenku pia huko wamechacha kuonyesha mambo ni mzuri kabisa. Kwa sababu baba ako away, lakini boli inapigwa vizuri katika pande hii ya siasa. Ndio maana unaona hao watu wameingiza kile kitu tunaita kwa Kisheng njebe, yani baridi. Ndio maana kampeni inachapwa mpaka hadi usiku. Unaona watu wanashangaa kama wanajiamini ya kwamba si waache na kampeni usiku waingie mchana. Hiyo ndio maana unasikia nasema ya kwamba kama upande wa Moses Kuria, yeye jamani, kama ninaona ya kwamba ana shida kwa kichwa kidogo. Akili haiko sawa kabisa, kwa sababu inaweza kuaje ufike mahali kuna watu unasema mimi sina shida na Wajaluo, lakini at the same time ukitoka nje bado ile mdomo haijabatizwa, inaendelea tu bado na ile matusi. Kwa hivyo kile kitu ambapo ninasema ya kwamba katika hii mambo yenye tunaona ya kwamba kupitia mambo ya DP, huyu ni baridi ameshaweka, na tunajua ya kwamba mambo inaendelea vizuri. Nikiangalia upande wa Sabina Chege, hao watu na hizo uvumi yenye wako nazo hatujui itawaelekeza mahali wapi, kwa sababu hao watu walijaribu kuingiza jambo halipo. Lakini nahurumia ndugu yangu mwingine ambaye aitwa Irungu Kang'ata, maana hao hiyo chance ambayo wanajaribu kutafutia Sabina Chege ni kuonyesha ya kwamba Kang'ata hana nafasi katika UDA, ni kujilazimisha tu. Lakini angekuwa mtu mwerevu angejua ya kwamba hao watu washamruka. Sasa wanatafuta mtu mwingine wa kumuingiza hapo hivyo, lakini wanapata hiyo mrembo nayo achezi. Amesema ya kwamba hawezi akawacha Jubilee na takufa na prezo mpaka mwisho, kumaanisha ya kwamba hawa ni diehard wa Azimio. Ikirudi kwa jambo lingine ambaye kuangalia upande wa running mate, upande wetu sisi hatuna shida na running mate, hao ndio wako na shida. Na hapa ndio unakuta ya kwamba running mate inawasumbua, ndio wajue ya kwamba kesho anze vikicheko. Lakini wajue katika nyumba ya Azimio ni nyumba ilipangwa kitambo, sio saa hii. Na hata saa hizi wanajua kwamba running mate ni nani, na hii kitu hatuwezi tukaitoa saa hizi, itakuwa pale mbele. Kwa hivyo ninasema ya kwamba UDA iendelee na mambo yao, lakini kiti baba ashaenda nayo mapema. By saa 5 tumeanza kushangilia. hiyo sio siri. Kwa hivyo hao wajipange tu na mambo yao, lakini by saa 5 ile ambayo nasikia nilijaribu kuangalia sana maneno ya ndugu yetu Joho Mombasa. Alisema by saa 5 tutaanza kupeperusha bendera ya AZIMIO, na ninaona ni ukweli. Mahali ambapo nimeangalia vizuri nimeona ni ukweli. Kwa hivyo hawa machozi, mimi kile kitu ningesema ya kwamba hawa watu tuwatafutie kitambaa nyeupe na uhangishia watu wa UDA kitambaa nyeupe kwa kila miti, maana hiyo itakuwa machozi wanajipanguza nayo ya kusema pole. Kwa sababu katika hii nyumba tuangalie, nirudi nyuma kidogo. Ukiangalia katika upande wa ODM wamekuwa wakipanguza machozi kila wakati, lakini kwa raundi inaona Mungu amewaonekania ya kwamba pale mbele itakuwa mzuri. Hata matusi ya Moses Kuria isitujalishe, hiyo ni baraka tu. Maana mtu ambaye atachomwa na hayo kuitwa ati juu baba ameitwa ya kwamba Uhuru hawezi kuwaletea umbwa mzee mwenye anashinda tu kipanguza machozi, hiyo sio kitu. Maana hata mwenye anaitusiwa anajua mahali ambaye alipitia. Kwa hivyo hiyo uchungu yote ni baraka. Kwa hivyo kile kitu ambaye naweza sema ya kwamba juu tunaenda katika kwa hii muda, mimi nimefurahi sana katika hii kipindi ambaye hiyo Mtembei TV inasaidia ili tuweze tuchangamuze mambo na tujue kwamba mambo iko namna gani. Ndio nilikuwa nasema watu wa UDA badala hata mtu atoe comment ambayo inachoma ya matusi, hapana, sio mzuri. Ingia katika debate ili hata wewe kuja na maoni yako, tutakusikiza tu, na ili tuweze kujua kwamba hapo hata mahali pako unaweza kutuconvince na tuingie. Kwa hivyo mimi nasema ya kwamba ni furaha iko mbele. Tarehe 9 tunangoja kwanza, tutaamka mapema na by saa 5 sisi ni furaha tu. Kwa hivyo tuzidi tu kuombea baba, hata angalau ako nje, na ninaona ya kwamba vigogo washarudi, kampeni inachapwa vizuri. Ndio maana unaona ya kwamba watu badala wa mtu kusema ati Ounya atoke, kwani baba nani ako mbele ya mtu mwingine? President wetu ndiye ako nyuma ya Raila, sio Raila ako nyuma yake. Sasa wangeambia Raila toka tupatane, si ati nini waseme ya kwamba ati Uhuru hajazuia chochote. 2013 baba alikuwa peke yake akiwa na hiyo Mudavadi, na baada aliwagonga 10-0. 2017 baba alikuwa peke yake, hakuna mwenye alikuwa mbele yake. Hata ma-DVD akisema ya kwamba ati yeye alibebana na huyo mzee ni mzito, yeye alifanya nini? Lakini baba still alishinda. Kwa hivyo hizi matisho apelekee watu akina Moses Kuria na akina Ndindi Nyoro huko, sisi hizo hatujui, aendelee tu. Lakini siku inakaribia ambaye tutamuonyesha kivumbi. Sisi ndio wapiga kura na sisi ndio tunaamua. Anajifanya ako na watu, huyo Mungu wake tutaona kama atashuka siku yeye ndiye ampigie kura. Na hata kama huyo yeye anajiona ya kwamba ako na Mungu, hata sisi tuko na Mungu zaidi kuliko huyo wake. Kwa hivyo kile kitu ambaye nastaweka huyo Mungu wake na Mungu wetu atafanya jambo.
Okay, Nicholas, ni hivyo inaonekana
neti yako itakuwa moto yao ya kuwachoma.
Okay, thank you Nicholas. Neti yako imekata, lakini nafikiria ujumbe ushafika. Naomba tuende kwa Milan na let's restrict ourselves to 2-3 minutes. We want to finish the first load before we go into details. So weka muhtasari tu. Milan.
Asante sana Ben. Kwanza ningependa kuweza kujihusisha kabisa na matamshi ya Mama Selina, mwalimu na pia Nicholas. Nafikiri kwamba watu wa AZIMIO wameweza kufanya kazi nzuri katika jiji la Nairobi na wameweza kutupatia kampeni mzuri na kutuwakilisha mzuri wakati captain alikuwa ameenda kule ng'ambo. Na pia nimependa spirit ya Bwana Peter Kenneth pamoja na Orengo, kwa sababu walipoingia humu nchini waliweza kupata kuingia katika kampeni hizo moja kwa moja. hawakupoteza nafasi kwa sababu wanajua saa hizi katika nafasi hizi ni chapakazi tu. Sasa jambo lingine ningependa kuweza kulizungumzia ni kwamba tunaangalia ile mfano ama mienendo ya huyu ndugu wetu Moses Kuria, na naona Moses Kuria akiwa in panic mode anafanya jambo la kuweza kuonyesha kwamba anaweza tu kuweza kufanya vitu tu kiholela, na matamshi yake ni ya kiholela na ziwezi kuweza kuonyesha uzalendo, kwa sababu ukiwa unatusi kabila moja na kuweza kuambia mambo yenye hayaeleweki inakuwa ni balaa, inakuwa ni shida kubwa. Lakini tunaweza kumwambia kwamba hilo halifai, kwa sababu tunataka umoja ya watu wetu na wanafaa kuweza kuhakikisha kwamba tumeweza kudumisha hiyo umoja. Sasa kuweza kuzungumza hivyo ni kwamba anazungumzia mambo ya oath walioifanya miaka mingi iliyopita. Vitu vingi zimeweza kubadilika. Tukiweza kusema ukweli, katiba mpya imeweza kubadili vitu mingi, kutupatia hata uhuru wa kuweza kufanya worship, na hiyo iko katika katiba mpya. Na tukifanya hivyo inaonyesha kwamba ile dhamira ya katiba inaonyesha kwamba sisi ni God fearing country. Na hata ukiangalia wimbo wetu wa taifa unaweza kuanza katika maombi, na pia inaongea kuhusu the centrality of God as a Christian nation or as a nation that fears and believes in God. So that is enshrined in the constitution. So as we do that, lazima tuweze kumwambia Moses Kuria kwamba vitu hivi mengine yamepitwa na wakati, na Mungu wa saa hii anaweza kuweza kutusaidia na kutuokolea hayo malaana anazungumzia. Hayo malaana hazina nafasi tena katika maisha yetu, kwa sababu kulingana na ile imani tuko nayo. Kitu lingine ningeweza kuzungumzia pia ni kwamba Ruto anaposema kwamba tumwachie Raila ili aweze kufanya thrashing yake, aweze kudeal na kile mzee anakiona akiwa amepanda juu ya mti kule, kijana mdogo hawezi kuliona akiwa pale chini. So ni lazima aweze kujua kwamba ile wisdom, ile experience, hii game mzee ameicheza, hii ni raundi yake mara ya 5. Jamaa anajua kona zote, hii route ameifuata. Huyu jamaa bado hajafuata hii route, na wale anafuatana nao ni amateurs, watu hawana experience. Hata Mudavadi hakujua hiyo route inafuatwa namna gani. Alijaribu mara moja na aliona ikiwa ni njia mrefu sana, lakini tunaweza kumwambia kwamba experience ya mzee itaweza kukua one of the strength ya mzee, na watu wale wameweza kukubaliana na yeye na kuungana na yeye. We want to deliver Mandela moment in this country, and as we do that, naona kwamba ni shida, kwa sababu kuna few comments, hata naona katika comment section yetu watu kushinda kuzungumzia jamii moja. Unasikia tu watu wanazungumzia kuhusu Jaluo na kadhalika, na hawa Wajaluo hawa ndio wanazungumziwa peke yake. Sijasikia akisema Mkalenjin na vitu kama hizo, na kuzungumzia huyu Mkamba ama kuzungumzia huyu Mluya ama kuzungumzia huyu Mkikuyu. They just keep on referring to Raila as a Luo, but Raila is a national leader. We want to be able to properly put him in his global stage. This is a global citizen. Ni mtu anajulikana not only locally, and even us as a community tuliweza kumwachilia kitambo ili aweze kuwakilisha Kenya nzima, kwa sababu ana ufuasi mkubwa na usemi mkubwa katika nchi letu. Pia tunaweza kusema kwamba ni tabia mbaya, inaonyesha kutokomaa katika wale wenye wanazungumza vibaya na kuweza kuonyesha mambo yenye haziwezi saidia mtu yoyote. Leo ukienda katika bajeti la nchi, hakuna mahali Ujaluo itaweza kusaidia, hakuna mahali Ukamba wako utakusaidia, ama Uluya wako, ama ukue Mkikuyu, haitakusaidia. Chenye itaweza kusaidia ni yale yako katika mafikira yako, ile iko kwa brain yako na iko katika masomo yako, yenye unaweza kusaidia katika policy development na agenda creation ya kuweza kusaidia nchi hii. Huyu mzee mnayemwita Mjaluo saa hii aliweza katika zile wizara zenye alikuwa nazo kuleta wizara moja very unique, na sijui kwa nini zile successive president hawakuendeleza hiyo wizara. Ilikuwa ni wizara ya planning. Ile wizara ya planning iliweza kuleta mambo ya Vision 2030, na katika hiyo Vision 2030 iko na dhamira ya hii nchi, inasema hii nchi katika miaka yajayo mpaka 2030 tunataka kufanya miradi gani, miradi 1, 2 katika healthcare, katika leadership, katika infrastructure, katika mambo mengine, miundo msingi na kadhalika. Sasa tunasema kwamba hayo mawazo yaliweza kunakiliwa katika hilo kitabu, na tunataka kuweza kuactivate na kuimplement hizo dhamira na kuyafikia, zikilinganishwa na zile sustainable development goals na pamoja na zile manifesto ya ile serikali iliyoko. Na hiyo ndio discussion tunataka kuwa nayo. Ningependa kumadvise huyu bwana DP kwamba aweze, hata sisi tuna ile respect kwa sababu ya ofisi yake, tunataka kumweza kumadvise kwamba mtu yoyote akitafuta kitu lazima awache ka space kadogo ya kuweza kushindwa. Hawezi enda pale useme hata ukiwa na confidence ya 99%, hakikisha umebakisha 1% ya kushindwa, ili if you are defeated, if that eventuality that you're defeated, unachukua ile 1% yako, unachukua kwa heshima and unasema imefanya very brave fight, lakini kwa wakati huu tumpishe, tumpatie moja nafasi, kesho pia tuta live to fight another day. Lakini hii kasumba anakuwa na pride mingi, utaanguka kwa shimo. Si mimi nimesema, Biblia yangu inasema kwamba pride comes before a fall. So he is definite that a fall is coming because he has exhibited pride. Si mimi nimeandika hayo maneno, they are wisdom. So hizi lazima tuweze kuhakikisha kwamba usilete kiburi katika nchi na katika platform na kuweza kutusi watu manyumbani kwao kule Gatundu na kuweza kuzungumza lugha ya mama. Hata tukizungumza lugha ya mama ni sawa, lakini tuzungumze lugha ya mama tukiongea na watu wetu, kuambia zile sera tuko nazo, sio kuweza kutusi mama ya mtu, kuweza kutusi kabila ya mtu na kuweza kutusi culture ya mtu. Hizo hazifai na ziweze kutusaidia katika karne hii. Asante.
Okay, thank you so much, Milan. We appreciate that. I didn't know you can articulate yourself in Swahili so well than me. Congrats to you. Kongole kwako. Frederick, namna gani? Kiswahili challenge leo. No, don't tie yourself. You are free to express yourself in whatever language that Kenyans can understand you. Frederick, karibu.
Thank you, Bernard. Are you getting me?
We can get you. Karibu.
Thank you very much. Good for me, my brother Milan. Naona mamangu Selena pia ako ndani na watu wengine, karibuni. Bernard, thank you for the good work you're being doing to bring this forum for us so that we can speak our opinions here. Toka. I just have 3 things to say. One, I heard the deputy president today announced that he can deal with Raila himself without Uhuru. I don't think if the problem is Uhuru Kenyatta, why don't just Ruto come out and say the problem is Raila Odinga and they want to deal with Raila Odinga, not Uhuru. Uhuru is an outgoing president. He has done his part. Now he's going out. Now Ruto should be dealing with the incoming president, not outgoing president. If it is man enough, he should deal with Raila Odinga personally. Hapa wakina Moses Kuria, there are some people that you cannot debate about them. First, let Moses Kuria and his friends, first they should celebrate Raila Amolo Odinga, who fight for this country so that we can have the freedom of speech. Even if they're insulting Baba, they're insulting Baba through freedom of speech. And who brought that freedom of speech here in Kenya? It's none rather than Raila Amolo Odinga. So they should celebrate him for doing that. Sai Bernard, unasikia kuna watu wengine wanataka wakwae MCA, kuna wengine wanataka wakwae senator, kuna wengine wanataka wakwae magavana. My question is, who brought devolution in Kenya? It's the same Ruto who was against devolution. Now they are the same people who want to sit around the table and want to eat more than those people who brought it. Why? We should have that spirit of appreciation first. They should appreciate. We know it is their right, but they should appreciate first. It's Raila Amolo Odinga who brought revolution in Kenya, even if they're insulting him. Bernard, sometimes I feel like crying because that man has done a lot to this country. Since 1992, the man has suffered enough. And to Deputy President William Ruto, even if they can be 10 Rutos plus 20 Moses Kurias plus other people, they cannot match Raila Amolo Odinga in politics. If we can talk about the politics of 2002, who knew that Raila Amolo Odinga can say Kibaki Tosa until they succeed? 2007 tulijua chenye ilifanyika, watu wakasema baba imeisha. Kufika 2013 walishangaa huyo msee alikuwa kwa debe. William Ruto amejua vizuri chenye walifanya 2013, and that's why he is crying, because he knew everything they did 2013, 2017. They are the same people who said Raila, they have finished Raila in 2013. Now they need another person. Walishangaa kama huyo msee moja tu ndiye alirudi 2017 wakakuwa nayo kwa debe. Hiyo 2017 walisema mambo yake imeisha, sijui arudi Bondo, akule mwogo, akule nini huko. It's the same man now still going to be in the ballot and is stronger than before. So the politics Raila Amolo Odinga is playing in this country, even if there are 20 Rutos and 40 Moses Kurias, they cannot match that man. Even if they can steal election today, 2027, Baba will still be on the ballot. They like it or not. Because we know the strength of the man. We know the capability of the man. And those people who knew Raila Amolo Odinga very well cannot joke around. They can just joke because it is to seriousness. Even Uhuru Kenyatta, the outgoing president, knew that. So wakuje tu pole pole. Shida ya Moses Kuria tumejua.
Okay, malizia bwana Frederick. Network yako pia imeanza kufail.
Mguu yake ilichomwa na steam. Umejuaje kama hiyo stima ilichoma pia akili yake? Now we cannot blame him. He has a problem. We all knew that. Moses Kuria has a problem. Unajua stima inakimbia pole pole. Sasa zingine ilitoka hapo kwa mguu inaingia hapo kwa matako, inakuja kwa kifua, sasa imeingia kwa kichwa. Now we don't blame Moses Kuria, but let them respect Baba. Everything they are doing today, they are just doing it because of Raila Amolo Odinga. Thank you.
Okay, thank you Frederick. Hey, hii Kenya yetu hii. Sawa tu, naomba tusonge mbele, tuokoe muda ili tusiweke watu kwa line sana. Kalkid, dakika 2 tafadhali. Mbio.
Sawa, asante Bernard, nitakita kwa dakika 2. Ningependa kusema kujiunga na wenzangu ambao wamechangia vizuri sana, ningependa kuwapongeza mwanzo. Bernard, kile kitu ambacho ningependa kusema ni kwamba hata ukiangalia mpangilio ule wa kampeni wa Kenya Kwanza unaashiria kwamba hakuna kigogo mwenye anaweza tembea peke yake. Kwa hivyo lazima wakuwa wanafuatana hivyo, na siku zote ukiona shule ya upili ama shule ya msingi kwamba mwalimu mkuu lazima aende mkutano ndio walimu wengine waende, ujue shule kuna shida ya usimamizi. Kwa hivyo wao wanaona kwamba mahali penye wanaweza pata kura za kushinda ni Mlima Kenya na eneo la kati. Kwa hivyo wamesahau kufanya kampeni zao maeneo mengine kama Pwani, maeneo magharibi, mashariki, kaskazini mashariki na maeneo mengine mengi ambayo wamesahau nyuma, wamesema wameshafunga huko. Ndio maana unaona kwamba watu wenye wanafanya kampeni ya Azimio wamejipanga sana, wameamua kwamba wiki hii ni ya kufunga Nairobi, na nataka kuhakikishia kwamba Nairobi yenyewe imefungwa kwa wiki hii. Kuanzia wiki ijayo kutakuwa na mpangilio mwingine, na bado kulikuwa na kampeni zingine kama maeneo ya Kajiado iliongozwa na gavana wa Kajiado Joseph Ole Lenku, kumaanisha kwamba mpangilio unaendelea kila mahali. Kando na baba kutokuwapo nchini, kampeni bado zinaendelea kwa njia mwafaka sana, na kile ambacho ningependa kuwakumbusha wana KKA ni kwamba wanajidai kwamba wana nguvu ya kuvuta baba chini, na baba amewavuta chini kwa si mara moja, si mara mbili, mara mingi sana, na wenyewe pia wanalifahamu vizuri. Kama wangelijua kwamba wana nguvu, leo hii Bernard, mimi na wengine na wewe tungekuwa najua matokeo yale yako kwa sava. Hakuna mtu anajua matokeo yale yako kwa sava mpaka leo. Hiyo ni ishara gani? Kwamba hawana nguvu. Hata wakija walikuwa wawili, sasa ni mmoja. Atatoa wapi nguvu ya yule mmoja mwenye ameondoka? Na huyu mmoja ameondoka, ameenda kuongeza nguvu upande huu mwingine. Inamaanisha kama ulikuwa mgumu na umeongezewa nguvu, ugumu wako ni hauwezi pimwa kwa chochote vile. Alafu jambo lingine ambalo ningependa kuwakumbusha hawa wana KAA ni kwamba walisema rais ana kura moja, kama mwananchi yote wa kawaida ana kura moja, na leo hii wanapiga kampeni mpaka usiku, na hii kampeni inapigwa mpaka usiku. Mwingine anasema alikuwa amebeba mzigo. Nataka kukuambia kama ma-DVD angekuwa anajua kupiga kampeni, angekuwa saa hizi yeye anajenga kampeni ya KAA maeneo ya magharibi. Lakini maeneo ya magharibi unaweza shangazwa kwamba hakuna kampeni zinaendelea pale. Wanafuatana, wana ziara ya magharibi wiki ijayo. Magharibi ukiunganisha na baadhi ya kampeni ya bonde la ufa, watakuwa huko kuanzia wiki lijalo, na nataka kuhakikishia kwamba wakiondoka, wakienda huko wiki lijalo, bado kampeni za Azimio zitaendelea sehemu mbalimbali za nchi. Kwa hivyo Bernard, mimi nataka kuhakikishia kwamba Azimio ishashinda hiyo kiti asubuhi na mapema. Hii ni ishara ya kutetemeka na kutense. When you see an opponent is complaining every time and then, it means umemfinya sana, na bado tutawafinya kabisa mpaka watokee kwa ukuta. Thank you.
Thank you Peter, nashukuru sana. Watu wa comments, tafadhali mind your language, and the rest of us, when you are contributing, please let's mind our language. YouTube iko na mikakati ambayo wanatumia kukadiria which program is for what, so we must watch our language. Vulgar language is not allowed. It not only represents us badly, but it puts us in danger as a channel. Na tukipenda hii channel ikuwe suspended, lazima tukue hapa mpaka tarehe 10 August tukitangaza matokeo, na sherehe zinaendelea for another 10 days. Najua baba atatupatia 10 days holiday as we continue to celebrate the liberation of this country once and for all. So let's mind our language. Rupia, namna gani?
Habari Bernard.
Fiti, namna gani wewe?
Mimi niko salama bwana.
Siku hizi umeadimika. Siku hizi umeadimika.
Leo nimeamua kutumia kamera yangu, although it's very bad. Simu iliingia kwa maji bwana, sijatengeneza.
It's good enough. Karibu.
Thank you very much. Kwanza, I would like to say that electing Kenya Kwanza government would be a very big mistake for this country, because it's actually a formation that is only composed of haters, and those the people inside there are clueless, and that's why you see they are hurling insults at everyone. If you go against them, they throw insults at you. That shows that there's a very big gap, and there's a very big thing that they lack. I would also like to urge my Kikuyu brothers. I can see some of the Kikuyu are very, very excited about UDA. But the man Ruto, that man Ruto is a hyena in a sheep's skin. You must be very careful with him. You should ask yourself why the president left him. And I think there are reasons why the president left his deputy and went for the opposition leader. So those Kikuyus who are very happy and in UDA, just know that even the promises that are being made there, they are empty. They cannot be fulfilled by the Kenya Kwanza because they don't have the wisdom. They lack everything. Last time they were launching they were at their NDC, and we heard that we heard about yote yawezekana bila Uhuru, and I suppose it was Uhuru Kenyatta. There I've heard the deputy president saying that Uhuru toka kidogo, and they also say that Uhuru has got one vote. So why is Ruto telling Uhuru that atoke? What is Uhuru blocking with this one vote? And these are very bitter side. And if they get to power, unfortunately, then I don't think we have anything to think about, but all sorts of bad things. And Raila Odinga has been in for a very long time. And I think, and I've always believed that maybe this is the fortune that Kenya lacks. And denying Raila Odinga presidency is just delaying or deferring the fortunes of this country. We have had people talk about a lot of promises. Even in 2013, Ruto was actually on record promising a lot of things that we have not seen done up to now. Right now, he is again promising Kenyans things that he cannot meet and things that he doesn't know, he doesn't even understand. So in this country, we need to be very serious. And I don't know, and I'm really concerned about the kind of hatred that is propagated by the UDA, because if that is left to continue, then I think these people will polarize this country, and we are going back. We will go back to war, which is very unfortunate. I'm wondering where our courts are, where our DPPs, our DCI. They should actually, in cases of hate speech, they should actually interrogate them and people be brought to book. Those things should not be left to continue, especially the ones that are directed to the president, the ones that are directed to other politicians who are also on the campaign trail. You know, as Luos, we are not used to hurling insults at people because we believe in respecting other people's ideas and other people's works. We believe that they are sweat and they must be respected, and we give them the respect that is due to them. So the DPP and the DCI should also come in handy and actually investigate and bring people to book. By now, Moses Kuria should have been arrested and somewhere in the cell. You know, Moses Kuria is a madman because he's somebody who went and misused something in a hotel somewhere, and that thing burned his legs, and he had to go for surgery. So you see, that is a madman because the problem he got, actually that thing touched up to his brain. So there are people that if they are left with their loose tongues, they can bring a lot of damage to this country through hate speech. And I wonder the desperation in the other side, because right now is the campaign time. The campaign is now here with us. Let people campaign peacefully without insulting people. But I can tell you that the UDA is a team that is composed of people who who want to brag of what they don't have. Today they were in Muranga, wooing Sabina Chege. Reports are here and there that a lot of those MPs in the central Kenya have been bought with money, including Musalia and Wetangula. And now they are actually defending. What they are defending is their personal gains. They are not defending anything on behalf of Wananchi. They are defending their personal gains. And that is why they are going to the extent of abusing other leaders, which is quite unfortunate. Any chance that UDA can get to the top and get leadership in this country, I think we would be doomed, we would be finished, and we would be left with nothing. That's the same. Right now, we are actually dealing with the problems that were created by the same individuals. High taxation and the corruption. These people stole a lot of money, and now that is being given out to people. The people are being bought using the same money, and we are paying taxes towards that, which is very, very unfortunate. I think the president is also very lenient on his deputy and all those the rebels. He should also act on them and actually show that he is the president of the nation. He's a sitting president. If we go like this, I don't think we are getting anywhere. Anyway, we know very well that they have lost elections. There is a time that the part of central Kenya teamed up with the part of Rift Valley, and they lost. That is the only votes they can count. So AZIMIO has got all votes throughout because of the attack, because of how they approach the campaign. You know, you have to be mature in this state. So my prayer is only that we don't get order. Anyway, we can get them in opposition. Let them go to the opposition and do the opposition. But right now, the time is for a Mandela moment. With that short time, thank you.
Okay, asante sana Rupia kwa maoni yako na mchango wako. Naomba tusonge mbele tumsikilize Jakindu Bey. Vipi dadi? Jakindu Bey, upo? I think Jakindu Bey is not ready. Mr. Wangira?
Yes, how are you?
I'm well. Welcome. How are you?
How is everybody?
We are still breathing.
What did you talk about in church today?
The duties of church members.
I hope you did not incite members.
What? That's where? That's a very serious vocation.
Okay, back to my point. I'm seeing something rolling down there where William
Salama sana Bernard. Ujambo?
Sijambo dadi, umechelewa.
Nipo, habari zenu?
Salama, sasa utasubiri kidogo. Wangira ashachukua. Endelea bwana Wangira, turudi kwa mzee.
Okay, I'm seeing something scrolling down there where William Ruto is purportedly telling Uhuru Kenyatta to leave Raila Odinga to him so that he can trash Raila Odinga. You know, that sounds so laughable. And I have my reasons on why I'm calling it laughable. Because if trashing Raila Odinga is as easy as William Ruto wants many of us to believe, then why is he lamenting? Because we have seen him in the last 2 or 3 days going all around central Kenya lamenting that, like today he lamented that President Uhuru Kenyatta must have judged him wrongly, that he's a person who will not protect the Kenyatta's interest when he becomes the president of the Republic of Kenya. Then why should that be an issue if he believes that trashing Raila Odinga and becoming president is as easy as he wants us to believe. He should not be worried on what Uhuru Kenyatta does, because to him, as far as he's concerned, trashing Raila Odinga is an easy thing. And again, if he believes that trashing Raila Odinga is an easy thing, why is he today calling Uhuru Kenyatta a friend? A friend, and saying that he cannot betray their friendship? Why? You know, what is this that he has seen in Uhuru Kenyatta today that he never saw in Uhuru Kenyatta 1 year ago? Because 1 year ago they were telling us, and they were telling Uhuru Kenyatta, that they were with the people, they were with God, and I don't remember the other third one, but I remember them telling us that they were with the people and they were with God. So what is this that is changing here? Are the people moving away from William Ruto, or is God now moving away from William Ruto, that he has discovered that he needs Uhuru Kenyatta? So to me, William Ruto is a frustrated guy, and his frustration is coming out because William Ruto seems to have attained what I was taught long time ago when I was doing economics. To some of us who did economics, there is this thing in economics that they call diminishing return, where you remember, if you draw that graph, those who did that graph, there's a point that you attain that point of diminishing return, that whatever you do, then you don't seem to climb. Instead, you end up going down. If you remember the way those graphs used to be. So I tend to think that William Ruto, in his campaigns, he has attained diminishing returns because he started early. He has spoken everything that he wanted people to hear about, and now, having attained that point of the diminishing return, he has nothing more to offer. And that's why he's now coming back to crying and lamenting, hoping that perhaps Uhuru Kenyatta will hear him. Because imagine him saying that he's even shocked that Uhuru Kenyatta settled on Raila Odinga. I thought Uhuru Kenyatta has an individual right as a Kenyan citizen to settle on whoever he wants to settle on. Still, on the Kenya Kwanza Alliance, there's this gentleman called Moses Kuria, and he's doing more harm than good to William Ruto presidential campaign. Just 3 days ago, he was on this issue of the uncircumcised. Today, in the church somewhere in Muranga, he was telling the congregants that he has no problem with the Luo people. And just after leaving the church and he back into the campaign trail, he was blaming Uhuru Kenyatta for endorsing somebody with teary eyes, the eyes that are releasing tears, like an animal that I don't want to mention in this program, because perhaps I'll also be treading in the, because if I mention that animal, I'll also be doing what he wants many Kenyans to hear. But Raila Odinga is a 77-year-old guy. The reason why Raila Odinga's eyes always drop tears, this is something that is in the public domain. That the reason why the reason why his eyes are teary is something that is in public domain. That he was tortured during his 9 years in detention. So that's one of the prices that Raila Odinga paid for the democracy that Moses Kuria today is enjoying, to even go as far as abusing Raila Odinga in public rallies. And if you see a young man who is barely 50 years insulting a 70-year-old man like Raila Odinga, because we were in this country where many people did not like Mzee Moi. You can ask Wakina Orengo, who are young people. You can ask Wakina Paul Mwite, who are much younger. You can ask Wakina Kiraitu Murungi, who are much younger at that time. But they did not go personal on Mzee Moi. They never insulted Mzee Moi. But today, we are seeing much younger politicians going to campaign podiums and insulting old men. Imagine somebody like Moses Kuria insulting an old man who is 77 years old when you are hardly 50. Is he even sure that he'll attend 77 years of age to insult a 77-year-old man? To insult him that his ears are releasing tears like that other animal that I don't want to mention on this program for the sake of decency? Is he being fair? You know, I tend to believe that Moses Kuria is doing a big disservice to the campaigns of William Ruto. And there is a song that we always sing with Christians. I don't remember who actually sang that song. The song says, you know, I don't have a very good voice ya kuimba, but I remember the words that anaye kudharau siku moja atakusalimia kwa heshima. You know, I'm happy that we are only 4 months to the 9th of August 2022. These people who are dharauing, hao watu wale wanamdharau mzee Raila Odinga, these people who are going to public podiums insulting Raila Odinga, I don't know where they will hide on the 9th of August 2022, or whether they will gather the courage and come and greet Raila Odinga in the respect that he deserves. In the respect that he deserves. Finally, just as I close, there is one issue that is now bringing big problem within the Kenya Kwanza Alliance, and this is the issue of zoning. I hear that the counties of Busia, Bungoma, Kakamega, and Vihiga have been zoned entirely for either Ford Kenya or ANC. And that is now causing problems within the other bigger house of the Kenya Kwanza Alliance that is called UDA. And that could be the reason why that could be the reason why Waluke left UDA, and could be the reason why Dismas Barasa is saying that he's likely to go independent. And it could be the reason why perhaps Khalwala is not speaking much, because already they are being told that if you must run on Kenya Kwanza Alliance and you are from Western Province, the tickets to choose must be either Ford Kenya or ANC. Bernard, I think my 3 minutes are over. Let me leave it at that, then we can continue later. Asante.
Okay, asante sana. Thank you, Mr. Wangira, for your observations and givings. Ningependa tu kusema hivi, kuna huyu anaitwa Dismas DC on the comment section. It is good for you to dig in for the DP and every other person, but use credible information, valid information. Akuna Wakalenjin, the Kalenjin community was not at the ICC. They were individuals at the ICC for the atrocities that they were accused of. So when you make it a community thing, you are misinforming the public, and I don't know what you want to achieve. Secondly, it is also good for you to have, the best word is what? Make use of your conscience. Let your conscience allow you to make your judgment rightly. You're free to express yourself, but don't you people also ask yourself, how come everybody who is against AZIMIO is either Rotich, Kipchoriri, or Jebet, and all that? Why can't you people just call yourself a conference and ask yourself, why are we the only ones that are digging this other direction when the rest of Kenya is in this direction? Does this Kenya zero in into one community without profiling one community? It is important that you pull with the rest of Kenyans. And the support of Kenyan presidents is required that at least 50% of the country wherever endorses that particular person. That's why there is a requirement of 25, at least 25% in half of the counties. It is required for somebody to garner 50% plus one. And so it is not proper for only a section of the country to choose the president. He must have the majority of support countrywide. And so if you are one community, you are supporting your candidate and you are the only ones supporting that candidate, that should be suspicious enough for you to begin to think, well, what is wrong with us? What is it that we are not seeing right? But because you choose not to think otherwise, we don't blame you, but don't blame a community. We are dealing with one individual here, and that individual has a right to run for presidency, but let him run for the presidency on the right premise, not innuendos and all manner of propagandists that you're trying to portray that one person is this and that and that. It is important that we remain factual. Naomba nimalizie hapo tukimleta Okite. Okite John, how are you?
Fine, Bernard, and thank you.
Just give me one moment. I play a video before you come in. Sorry.
Okay, thank you.
If your hypothesis is correct, that William Ruto undermined Uhuru Kenyatta using all the terror activities, must be a man of dark spirituality. And if he's a man of dark spirituality, he did not initiate himself into dark spirituality. He was initiated by someone else. If at all that hypothesis is true.
In defense of Uhuru Kenyatta, if indeed William Ruto was behind all the evils we have seen in this country, so that he can depict the president as incompetent, which is part of what he did today in Gatundu by showing that Uhuru is incompetent. He cannot even handle his backyard, and then he invaded it. If he indeed did all these heinous acts, then it must be that he is part of some dark spirituality. You can only do these things with the support of dark spirituality. We have accused Raila Odinga on this table of being part of the Sabbath of witches. But the reason why you go to Sangomas and the witches is because you are weak.
Yes.
And also because you are very disparate.
Yes.
But if you have the state with you,
then you have God with you.
You have God with you, then you don't need to go to the witch with the witch doctors. But now, Ruto does not have the state with him. He's very disparate.
Yes.
I would not be surprised that he is consulting some of those dark forces, and he's consulted them for quite a bit. And this is not outrageous, and I'm saying it because Ruto is a creation of the Freemasons. It's a fact. You Kenyans go find out who the people who are funding him are. They're Freemasons. And if he gets to a very disparate place, and really Ruto is disparate for this position.
Yes.
Raila, if we don't give it to him, he'll say, it is okay, I will go home. Ruto, if he doesn't get it, he'll end his useless life. So he's very disparate for this position. And that desperation will lead him to dark spirituality. And in my view, you ask a question whether Uhuru betrayed him. Ruto is the one who betrayed him through the different things that he did that cost him, hypothetically, that caused Uhuru to look
elsewhere.
Incompetent.
Absolutely
incompetent. But even looking at
content and starts blocking those adenosine receptors, thereby making you feel less sleepy, thereby making it harder to fall asleep. So its intended effect
endeleza kampeni za kumpigia debe Raila Odinga jijini Nairobi na kuhakikishia wafuasi wao kuwa ataibuka mshindi katika uchaguzi wa Agosti 9. Viongozi hao sasa wakiwataka wakazi wa Nairobi kujitokeza kwa wingi siku hiyo ili kumpitisha Odinga. Steven Leto ana taarifa za kampeni hizi.
Kikosi cha AZIMIO kilijimwaya jijini Nairobi na kupeleka kampeni maeneo ya Mathare, Ruaraka, Korogocho na Dandora. Katika kampeni za leo, viongozi wa AZIMIO wametoa hakikisho kwa wafuasi wao kuwa Odinga ataibuka mshindi katika uchaguzi wa Agosti na kuwa atawabwaga pakubwa wapinzani wake.
Tuna hakika tutakuwa na kura 80% viti zote za Nairobi, governor, senator, women rep na members of parliament zote za Nairobi. Tumesema zote ni team AZIMIO.
Raundi hii hata hatutaki 50+1%. Raundi hii tutapata 80+1%. Tunajua timu ya Ruto washaogopa, na raundi hii we will teach them a political lesson. Na sisi hii tutashinda ushindi kabisa, and there will be no runoff. Wakati ya tarehe 9 Raila Amolo Odinga ndio atakuwa rais wetu.
Viongozi hao wanasema kuwa kuja pamoja kwa vyama zaidi ya 20 kuunda muungano wa AZIMIO ni ishara tosha kuwa Odinga tatikisa wavu Agosti 9.
Hukumpa heshima rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya. Kwa hivyo wacha Uhuru mwenyewe aupe kura yake yule mtu ametaka, na amesema kura yake ni ya Raila Amolo Odinga.
Nilisikia jana akisema ati rais aondoke ati apambane na Raila direct. Mimi nataka kuambia Ruto, hata una bahati rais amesimama mbele, kwa sababu ukipatana na baba mundu humundu utapata tabu sana ndugu yangu. Be very careful what you wish for.
Kampeni hizo kwa siku ya 5 mfululizo zikionekana kuwa na nia ya kuweka jiji la Nairobi kufuli ya AZIMIO.
Nairobi hoye! Nairobi hoye! Baba Tibim! Raundi hii tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8, kura yote kwa Raila Amolo Odinga.
Ya tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8 ni serikali ya Raila Amolo Odinga.
Kampeni za jiji aidha zinapania kuhakikisha kuwa viti vyote vinaingia kwenye kikapu cha AZIMIO. Hapo kesho ngoma ya lelo ni lelo itasakatwa katika maeneo bunge ya Roysambu na Kasarani katika kaunti ya Nairobi, huku viongozi wa AZIMIO wakimpigia debe kinara wa ODM Raila Odinga.
Okay, John, you can now come in. Thank you.
Thank you, Bernard, again, and greetings to all of us, wherever we are. Allow me, I'd want to be brief, and allow me to start with the last item on that's rolling on your screen about AZIMIO consolidating Nairobi. My take would be that, looking at the past 3, if not 2 elections, I think Raila per se as ODM has really done well in the past elections. Even at times when actually him and his team were running against the so-called Mount Kenya. So my assessment and understanding is that even this time then, he's there and he's joined forces with the so-called Mount Kenya, in this case, Uhuru Kenyatta. I think if they put their strategies well, then they should be able to run away with Nairobi. And so for me, I think my assessment is that my expectation, if they play their cards well, I think they should do very well this time around in Nairobi, better than the previous elections. Then secondly, is about Kenya Kwanza in Muranga. And for me, I'd want to look at it differently. I will not want to go into items that, the debates that have been made in those rallies. But my assessment will be that there's been an assumption that Mount Kenya is locked for one of the candidates. And if that was to be true, I would want to compare it with any other regions that we agree is locked. And probably let's take Luo Nyanza or even the North Rift for that matter. You would notice that these two contenders, they may not pay so much attention or so much effort on regions that are perceived to be locked. And that explains the reason why probably Raila is not so much keen campaigning in Nyanza, and Ruto is not so much keen campaigning in North Rift. So if that was the case, then I would want to ask myself, why is he so much concentrated in Mount Kenya, for that matter? So then if that is the case, then I think it debunks this notion that Mount Kenya is locked. And if we then agree that Mount Kenya is locked, then it explains why probably now he is more worried than before, looking at his latest utterances and the way he's driven his campaigns. So for me, I would not want at this point in time to pay so much attention on what has been debated in these rallies, but to look at the bigger picture, that if there was this notion that Mount Kenya is locked, then why is he so much concentrated in Mount Kenya and not any other region? Because if it were locked for sure, then I think he would be treating that region the way he's treating the North Rift, for that matter, and or the way Raila is treating Nyanza, for that matter. So for me, then it debunks this notion that Mount Kenya is locked, and it means, probably, if I may use this word, that it is a battleground. And if it is a battleground, then it means either of the candidates stand a chance to harvest votes from that region. Then now, thirdly, maybe now I may talk about the running mate dilemma. And I think for these two formations, I think my assessment is that the Kenya Kwanza team has a bigger dilemma than the AZIMIO team. Why do I say so? I say so because from the latest events that have happened, there's an indication, and I think I read somewhere that Kalonzo is already showing signs that yes, he can accept not to be a running mate and making other demands. I think I read somewhere that he was saying if he cannot get the DP slot, then he wants something else. So that to me means that's a concession that could be he may agree not to be a DP, and that will be a plus to AZIMIO, because I bet and I think anyone looking at the permutations the way they are now, if AZIMIO was to get a DP from Central, then I think they'll be home and dry, as opposed to Kenya Kwanza, who look like they are dumb if they don't take a DP from Mount Kenya, and they are dumb if they don't get a DP from Western Kenya. Because either way, if they were to take a DP from Western Kenya, I think they are bound to lose the mountain. If they take a DP from the mountain, then they are bound to lose Western Kenya. That's my assessment. I stand to be corrected. Then now lastly is to look at the first item where the DP is asserting that in fact he's making a plea to the president that he should leave him to deal with Rao himself. But looking at that statement, I think it's a loaded statement, and for me I read a lot from it because one, it is this same DP that earlier on before has said that even if Raila's brother was to be to head the IEBC, he will still win. He's the same DP who said before that he has Mount Kenya with him. But giving that personal plea, and I think in his own words, asking the people from the mountain to speak to the president. You can imagine now, it's the DP now sending the masses to the president. Yet I think he has probably better access to the president than the people he's sending the message to. He's sending them that please tell him ati usitumie ile kisu tulitumia kunimaliza. In fact, he was saying mwambie asiniumize. To me, that's already an admission that one, he admits that the president has an upper hand. He holds some sway. He has some, let me use some strength, but I think he knows that the president has some power to influence either his people or the country at large on how they should vote. And for me, then, my assessment and even my understanding would be people should start asking themselves, when he talks about ile kisu, people should now start thinking about it closely. What did he mean by that kisu? And if he actually knows that the president holds that knife, so to speak, then he's already admitting that he's gonna lose. That's my submission. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Bwana John. We appreciate that, and I believe it's clear. I would want to respond to Evans Kibate and the rest. You know, believing that William Ruto is going to win is good, but he's not going to win by faith. He's going to win by strategy. He's going to win by gaining numbers of votes that are more than every other person. So let us have factually in our argument, not just insisting that I see somebody losing, I see somebody winning, I see somebody losing, I see somebody winning. Bring on. And the other thing that today I was listening to some political analysis, and I came to understand why the Kenya Kwanza Alliance are running scared. One of it is because majority of their support base in terms of what they claim to have the members of parliament, most of those members of parliament did not get into parliament the right way. That means they don't have a political stamina to command the ground. They were vifaranga za computer. Then kama ni vifaranga za computer, hawana political base. And then those are the ones you are banking on to give you political support on the ground. That means you have already lost the ground because these people who are running around with you don't have the ground. And if those are the ones that are supporting you, you are as good as already cooked before even the game begins. And then the person that helped them get into those slots is the one leading the pack. Now, if you are leading the pack by the people you helped steal to get into position, then it means you already confirm that although we look like we have the ground, we know that we don't have the ground. And so this one election that William Ruto is going to lose badly, is not going to, escape at he's going to lose, and probably he may not just lose the election, he may end up vanquishing his political career because of how he's going about it. You don't participate into a competitive elections with that kind of mentality of trashing that and, live for me that. You began by running down the candidature of Raila Odinga. You requested for somebody else. You wanted somebody stronger. You wanted somebody newer. You wanted somebody this and this. Then we brought you the same person you said you will have a walkover. No sooner did we bring that person than you began to cry, oh, the system, oh, rigging, oh, now you are now crying Uhuru Kenyatta, whom you said he has no vote. He has only one vote. It is about time you flex your muscle properly, prepare yourself in the gym, because the kind of weight that is going to land on your head is going to be so heavy. Sijui kama utasimama na kuombea, lakini miti muendelee kukata wale wanaokata miti. naomba hivi, kuna watu wawili ambao walirukwa. So WG, vile nakupenda na vile utakuwa hapa kwa muda kiasi, naomba umwachie mwalimu amalize usemi wake, alafu nani mwingine na Douglas, alafu ndio ukuje wewe. Mwalimu, kamilisha ujumbe wako, ulikatika wakati unaendelea kutoa hotuba.
Sasa mimi nilikuwa nasema hivi, hawa jamaa wa Kenya Kwanza hawana mipangilio, kwa sababu nikirudia kauli ya nyuma, Moses Kuria alikuwa anasema wale wa Kikuyu ambao wako kwa Azimio ni mwili iko kule, lakini akili zote ziko kwa Kenya Kwanza. Sasa mbona leo walikuwa wanaeneza propaganda ya Sabina Chege arudi nini UDA? Sasa hii ndo alikuwa yuko na akili, ndo yuko na akili, yuko Azimio ama vipi? Halafu hii kura ya 2022 iko na mambo mengi, na hususan kwa Kenya Kwanza, manake DP mwenyewe ndo analeta mambo. Alianza na kisu, sahi anasema tumuondoe Uhuru Kenyatta asimame kando. Sasa mwenye anataka kiti ni Uhuru ama ni Raila? So mi naonelea hao watu wamejua hii kitu ishaenda, kwa hivyo mfamaji hachi kutapatapa, lakini wataenda tu. Miti ya Songoi sasa inaendelea kukatwa. Pia mimi nitatoa donation ya nini ya mashini paso zikakate miti huko. Na alafu nikienda upande wa Azimio wamejipanga vyema, maanake unakuta kila mahali wako wanafanya kampeni, na sio kwamba ati kampeni kujipigia wao. Utakuta kama mahali kama Coast, Kilifi County, wanaogombea ugavana ni watu 5 ndani ya ODM, lakini wakienda kampeni hawajipigii wao. Kama ni kampeni ya mtu binafsi anapanga kivyake, lakini wakienda as a team wote wanaeneza injili ya Baba. Sasa hii ni kumaanisha yani kila mahali watu wa Azimio wamejimarisha, wanaendeleza kampeni, wahakikishe hii kitu inakuja. Na ukiangalia pia kwenye viti, wakiona mahali fulani chama hii ndio iko na umaarufu, kwa mfano tuseme Jubilee iko na maarufu mahali fulani, watu wa ODM wanajitenga, wanasema hapana, hapa tuachie hawa watu, wanyoroshe hawa watu, si kama hawa wanavuta huku. Alafu tukiendelea mambo ya nini ya running mate kwa Azimio iko clear, huku kuna msukosuko, watu wamejipanga vizuri, lakini sasa upande wa Kenya Kwanza ndo kuna shida, manake Mount Kenya wanataka, alafu ukienda kwa kina Mudavadi, Malala huyo ndo kichwa ngumu, unaona. Na mimi nakuashua na sote tutaona, tuache Kenya Kwanza ikwame kwa mulima, lakini siku za mwisho za kampeni utaona rais mwenyewe ataenda afanyia kampeni Baba na afunge kila kitu. Mimi nakuashua kabisa Mr. Bernard, na tutasema hapa kwenye Mtembee TV. Na acha nimalizie hapo, nitarudi baadaye.
Okay, thank you mwalimu, nashukuru sana kwa hayo. Mlima uko na wenyewe, wageni watakuja watusalimie, wataenda, lakini wenye mlima wanalinda mlima wao. So usione eti baba alikosana na mke wa kwanza na mke akaenda kaacha watoto, wewe ukaolewa hukuzaa wa kwako, lakini ukachukua hawa ukawalea, alafu baadaye sasa unasomea yule mwenye watoto eti kwa sababu uliwalea au wamekuwa wako utafukuza yeye. Sikuwa narudi, watoto wanajua mama yao, wewe ndio utaachwa bila chochote. Douglas, karibu.
Thank you, Bernard. Good evening, good morning, good night, all the panelists, wherever you are. Good afternoon, depending on your time zone. WG, uko sawa? Nimekuruka lakini usijali. So, Bernard, allow me, before I make my submission, to put some 2 points across. I've seen people in the comment section, there are some who are really losing their minds and their spirits. This is politics. It will come and go. And I want to assume that most of those making comments on the comment section and hate speech and losing the integrity are young men and women who have not yet secured their future. But if you've secured your future, you are allowed to continue, because nowadays in serious companies, when you're looking for employment, there is an integrity check that is done on your social media handles and platforms. And if such like hate speech and such like comments are found, people have lost jobs. I've had 2 friends who have been rejected because of what they have posted earlier before in TikTok and on Facebook. So it's a serious thing. Unless you've secured your future, you can continue saying anything. And number 2, there's somebody who's talking about death. You're not assured. The moment you sleep, you're not assured you will wake up in the morning. So you may even die before that Baba dies. So be careful of what you speak. And words have, even the Bible says, maneno yetu yanatuhukumu. So make sure what you're saying, you're really convinced of what you're saying. Nevertheless, let me make my submission. I want to start from the issue of leaving Raila to me. I've always said, when you're playing a second tier team, you don't need to field your strongest team. You need to relax. You need to field your second or the third team. But our opponents are fielding the first team, meaning they are scared of even the second team that they have always said they can thrash that team in the morning by 8 in the morning. So that bravado, that chest thumping is no longer there. It's about now begging that Uhuru step aside, let me deal with this man. And when rubber meets the road in the coming few days is when now we'll be crying and kneeling on the roadsides praying. But again, God is not a respecter of persons. He'll answer prayers according to how he wants them to be answered. The running mate decision, I've always said, and I was telling my friends this afternoon, that Uhuru Kenyatta still has the instruments of power. The NSIS, the intelligence reports, he gets them every morning. He knows. And who knows that he has sent his people down there to do a survey on who will be the running mate. And they have that. Once the AZIMIO deal was sealed, they have all that lineup. And I want to opine that the only lineup that is being talked about now is the 2027. 2022 is gone, the lineup is drawn, and it may catch many of us by surprise who will be the running mate. So let's not worry about that, because this chance 2022 seat is theirs to lose. It's Uhuru's and Raila's to lose. And they'll do everything to make sure that whatever they give, the lineup they give, is what is going to win. I saw a post by K24 where Gashawa is saying that they have agreed, or they want to push Ndindi Nyoro to be the running mate. In fact, I support. Let me now be an advocate for them today. Ndindi Nyoro is still young. He resonates well with the young people. But the problem will be, most of these young people, very many of them will, they do or they don't have voting cards. And many of them are attending rallies and they may not vote. I saw somebody counter that argument sometimes back, but I want to say most of these young people did not register to vote. So they are attending those rallies and fielding the numbers. And there was even something that was run. There were news that were run that there are people who are paid to hire people. You are paid 200,000 to bring 100 people. So another 200,000 to bring another 100 people. So these people may not necessarily vote. They'll be making those noise and they may not resonate with what you are telling them. So let Ndindi Nyoro be the running mate and let the Western team start their drum beating, because they are good in drum beating. Bernard, tutacheza hizo ngoma mpaka zipasuke, and that is when now the rubber will meet the road na kita wao kitakuwa kimeingia mchanga. AZIMIO in Nairobi, they are sending a message that with or without Raila, we can still do this. And the AZIMIO teams are doing it all over. Somebody was saying yesterday that that party was brought to divide Musalia Mudavadi's votes in Western. I wanted to answer that person yesterday by asking him, why did the Professor Ongeri decamp from ODM to DAP? So is Kisii now Western? Because they are saying DAP is only in Western. So there's a calculated move to lock up these areas. Mombasa, the coast region has been locked. Western region is locked. Kisii is locked. So it will need a magic for the KK people to be able to win. And there was some rumors going around that they were going to have Sabina check in their camp. That couldn't happen, and it may not happen anytime soon. In fact, by any chance, very many people are going to leave. I mean, like Kipi and there are people who are leaving Jubilee. There is also somebody who has left Jubilee for TSP, though TSP is now in KKA. But again, that man is slippery. He may again leave TSP and go to another party. So those defections are coming because of the calculated moves by all the politicians to secure their seats come August. So we are going to see more of the begging of Uhuru that Kisu and Kisu could it be that server that was not opened? I don't want to say that was it, but again I say Uhuru still has the instruments of power. He has the intelligence reports every morning, every evening, and he can use that to make any decision anytime, and he will not, as Murada has always said, people take it so lightly. It may be a light statement and people may chest thump that wako na Mungu, but they have always said, we will not hand over power. Who knows? They have already handed over power to the right person they needed. So us is to sober up, do our campaigns, who the people that we need in our camps, so that pia tuache makasiriko and all will be well. But let us all take that warning very seriously. Whatever we post on social media will have a very big impact on our integrity when we seek for jobs, when even we be vying for seats. Who knows, the new government will be changing the laws, and you will be checked very seriously before you get the nomination ticket for any seat. Thank you. We'll continue still watching and listening as we go on.
Okay, asante Douglas. Sasa tunamleta nani WG. After that, then we will go to the ladies. Romians, umekuwa hapo tangu mwanzo, lakini tutakuja kwako. Subiri hapo hapo. WG, come in.
Asante Bernard, how are you?
I'm well.
And every other panelists, Douglas, Milan, Mr. K, Gurus, Mama Selina, Romians, Josephine, Kevin Getuba, Hamjambo. I want to begin by stating that we should not be bothered by the insults in the comment section, the insults that are in Kenya Kwanza podiums, and the insults that are generally on social media. So they are all over, and this is basically from UDA side. What does that show? I would be worried if they were not insulting anyone. That would mean that they are comfortable. But the reason why they are issuing those insults is because we've cornered them. They are panicking, right from the head boy to down, trickling down to the common man amongst them. So that is a very good indication that we are doing well as AZIMIO. Bernard, this is the second time that Ruto is coming out to challenge or daring Raila outrightly. The last time I heard about that was when he was like, you cannot chase me in ODM and follow me to Jubilee and chase me from there as well. Did it happen or it didn't happen? Ruto went out of Jubilee and is still mourning up to date about how Raila pushed him out. So this is just an indication that you should not dare that man. He will come there and beat you. And already, as we observed, even Douglas has observed, is that this election is like it's a done deal. I wanted to also weigh in on what one of the panelists had indicated. The guy who just left before Douglas and the other guy, he gave Okite or someone. Yeah, Okite gave very nice points regarding the backyard issue and whether Central is a backyard or it's a swing vote area. And I want to maintain the pitch that Central is a swing vote area. That's the reason why Mr. Ruto will never stay like 2 weeks away without going back there. He's not so sure. But you see now, that is one of the areas that he's banking on to ride, banking on riding to State House. That area and the Rift Valley, and now the reason why he quoted Nani Musalia Mudavadi is that now Western should have come in to seal it kabisa kabisa. But we see that let's look at Western. The Western is so lukewarm. There's no Kenya Kwanza Alliance activities. I'm now addressing the campaigns. That is the Nairobi and the whatever. So Western Kenya is more or less very lukewarm. There's nothing, no tangible campaigns that are going on there. So we remain with Rift Valley and Central. So there's a big struggle in Central. That is where the battlefield is, and that's the reason why habanduki kutoka pale. But I'm yet for the first time to see where common voters will stand on the other side, and almost all their leaders, especially prominent ones, that is the elders, they are called the what? The oligarchs and the elders. You know, they are on one side, plus the politicians, senior politicians are on one side. It is going to be, I'm yet to see, and I think I will still stand here that it is quite unlikely, if situation remains like this, that the outcome of the vote will be overwhelming in favor of William Ruto. That is a big lie. It won't happen like that, according to me. So look at the coast. Today there was some opinion poll regarding the gubernatorial how it's appearing there, and this Nasir is leading, and he's in AZIMIO, followed by another AZIMIO member. So that means that place is done. So where is William Ruto going to get these votes? That is the genesis of that rage that you are seeing. And unfortunately, how to salvage this, especially in Central, they think that when they coil some good utterances, some insults, it will be miraculous the way it carried the day in 2017. You remember the Kimunguruki, something like that. that resonated well with some of those people who like to hate others. But this time round, I don't think those things will work. And that's the reason why you see Moses Kuria has been romped in to serve that purpose, so that he can come and play people's emotions, so that it can go back to where it used to be, the hate and the what. So it's appeasing some section of the people, but I don't think the ground is that receptive this time round. So let them try, but I'm not seeing them heading anywhere with that. The other thing that I wanted to say is that the UDA has so many challenges. One of them is the DP, the running mate issue. And if I were them, they should concentrate more in sorting out those issues, concentrate more in, addressing the issues of Malala and those other people, instead of, indulging in sideshows, like, calling names and those other things. So, Bernard, that is all I have. I think I've addressed many of the things that are written here, albeit not straightly, but I think I've touched on it. Asante sana, unless if someone has a...
Okay, thank you WG. Sioni kama kuna swali. Sasa naomba hivi. Tumsikilize Josephine kwanza, alafu turudi kwa Romians. I hope network yake itashikilia mpaka hapo, and then tuendelee na mkururo. Mr. Kamau nishakuona, Kevin nimekuona, subiri hapo hapo, na Mr. Guru. We salute all of you. Josephine, you're welcome. How are you today?
Hey guys, how are you?
You're good, thank you.
Do you hear me?
Yes.
Oh.
Karibu.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thanks again for the day. It's Sunday, I'm sure people went to church, but I'm at work. It's my weekend to work, so I'm here, and I've been following since the show started. So I'll just go straight to the highlights of the day, because I'm of course at work. People will be coming in, so I just want to do this quick. So the first thing that I want to talk about is the DP trying to beg Uhuru to step down from helping Raila Odinga. That is a shame, because at the beginning he was very confident. We don't see that confidence anymore. He seems like he's scared, he's confused, and he seems to be in a panic mode. I'm not sure if they have any concentration in running the affairs of UDA. On the running mate, I just like it that they are in a dilemma, and I do hope Baba waits. I do hope Baba doesn't name his running mate soon, because we just want to see how this confusion is going to, how this dilemma is going to play out. Because if Baba names his running mate soon, I'm sure UDA will run. Like if we are naming our running mate from Central Kenya, I'm sure DP will run and name his running mate from Central Kenya, so that they can now be in a battle. So I'm hoping Baba doesn't name his running mate soon, so we can keep them in that panic mode, so we can get more people defecting to AZIMIO. And then the AZIMIO momentum, oh my God, things are happening everywhere. I mean, I was looking at the clips today. Things are happening, good things are happening. And the momentum is actually spreading more to Central Kenya. For me, I said this earlier in this forum, Central Kenya is not going to be our swing state. I mean, I'm talking about swing states like we do here in the US. It's not going to be a swing area. what it's going to do, it's going to give us extra votes. Central Kenya is going to be our extra votes, because Baba has always won elections, we all know, without Central Kenya. I believe our swing area is going to be Western Kenya. Western Kenya, we're going to get more votes than, Baba is going to get more votes this time around than the votes he got the last time. And my last point is the bad mouthing, you know, whatever, what's his name, whatever Moses Kuria is saying, let him continue doing that. They are going to concentrate in correcting their wrongs, and we are going to concentrate like making people understand how wrong it is, and we're going to get more people like that. More people are going to join us, because we're going to get a few sympathy votes, and who doesn't want more people to join your camp? So let's continue, let them continue bad mouthing. Insults do not stick. Me, anyone that talks negative about me, that means they actually like me. For them to spend their time even thinking about me, that means I'm a really important person in their life. So, but if I don't matter, then you are not going to even think about me. So I'm sure Baba should be should think like me. Whatever someone says does not stick. So let's just continue. Let's keep praying for Baba. And I just didn't like, I was seeing on Facebook, someone posted that I think Kuria's latest insult, let me call it, or insult, is about Baba's eye tearing. Wow. Who makes fun of somebody's medical condition? And what does that make you feel when you go home after you made fun of somebody's medical condition? You are less than a human being. A human being should always be sympathetic about somebody's health. Like I said, bad mouthing is just giving us more votes. It's making us gain more ground, and let Kuria just continue doing what he's doing. If he recovered from the injuries he had in his legs, well, karma does not forget. Karma remembers very well. Ruto just needs to be grateful that he is healthy. We all have health issues, but you cannot make fun of somebody's health condition. And Ruto knows how Baba was tortured when he was in prison. That's how he got his eyes like that. So don't make fun of, I mean, as much as I don't like their team, I'm not gonna make fun of somebody's condition. I'm not gonna say like, oh, Ruto is this, Ruto collapses, Ruto does this. We are not gonna do that. We are not gonna go there. That is so weak. That shows me like they're in a panic mode and they're trying to, you know, like when someone starts insulting you, like day in, day out, is that all they're thinking about? Where is their policy? Where is their agenda? That's what we need to concentrate on. Thank you so much, guys. And I gotta go back to work unless someone has a quick question for me.
No questions so far. Thank you so much, Josephine. Let's keep the conversation going. Let's do the right thing. No matter how many people want us to go wrong, we must get it right this time round. Moses Kuria, I agree with the rest of the Kenyans. He's a sick person. He needs help, because if the information I have is anything to go by, Baba is not just Baba for this country. I understand that Baba paid the Moses Kuria school fees. Now, if you can do that to somebody who helped you carry out your education, then you are just a sick person. That can only come from a sick person, because you don't bite the fingers that fed you, and you don't run somebody down. There are things you can't even you can't imagine, because just somebody playing the father figure in your life assist you in one way. It's very difficult. You should find it very difficult to confront them. If you have to arrest them, you need to send somebody else to do the arresting. You can't go and confront them by yourself. So these people who are in the Kenya Kwanza Alliance wako na shida, okay? Shida yao moja, wamesahau historia. Pili, wanataka kuwa rais na wajui kwa nini wanataka kuwa rais. wanataka uongozi na wajui wanaongoza vipi. So ni watu wamechanganyikiwa, tutaendelea kuwasamehe, lakini tuhakikishe kwamba hawapati nafasi ya kuongoza nchi, kwa sababu wataielekeza nchi sehemu ambayo hatupaswi kwenda. We need to take off as a country, and for us to take off as a country, we must insist on credible leaders, leaders that can be trusted with the character of standing for something. If somebody has never stood for anything, has never fought for anything, he will not start it today. So let us be sober as Kenyans and ask for and demand for leadership that is able to propel us to the next level. Hawa watu wanataka kuturudisha 16th century with wheelbarrow. Just forget them. They are not relevant. We are talking about artificial intelligence at this point in time. Au unataka kuturudisha kazi ni kazi. Akwendi hivyo. Ni lazima tuanze kufikiria vizuri kama Wakenya na tuhakikishe kwamba nchi yetu inasonga mbele. Our education system need to generate, release people or make graduates who are relevant, who are going to compete with artificial intelligence. Not people who are going to be in stone age when we are in the, sophisticated age of operation, information age. Na nyinyi mnataka struggle kurudi stone age. Hiyo haiwezekani. So let us demand what is right. And then, of course, at the end of the day, tutaambiana ukweli. Okay? Take Ruto's political capacity, take Baba's political capacity. The best description is from Babu Owino. Ukichukua Baba, uachilie kwa Ruto, ni kama accident katikati ya trailer na tuk-tuk. I stand there mpaka tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8. And we are going to confirm that. The rest of you will think otherwise. Tukutane hiyo tarehe 9. Itakuwa trailer na tuk-tuk. Na shida ya trailer kugongana na tuk-tuk ni kwamba tuk-tuk haiwezi kupatikana baada ya hiyo accident. That's the problem. Romians, karibu tafadhali.
Bernard,
yes.
Just one statement before he comes in, please.
Yes.
Yeah, I wanted to remind those people who are using these bitter words like Moses Kuria, is that after this election, Kenya will still exist. Let them remember that. Number two, what if now the person they are insulting very badly, and the way things show is the one that is going to be in charge. So where will that leave them? Even when we are excited or we are so saddened, let us remember that there is always a tomorrow. Asante.
Okay, asante. Romians, tafadhali come in quickly, please, as we move on.
Bernard, habari zenu? Mnanisikiza? Good evening. Mzima, ingawa leo sawa. Sasa acha niwasalimu. Mwanzo kabisa nataka nifurahi kwa sababu ya kile kinaendelea Kenya. Sio ni kitu kama sisi wale ambao tunasema tuko sober mind tunafurahia. Nataka niende direct to the point. Kuna several points hapa ambazo nataka kuzungumzia. Number 1 point ni about running mate. Running mate, hiyo ni game. So hiyo running mate sisi watu wa AZIMIO haifai kutupatia headache because hiyo ishapangwa na wazee huko tayari. Big man Bazoo.
Sorry, unmute. Romans, unmute kwanza.
Unanipata?
Yes, endelea.
Okay, unanipata sasa? So nimesema mambo ya running mate hiyo ifai kutusumbua. Hiyo tunajua wale, hiyo ishapangwa kitambo. Hata hiyo si headache kwetu. Kitu ambacho kimenisumbua sana ni matamshi ya Moses Kuria. Moses Kuria is behaving like a madman in an office of wise men. Moses Kuria is taking us as if we are fools. Moses Kuria hawezi kutumia matusi kukuja kuongea pariwanja kwa watu na kusema kwamba mambo ya kutairi. Leadership is not about being removed part of your skin. leadership is about wisdom. And if Moses Kuria continue with that characters, it means that the Kenya Kwanza, all of it is actually wisdom, or naweza nikasema they are damage in terms of wisdom. They don't have wisdom, because when you look at them they're just desperate. And for real, hiyo kitu yao inasema ati bottom up, nimeona ni bottom up panic. Wameanza kupanic kutoka chini kwa sababu wamejua kule chini ni kubaya. Sasa imefikia yule mkubwa wao hadi anaanza kuomba rais aachie nafasi. So Moses Kuria, I'm just here to condemn what he said, and such leaders should not be given any position or any chance to speak in public meeting. They should just speak in their houses if that is what they think is the best for them. Number 3, Kirinyaga. I've been following Kirinyaga. 50 of the official of UDA wamemigrate, wamekuja upande wa Azimio, na bado ground inaendelea kushift. So UDA is going to remain a small party, or a village party, I can say that. And my friend from Central Kenya, they should ask themselves. I am in Nandi Hills currently. This is where I reside. In Nandi, there is no any other political party, it's only UDA. But why would people from Mount Kenya embrace UDA, and in the area where the so-called father is coming from, they are not impressing other parties? So these people should ask themselves, what are they trying to plant themselves into? Because in Nandi, UDA is the only party. Mtu mwingine mwenye ako na chama kingine hawezi akasimama hapa, hata hawezi akaongea. So Mount Kenya people should be wise enough about it. Kitu kingine nataka nizungumzie, Bernard, kuna wakati nilikutajia Waluke, na ukitaka kujua nyumba ya UDA imeporomoka, nadhani umeona vile Waluke ameama. And you know, Waluke is just a confused guy. And for his information, in Azimio, you don't want confused guy. Here, Azimio is a train that is full of people with wisdom, people with aim, people who are heading somewhere, not people who do not know where their journey is. In UDA is a caravan of people who do not know where they are heading to. They are just boarded a train, and they don't know in what is their destination. So people like Waluke, in fact, Jubilee should not have welcomed him. But anyway, because we are a forgiving organization or a forgiving movement, we allow him just there to be part of our cheering squad as we win this election come on 9th August. I've also heard that Didmas Barasa is on the verge of coming to this side, but I've not yet confirmed. But I'm sure there's something like that is cooking. You know, UDA, there's no democracy, and I'm telling you today, after the nomination, that is the time we'll know that UDA is just nyumba ya karata yenye itaporomoka wakati wowote ambapo uzito ukiingia itaporomoka. Ruto mara ya kwanza alikuwa amejikaza, akawa anaonekana is very vigilant, very vigorous, very active, lakini amekuja kugundua kumbe alikuwa anakutana na trailer, na ameona trailer kwa distance, na unajua yeye sasa amekuja ameogopa hiyo head on collision, so he's trying to run away, but unajua hawezi toroka waziwazi, so atatumia njia zingine kutoroka. For somebody suggesting somebody like Ndindi Nyoro to the running mate of somebody like DP, that is, hiyo ni vituko, hiyo ni vitu ya kutuchekesha tu. Wametuleta hapa tukue kwa nini comedy, wanatuweka kwa comedy, because how would you compare Ndindi Nyoro, how would you bring Nyoro to kwa vita ya ndovu unaweka Ndindi Nyoro ni kama mosquito pale ndani. So hao ni watu wamepanic, so they are trying to look for a way in which they are going to run away from this battle, but wameshindwa njia ya kutoroka. So for us, we are watching them, and we are daring them. Another thing is a deputy president has failed to respect the president, and I like my president. My president is a very wise person. Deputy president has dared Uhuru Kenyatta for very long. amemdea sana. In fact, anajaribu kumdunga hata kidole ndani ya pua. But I want to thank the president, because the president is humble enough and is very, 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 very wise. Deputy president knows what he's looking for. So if deputy president is listening to me, when you want to become a king, you do not fight that king directly. You do not show that you do not show your might to the king who is still healthy and still living, because that king might outdo you and you're gonna lose everything. So deputy president kuenda hadi anapeleka wale watu anaenda kupeleka siasa hadi Gatundu kwa president na anaruhusu insult ziendelee huko, that is a very bad of him. He lack respect. He's not a person to lead this country. This country still need to put him in class. Nilisema siku ingine hapa, deputy president anafaa aende class, anafaa bado aendelee darasa, bado hajatosha. Akiendelea darasa kama atatosha, tuone amequalify, then tutampatia hiyo nafasi, but still bado ni yule mwanafunzi mwenye bado ana grow. Kwa wakati tulikuwa wadogo, tulikuwa na game fulani tulikuwa tunacheza inaitwa kalongolongo. Ile unajiita baba, unajiita mama, in real sense you are not baba or you are not mama. So deputy president is trying to play kalongolongo in the name of trying to be the king, and he's not a king. He's just imagining he's playing a fantasy game. So I want to tell him to remove that fantasy out of him and he play what is called the real game. In Western nimesikia Josephine sema ni swings votes huko. Western is never swing, and I'm telling you, listen to me today, this day, leo and this moment. In Western, Baba is going to score 80% of the votes. These other people unaona wanapiga kelele ni wale ambao wajui, hao watu wa UDA wako na kierere ya juu. The floating kierere. They've never sunk inside and they know what is real inside. They're just seeing things are things that are floating. They've never gone deep into the real thing and they understand what is there. Those people are just buying people. They buy small boys like this. Hao wenye wamefunga shule sasa hizi unajua wako wengi hawana kazi ya kufanya. So mkiona wamejazana huko msishange. Hao ni watu wenye kuna mahali wanawapeleka. And somebody has said here that the deputy president group is dealing with those people who do not have votes. Hata wajajiandikisha, hata wengine hawana ID. They are just these young men who are just walking around. Hata ukiuliza kura ni nini hawajui. So hiyo ifai kututisha. For cost nimefurahia vile mambo yanafanyika huko. And at time we have to lazima tufurahie hii mambo ya nini hawa watu wenye analyze kuhusu mtu mwenye yuko mbele yuko nyuma. Hii inatusaidia pia. Kwa hivyo tumeona cost tayari tushachukua hiyo nafasi na hiyo nafasi ni yetu. Another thing nataka kusema, Moses Kuria pia ako pale kwa UDA kwa sababu ya reason yenye Mungu mwenyewe anajua. God has put Moses Kuria there. In fact, he should continue to be there. He should continue to insult us so that we know their weakness. Because if you are not fearing, if you are facing a battle and you are not fearing, you don't insult. You just face the fact. I like the way in the Ritu Murithi, juzi jana alisema, if you are a man enough and you want to stand for Laikipia governor, come and face me. Now, that is a real man. Wachana na hivi vitu ya UDA yenye wanakelele kazi yao ni matusi na kwenda kutuongelea vibaya. Kitu yenye wanaweza fanya ni kuweka wakina Millicent Omanga kudance kwa stage. That's the only thing they know. Other thing they don't have. They have nothing to offer Kenyan. And for information, people should know that when a person is fighting for the power to the teeth, the way deputy president is fighting for it, we must be very careful. This is a person I told you the other time is going to sell us. Is going to say, this Kenya, I am giving it away and I just want to remain with my share. So Kenyan should be very carefully of the kind of the leaders they are going to choose. Otherwise, we might end up being in a very, very, very bad situation. If in fact Uganda will be better. Otherwise, I want to say that for us as AZIMIO, we are good, and I want to urge AZIMIO people and in fact a Baba group, they should just continue to continue to strategize. I like their strategies whereby campaigns are running in different places, and like this one where they are moving together. Na maajabu ya UDA kumove, wanaenda tu kupeleka matusi, hawendi kupeleka sera, ni matusi tu. So wakiendelea na matusi, wacha sisi tuendelee kupanga sera. Wakiendelea na matusi, tunaendelea kupanga sera. So matusi yakijaa, sera zinajaa. Alafu siku moja I'll be glad to see them begging, especially somebody like Moses Kuria. Na natamani kuona siku yenye baba atakuwa president wao, nione vile watajaribu kumapproach, but you know baba is a very kind guy and a very humble guy. I know he will just accommodate them, but let me inform them, as much as you'll accommodate them, they're going to be shameful. Watakuwa na aibu kubwa sana, hata sijui wataweka nyuso zao wapi. Otherwise I think Bernard, we are good, we are on the right track, and as the things are, kila kitu kiko sawa saizi. Upande wa running mate hiyo isitusumbue, mimi sina hata stress na hiyo. Mimi najua Uhuru na baba na wakina Kalonzo wamejaribu kupanga kusolve hata issue ya Kalonzo. Mimi nisumbui kwa sababu I know the person who is going to deal with Kalonzo atamweka kwa laini vizuri. Mahali penye inanisumbua tu ni kuhakikisha kwamba hiyo Nairobi tumechukua yote. Hapa Rift Valley ambapo niko najua tuko na 30%, hii ingine walikuwa nasema sijui 10%, hakuna hiyo, tuko na 30% hapa. Tukienda Western hivyo hivyo na mambo yanaendelea mbele. Otherwise inajua mambo iko sawa. Na kitu kabla sijamalizia, mmeona saizi huyu mtu anaidhi ameogopa kukuwa running mate. He's not ready kuweka aibu. Na
malizia, conclude please.
Nasema kwamba haya,
you're mute, unmute to conclude.
anasema Rigathi Gachagua ameogopa kukuwa deputy president because anajua ile aibu hawezi akaibeba, so ndio maana ameogopa, amewekea yule mwenye anaweza kubeba, kwa sababu ya ameona yeye ni mzee, amezeeka, hizi beba aibu. Alafu yule jamaa mwingine wa Western mwenye anasema ati baba ni mzito, yeye ndiye ajue ndio mzito. In fact sisi watu wa Western ametupunguzia uzito wa kukua watu wenye hatuoni mbele. At least sasa tumeanza kuona mbele kwa sababu yeye alikuwa ametuzuia sana. Asante sana, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Sandra Romians. We appreciate that. And before I bring in Kevin, I want to say something about the Western Bloc. The Western vote was decided in Buhungu 2. Anybody was not in Buhungu Stadium that day when the lawyers gathered and decided the direction, he's not part of the 2022 leadership as far as Western Kenya is concerned. So anybody thinking that is going to get anything in Western, ashachelewa. It is too late to reverse the gains that the establishment of AZIMIO. And the way the place is arranged is such that Kina Malala, Halwale, and the rest, you see the way they have nowhere, they have nothing to hold on. Mudavadi and Weta can no longer determine the direction of the Western vote. They missed their opportunity. They did not work on their homework. In fact, they are the burden to the UDA was doing better without them. Look the way now UDA is suffering since they joined. In fact, UDA would have gotten some votes if Davadi and Weta did not join. They are joining messed their Western their Western numbers completely. And come August 9th, kura zote za Western zitaenda kwa AZIMIO, the majority. We are talking of 80 to 90%. So kama kuna kitu watazoa, maybe 5% in very unlikely circumstances. But the way Natembea and team are working, and then the wherever Oparanya and team, it is such that you cannot reverse those numbers with the coming, and the way they are trailing. Unaona ile siasa inafanywa na UDN ya kukimbiza. Then hao watu wako wamekam, so that the Western campaign continues whether Baba is there or not, whether the national campaign team has unleashed them or not. So they are continuously campaigning on the ground. While the DP has to run from Muranga, come to Western, then run to Narok, then come back to Western. That way, I am sure they will not make much happen. Yes, Romians, what is it?
Bena, nataka nikukumbushe, unajua hata kwa Musalia seneta wake ameshamhama, ameshatoroka yeye. So Vihiga kule Mululu seneta wake amemtoroka saizi, so yuko side ya Azimio. So where is Musalia? Musalia I think is just there just like an amateur, like one of my friends said. So Western UDA inafaa hata wangeweka kina Musalia kwa mlango kama messenger huko tu, wakae kwa mlango. They are adding no value there. Thank you.
Sawa, thank you. Let me respond to this tukileta Kevin. Kuna mtu anasema nini hapa, asema somebody talk something. Did I see something like Musalia has 40%? That's laughable. Which 40%? 40% of what? Yes, we have given him 100% to you as our gift. Kuongezea weta bure. Okay, but as far as the Western Bloc is concerned, hiyo mshapoteza. Hakuna kitu kama hiyo. There is no 40% na mkihesabu namna hiyo mmekosea. And anybody doing a poll that is being generous to UDA, we know that that's a poll that has been sponsored by UDA to make the DP look like he has command. Like those generous figures is being given in Kisii, generous figures is being given in Western, generous figures is being given in Nairobi. He doesn't have those figures. Anywhere Baba has 70%, always make sure that DP has 30 or less. Anything neck to neck is not true. That is political reality versus political perception. Kevin, Getuba, are you there? Okay, Kevin inaonekana ametoroka. Mr. Kamau?
Hello.
Hey, namna gani?
Nzuri sana.
Haya, tuambie Muranga vipi?
Muranga tuko sawa. I am sure you noticed that watu wengi walikuwa
mbona Kenya Kwanza inalilia Chege? Kwani huyu mama anawatisha?
Kabisa, kwa sababu wanataka kuonekana ni kwamba sasa Muranga is locked. Lakini ya ukweli ni kwamba hata kabla wakuje leo walimwaga pesa na kufanya kitu inaitwa mobilization ndio watu waweze kuja kwa mkutano. Lakini siku ya kiama inakuja, na mimi wanaambia watu hapa, wakati itafika siku ya elections ndio watajua it is not locked. Hiyo ilikuwa mara ya 700 times ya deputy president kuja Muranga. Kama ingekuwa locked, kama mtu mwingine amesema hapo, ingekuwa tu ametulia tu kwa sababu ni kwake. But I can tell you it's not going to be easy for him. Kwa hivyo tuongee mambo ambayo ingine nimeona hapa ni the running mate dilemma na AZIMIO Consolidation in Nairobi. Maoni yangu ni kwamba deputy president ama running mate wa AZIMIO will not really change a lot. I think people are now ready for anybody to support deputize or be a running mate to Baba. But I think on the other side there will be problems because we have seen the two forces where a group led by Malala is fighting for the deputy president to come from Western, and the other group with the Gachagua and of course Didi Nyoro are fighting for one to come from Mount Kenya. I've not seen that in AZIMIO. In fact, the Secretary General of Jubilee said he's not so much concerned about it. And I think that tells you that to them, AZIMIO has wamejipanga. They know that we are not here because of the deputy president or the running mate. We are so much interested in seeing Baba seated on that
seat of a presidency. And therefore, running mate will not really affect AZIMIO side. It will affect the Kenya Kwanza side, because these are the people that are desperate and really eager to see to do anything to become the president. As you played some video there of Mutahi Ngunyi. I think people should be very keen on Mutahi Ngunyi. Mutahi Ngunyi doesn't just come out like that, and he has really critically analyzed what will happen, because as he says that the people in Mount Kenya don't tell you the price of a commodity until it is very late. Ni wakati wa jioni inafikanga ndio anakuambia bei yangu ya viazi ilikuwa in this much. Kwa hivyo haijalishi watakuja miaka mara ngapi katika how do you want to depend on another person's constituency to win presidency? It has never happened anywhere. So it will be so difficult. And then I'm telling people, and particularly the people from my region, where I come from, there is no wave. Hakuna wave ya UDA huko. There is no wave of UDA. There is no kumera again. And I can tell you for free, the people who got out on 9th August are people who want change for this country. Now utaona, and you will be vindicated. And therefore, that is something I also want to talk about. The issue of Kuria. Moses Kuria speaking the way he's speaking, I think he's just trying to draw attention for himself. I think he's doing more damage to the UDA and the Kenya Kwanza campaign even than before, because he's making many people realize, Allah. So these are people who are talking like this. What if they had the power? Yeah. So I think his mission is clear. He's just going there to destroy that campaign, like the ship from within. And we should not concentrate on that. When you really concentrate on people who have no, because if you accuse people not going to through the right, and yourself you have problems in the way you speak, then you're the one with the problem. So I don't think we should really concentrate on those kind of people. And finally, as I finish, Nairobi is locked. There is no room for Kenya Kwanza in Nairobi. That one I can tell you. Nairobi will have an AZIMIO governor, deputy governor, and all the seats of members of parliament and senator will be for AZIMIO. Thank you, Bwana Bernard.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Kamau. That is a good one. Kevin umerudi. Kevin Getuba. Are you still there? You unmute the mic and then speak. We can't hear you if you are the... Kevin, are you able to get me? The mic is beside your name. You unmute first.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good. Mnanipata?
Tunakupata. Endelea.
Kwangu kitu ningependa kusema kuhusu watu wa UDA ni one thing, like majority of them wako na pupa sana, and then ukiangalia kwa mambo ya leadership, mtu hafai kuwa na hiyo tamaa sana, especially kiongozi wa UDA William Samoei Ruto. Ukiangalia kwa history, most of these leaders wenye wamekuwa na utawala mbaya, like wamekuwa kama dictatorial, wamekuwa wakitumia uongozi wa kiimla. Angalia kama Museveni kwanza. Museveni kwa Ruto anakaa kama yeye ni like yule mtu mwenye unatamani ukue kama yeye. Ukiangalia sana Ruto akichukua hatamu ya uongozi atageuza nchi yetu ikuwe kama nchi ya Uganda. So itakuwa vigumu sana kukuwa na rais kama Ruto, kwa sababu ile freedom yenye watu wengi wamepigania, hasa kiongozi wa ODM, ni kama ataturudisha nyuma kwa zile enzi za Daniel Toroitich arap Moi. Kitu ingine, ukiangalia watu wengi kama Moses Kuria ni watu Raila amesaidia sana akiwa katika University of Nairobi. Raila alimsaidia sana alipofukuza University of Nairobi, alimsaidia sana ndiposa akarudi akaweza kuendelea na masomo yake. Lakini ukiangalia saa hizi yeye ndio wa kwanza kumtusi, na hasa ukiangalia ule mkutano ulikuwepo katika Gatundu, si eti kile Moses Kuria alikuwa ametamka ni kitu ilitoka ghafla, ni kitu those guys had planned, like whether the president likes or not, we are going to take the campaign to his village and then waweze kutamka yale waliweza kutamka. So ukiangalia wale viongozi naibu rais ameji group with, so God forbid wachukue hatamu ya uongozi Kenya. Hata hii freedom of speech watu tunakuwa nayo, hauwezi ongea kitu mbaya, huwezi waambia ukweli, utapata ushafungwa. So ni watu ambao hawafai kukaribia uongozi kabisa. So and then another thing ningesema ni ile like most of the youths wanasema like wao ni hustlers. Tunasema sisi ni hustlers. Ukiangalia jamaa mwenye anasema yeye ni hustler, ukifuata historia yake kuanzia akiwa student at University of Nairobi, huyu jamaa alikuwa anaenda State House kama kwao. Sasa hizi anajiita yeye ni hustler, anadanganya watu like amekuwa akiuza kuku. Wacha tuambie, unajua uwezi uza kuku wewe peke yako, lazima utuambie nilikuwa nauza na kina fulani na fulani, pia na yeye sasa hizi at least amesonga. Ukiangalia marafiki kama wake kama kina Jirongo, wale jamaa walikuwa na Jirongo sasa hizi kuna siku walikuwa declared like alikuwa bankrupt. Naibu rais alikuwa rafiki yake, lakini hakuweza hata kumsaidia hata kidogo. So huyu si mtu like tunasema ni mtu mzuri, ni mtu wako na tamaa kubwa sana na hafai kuruhusiwa kuwa kiongozi wa nchi yetu. Nimeshukuru.
Okay, asante bwana Kevin. Let's hear from Honorable Bundu, unasemaje? Bundu, umesema unataka dakika moja, umetupwa nje. Pole basi. It is the turn for Mr. Guru, but before that let's watch this.
And he was driven all the way from Westlands to here at Kilimani police station. And the moment I arrived here, I managed to see him, and he has spent most of his morning hours at the Directorate of Criminal Investigation offices here at Kilimani police station. And we believe, and we have been informed, that he has been recording a statement and going through some sort of interrogation to basically tell the police or tell his side of story on what really happened on that particular day, because you know he's being accused of assaulting a woman who is an activist, whereby they had participated in this lively political TV show in one of our local stations in the country, and they had some, verbal exchange during that debate. And after that debate is when this lady claims that Moses Kuria hit her or landed a blow on her, making her to fall down. But we are being told also, when you look at what the lady who was able to record at the police station, or what she reported, is that Moses Kuria slapped her maybe on the one of her hands. But basically, we are trying to follow up really what transpired, and that is what we are waiting here to really try and see if we'll be able to speak to Moses Kuria to really tell us his side of the story. Therefore, up to now, the Member of Parliament is still recording his statement. And what I've just seen since I came here is that a number of legislators, I've seen some 2-3 legislators here, and one of them is Kikuyu Member of Parliament Kimani Ichung'wah, and Nyali Member of Parliament Mohammed Ali, and also Iyala Member of Parliament Simon Mbogwa here, and they have arrived here basically to show solidarity with Moses Kuria. Remember, Kimani Ichung'wah, all of them basically, or the two, Mohammed Ali and Kimani Ichung'wah, allied to Deputy President William Ruto, and you know, Moses Kuria has been leaning towards Tanga Tanga movement, which is allied to Deputy President William Ruto, and therefore this is basically to show solidarity. And therefore we are still waiting here, because this is an incident that really happened in December last year on 8th, and the lady, there's a clip, there's a clip online of the lady claiming that, despite reporting the incident last year in December, nothing was ever done. And this is just happening about a month after the lady reported the incident at the police station. And this is something that was trending yesterday online, basically on Twitter. And I think that kind of pressure might have really contributed to what we are seeing today, whereby the Member of Parliament, Moses Kuria, is now under police interrogation. We are trying to see when it will end and whether he will be released. Remember, today is on Friday, and our detectives with Fridays, they normally like to detain people over the weekend before they show up in court on Monday if there will be any charges, preferred. Therefore, we are waiting to see whether Moses Kuria will be able to be released today, or he will remain under police custody, because remember, tomorrow is a weekend, and courts only work during weekdays, and therefore we'll wait and see. And we haven't seen any lawyers around so far, but we are camping here to really be able to know what is transpiring and whether he is going to be released, or whether he is under arrest, or what will transpire now after Moses Kuria has recorded his statement on what really transpired last year in December as far as the allegations of assaulting that woman is concerned. For now, I'm taking you back to studio.
Okay, Bwana Guru, you can come in.
Yes, Bernard. How are you?
I'm well. How are you today?
I'm fine too.
Yes.
Today I can see you are talking about niachie yeye. Now, to understand where this is coming from, you notice that these people started by chest thumping and generally saying that the president will have no effect, is a lame duck, and will not influence anyone. He has only one vote. And they went on with that story for quite some time, a lot of time, particularly in reference to the Mount Kenya voters. But what they did not know is that this man is a political animal. That's why you see today they are trying to plead with him to stay away from the electioneering. Why? Because the strategy that Uhuru has used is a strategy that I think these people had not seen. And this strategy is to consolidate the votes outside Mount Kenya and then move to Mount Kenya to get additional votes. In their estimation, Uhuru was only able to influence Mount Kenya votes. But they have come to realize that that is not the case. In fact, the most influence that is there is on other communities, because the messaging here is about national unity. And the president is simply saying that you want to leave all the communities united. So, and then he has also a formidable political partner in Raila Amolo Odinga, around whom this theme has been weaved. So when you see them pleading for him to stay away, it has more to do with other communities rather than Mount Kenya. However, they also know that he has a significant number of people who listen to him in Mount Kenya. And that completely tilts the balance in favor of Raila Amolo Odinga. Now, when you look at the issue like this of running mate, you can more or less see like right now the debate in Mount Kenya is about whether the running mate in both factions, that is AZIMIO and Kenya Kwanza, will come from the region, vis-a-vis the Western Kenya. Now, there are those in the mountain. They are waiting to see whether their votes, there are so many votes, will count. And this is causing what we would call cognitive dissonance in voters. They do not know whether to commit themselves now, because of course they have their interest and there is what they would want to see happen. And more particularly because the party that has been sold to them is UDA, which basically has no roots in this region. And therefore, and this is part of the reason why Jubilee is getting traction, is that hii si nyumba yetu. We are likely to enter into somebody's house and get mistreated. What do we do? In fact, already there's talk that Ruto could get the votes of the presidency and find himself without MPs or other cadre of politicians. Now, this one spells doom to his earlier stand that he did not want village parties. That's what he called them from the Mount Kenya region. But also emerging is that he's considered ground for Fort Kenya and Amani party of Musalia Mudavadi, that they do zoning. And it is one of the problems that now is also getting into their way of politics. Because also the Mount Kenya, with this kind of realization, is definitely bound to ask themselves, why should our hands be tied? Why can't we also do a similar thing? So today, you are aware that Sabina Chege has already announced that she will be going through the Jubilee ticket. There is also someone called Jamrek Kamau, who is also going for the Jubilee ticket. And you are also aware what is happening in Kirinyaga where over 50 coordinators of UDA have defected to Jubilee. This is quite massive, especially noting that these are the rural mobilizers. So you can also imagine that this is going to have an effect on the way the voters are going to think and vote. It will have a sway. Then you also realize that after these people are unable to, keep track of what they have been telling the people of Mount Kenya, about bottom-up, mama bogas and border, that kind of story. Now they have resorted to their own age political tactics of creating what we would call prejudices, myths, and fears against the persona of Raila Amolo Odinga. This is the tie and rhyme of propaganda that has informed voting in this area for many years. When you hear the likes of Moses Kuria bringing in the issue of cultural practices into the debate of leadership, you know that that party is doing very badly. Because actually what the issue here is that most of the people who have already taken position that they cannot vote for the deputy president are the elderly, people who have advanced in age, and particularly those who experienced the leadership of Daniel Toroitich arap Moi. And therefore, by trying to bring up this issue, it's trying to cut back on these numbers. I don't think he's going to succeed on this one. Then the other contradiction that this party has brought is that of Christianity. These are people who have positioned themselves as owning God. Tunawaachia Mungu. Tutakuwa na Mungu na watu. That the deputy president is ordained by God. Then on the other hand, they bring oaths, African cultural oaths, like the one that was mentioned by Moses Kuria. This is a complete contradiction to their stand as Christians, quote unquote. It shows people who are completely confused and are actually, clutching on any straw that can keep them afloat in otherwise a very murky political situation. The wave that UDA was trying to create in Mount Kenya is dying, and dying very fast, because people have come to realize that political parties by themselves do not bring good leadership. I have said on this forum again that Mount Kenya could have very many people coming with different parties to parliament and other, positions like a governor and a senator. When you look at what happened today in Muranga, they tried to revive some of the excitement that the people they had created earlier in this zone, but all what you could see were yellow t-shirts and caps, and people raising advertising material for their preferred candidates. That tells you a lot. It tells you that somebody woke up very early with money to mobilize, gave money give T-shirts, give caps, and wrote those placards. So these are not people who voluntarily went to listen to whatever was being said, but they were there to perform a job that was paid for. Now, when you look at Nairobi, what is happening right now is very interesting. In fact, for AZIMIO, Nairobi is theirs to lose. And the problem would be that if they divide their votes and make it very thin to allow otherwise very unpopular candidates to sneak through with UDA. You have also noticed that the people like Rinturi is having a very difficult time in Meru. He's now been heckled twice on his campaign trail, trying to sell his candidature for governorship. The ground is shifting very fast and is becoming very slippery. Mount Kenya is becoming very, very slippery. And I cannot finish by not pointing out how quiet some rapid dogs in UDA have gone. The likes of Murkomen, I do not know where they are. The likes of Sudi, the last time I saw he was concentrating on his own campaigns. The likes of Cheruyot, Andrew, and the likes of Cherugui, these guys have gone quiet. And that silence speaks volumes. These are not people who are foolish. I bet they have seen that their money is headed nowhere. And they would rather secure their space before things get worse. That's my take for now. Bernard, thank you. I'll talk later.
Okay. Asante sana Bwana Guru. That's a good one. Let's keep the conversation going. Swali nitakuuliza baadaye. Wacha nimlete Milan aseme his closing remark, is leaving. Then we'll move on to other participants. And it's good if you conclude your submission. It's good for you to leave the screen so that other people can come in. That's part and parcel of operations. You make your submission. If you think you have given substantial and you don't need to be on the screen, you can follow up in the background so that you leave room for somebody else to come in. We can only hold 10 people at a time. And if we are 10 and we all get stuck here, we'll just talk among the 10 of us while the rest of the world is fighting me on how to come in. So thank you very much. Milan, karibu.
Yeah, thank you. It's democracy that we say our minds and allow others to be able to continue. So I want to continue from where I left after my opening remarks. The Kenya Kwanza and primarily UDA, because I don't think it's Kenya Kwanza, it's actually UDA. The rest of these party leaders are half party leaders, like I had mentioned before. Hawatoshi Mboga. These people are people who cannot even control the votes in their own home county. You look at Moses Wetangula, he could have only been the only person elected on Fort Kenya. The rest of those people are Jubilee and a few ODM. So yeah, same to Mudavadi. We gave him the whole of Western Bloc to be able to marshal as the key presidential campaign coordinator for 2017. Again, he could not even deliver half of those seats on Amani National Congress. Now he's joined by Kiunjuri, who the president himself read a riot act to him in public in an agricultural show and told him how dismal he was performing in that particular ministry. And he already has a problem in Ketwa Ruguru. He has already told him to be able to find his way of doing things around UDA and related. And you also come to another sick one called this fella Moses. No, is Moses Kuria. I have a problem with this. For me, it's not about Moses Kuria. I think Moses Kuria is just but the dog. The owner of the dog is the one that calls for this kind of talks. He's just but a mouthpiece. And I think it's consistent with what his master wants. And I'll be able to say this in two fronts. One, his master has not apologized for those reckless statements. Two, his master also risks this kind of talks because one, as Josephine correctly put it earlier, when you're talking about body shaming, when you're talking about disability, calling out for the challenges they have in their body, you don't look at yours. The master called Kalonzo bald for joining AZIMIO or working together with Raila, and therefore he lost hair. Himself, he's not looked at his head on the mirror for a very long time. He's also losing hair. So you see, you find another one is crippled and is calling another one crippled. So you see, so they do not see the log that is in their eyes. They must be able to know that all of us are not perfect. We have got one challenge or another in our bodies or in our way of doing things, and we've fallen short. So something is that I want to say that this faction, for me, I think suffers from what is called political malnutrition. These people are deficient of the nutrients that should be able to make them whole, complete, and leaders worth their salt, but they are not. So sometimes you eat a lot of starch, they're kwashako, their kwashako in their kisiasa is evident. They think that the pride that they fill their stomach in is enough to say that they are full, but they are full of malnutrition. So this is something that they must be able to see the deficiency that befits their description of leadership. So this is something that is also true in terms of how they pretend and they wish to domesticate the God that is universally for all of us. You see, when they say that their God only listens to their prayers and the rest of us have gone, our gods have gone on leave and therefore will not listen to our prayer, is a fallacy. And this, for me, is blasphemy to some extent. So we must be able to liberate the God that is universally for all of us, that we say, oh, God bless this nation, that justice be our shield and defender, that God is universally for all of us. And therefore, we must be able to be allowed for access to the same God that we are. They keep on mentioning. And I think that is a card that they've played for a very long time, and it's wrong. And as I talk about Moses Kuria, I must be able to tell Moses Kuria, when he brings up issues culture, he must tell him that the Luo people are people who are very, 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 very strong in terms of their culture, of course, and also perpetrating wholesome social systems of working. And I must be able to tell you one thing, for example, they think they are the only ones that have got the Mudamakis concept. In Luo, there's the Thuon concept. And you see, one Thuon cannot leave before the next Thuon comes. And the Thuon would not retire on his own motion. Another Thuon has to take him out. And that Thuon has not come up so far in the Luo community. So people are asking, why do Luos fanatically support their leader? They support their leader because he's the only Thuon at the moment. And therefore, they have no choice. The rest of us have to follow Q. And that is why you see in the emblem, there is a cock and there is an axe. There is something about the Luo community, about the cock and the axe. And the reason is about their culture. Their culture is that the person who builds a new home must go there with the cock that mans that home and must be able to carry something to protect that home, which is an axe. And therefore, as the first son goes to that new home, the rest of the brothers and the family follows Q from that Thuon, who is the head, and the rest follow Q. So you must be able to know that we will continue supporting our leader, and we have released him to the country to be able to work with the country and the rest of like-minded people. And he's not only a Thuon, but is now an African Thuon and now a global Thuon. And that is the pride that we all of us as country, as Kenyans, have in this particular leader. Something else that I'd want to be able to say is that we must be also, Raila as an old person, as we say, is a mzee, has got a right to vie. Constitutional rights are not limited to young people. In as much as we give the young people their way, their say, and if they persuade us, we'll vote for them. We must not be able to discriminate persons on the basis of age. And that's why we say, even as they say Raila is a mzee, he knows very well, the people say this, that a youth only ends at a certain age, at 35. Then above that, you get to middle age, and above that, you get to upper middle age, and you get to that kind of old age. So that is how it goes. And as we take care of these particular generations, we must be able to make sure that every of this generation has got a freedom to contest any political seat. So there's a right to political space and to be able to contest until he can say personally that I choose not to exercise that particular democratic right, then nobody can be able to stop them from doing this. So something else that I want to be able to say is that as we look at all these issues, I have looked at some video where Ruto talks to his community in, the DP talks to his community in vernacular, and he's discussing the merger between TNA and URP. And he's telling them that he's not stupid for his URP to get into the larger Jubilee, and he knows what he's doing. And he's the most cleverest person in east of sub-Saharan Africa. And we are trying to look at his cleverness, and he realizes that he should have left some 1% of a failure, of chances of failing. He didn't, and his pride went before his fall. And true to what the expectations and the risks that the community had foreseen, he fell into the trap and sacrificed his URP. Today, he has to form a new party. True, his party was swallowed. True, he was stupid, like he had been able to talk about. And then there are several other things that he has said that cannot happen. He has said that he cannot chase him from Jubilee. We chased him out of Jubilee for a fact. The other thing that he says that he does not look like somebody whom elections can be stolen from. And yet he goes to the United States and the UK to be able to cry over the same thing that he said that he does not look, he exhibited all the strength, all the bravado, all the pride, but he must be able to know that in these particular elections, he must be able to know that elections are won by persuasions and by being able to be humbled. And you see, that's what Raila has learned the hard way. Previously, Raila was the presidential candidate of the Masafara, the low class, the hustlers that he calls out. But the truth of the matter, Raila has realized that the hustler people do not have ID cards and therefore do not have their voting cards. And they don't have kura, because the problem is they will come fill up your crowds, join and create your impressions, but on the material day when votes are cast, then they don't have the votes. It's a fact that we lose a huge percentage of votes, not because they would not have voted for Raila. Raila would have won with 90% of votes, but he cannot, because majority of the hustlers, sufferers have refused to identify themselves with the state and to be able to have ID cards and to be able to have voting cards. So this is something that he must be able to know, that has a chance big crowds. He must be able to know that those crowds do not usually translate into votes. The votes are with the middle class and the upper class. And there are people who know what is right for the country. They have faced economic hardship. Majority of those youths, some of them do not take personal responsibilities about what they need to be able to have, like exercising their political rights. Because if you say, for example, right now, majority of them are asking the question, why should I vote? Even if I vote, we are going to have a reckless leader, we are going to have bad economy, we are going to have bad policies, so they would rather not have vote. And that's what we call voter apathy. Even IBC recently was having a problem registering new young voters. Despite having IDs, they did not enroll themselves or register themselves as voters. Why? Because of voter apathy among the youth. And it is because they don't feel that their issues are articulated, and they are not in sync with historical facts. They are not in sync with the trends that are going on, and they choose to exercise political ignorance. And that is a problem that we have in terms of depending on that particular voter bloc for purposes of winning elections. He sits like a hyena waiting for that hand to drop. It is not dropping soon. He wants the hands to drop. He thinks things will just happen for him. They will not happen that way. But the president is going to become the lame duck that they have called him to be for a long time. He's not a lame duck. And the president is trying to show that he is decisive and he knows what he wants, that he's going to fence it. He's going to make his decisions known, and he's going to go to the people and to be able to express what he has been able to achieve. Something that I want to close with in terms of my remarks, we must be able to tolerate and involve all the society's communities that support us by being able to also articulate our agenda. And I wish that, Bernard, as we continue, maybe in future programs, as we improve on this program, that we are going to also have interviews, that we are going to have topical issues. And as much as we have, for example, say, leave Raila for me to thrash, we're going to start discussing the agendas of the AZIMIO, that we talk about Baba Care. Now we have that as a topic and discuss how universal health coverage is important for people, and let the public resonate with the agenda of Baba, and for us to be able to convince them to vote for Baba, not in the context of what we have as euphoria politics in the public domain. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Milan, for that. We appreciate it. Let's keep moving. Jakenya. Jakenya, are you still there? Naomba tumsikilize Mama Selina shortly before we go to Respect. Respect, are you there?
Yes, sir. I'm around.
Okay, thank you. Please, musikae nyuma ya curtain in a darkened screen, and that interferes with the viewers. If you must not stay behind the curtain, please don't.
I'll come on shortly, Bernard.
Okay, thank you. Jakenya, umechelewa, ngoja kwanza utakuja
Bernard,
baadaye.
can I come in now?
Oh, thank you, Bernard. Thank you.
Yes.
Naona watu wameongea, panelist wenzangu wamechambua sana na ni mzuri. Bernard, nimefikiria na kwa sababu gani watu wamekaa Muranga mpaka usiku, alafu the choice of candidate, na wanasema imeikuwa Kiambu, imekuwa Nyeri, so this is the time that they are thinking it should go to Muranga ama Mount Kenya East. But nimekuwa nikiona saa hii usiku watu walipenduka wakati alianza kuambia nilisaidia Uhuru, nikapiga kura, amenipetray, hiyo malio yake. Sasa watu wakamshout usiku. Sasa ameshangaa kwa sababu huu mtu hapangi maneno ya kusema, akiona watu wengi wanakuwa incitement. So ni kama wametoka kama mambo imeharibika. Ya baba Kasarani, hiyo mkutano ya Nairobi tumeona imeenda vizuri na tunaomba iendelee hivyo. Ile ingine tunataka kujua ni mambo ya Kisii, vile hiyo Nyanza hiyo imenyamaza, but tunajua wanaenda polepole. TAP Western inaendelea vizuri. So hii mkutano ya KKA wakiwa mahali moja, Bernard, hata kama uko nguvu namna gani, ati uko na wanaume ingine 10 wana separate wako Kenya kila mahali, na wewe ukienda mahali moja vile amekuwa Muranga, kesho akikimbia mahali ingine watu warudi Muranga, atakuwa amekwisha. Lakini nashukuru His Excellency the President anangoja parliament ifunjwe aende Central, round moja tu 2 amesili. So hii wacha awatiwe ikulwe. Hii ni pesa inakulwa, kwa sababu ukisikia mobilization vile imefanywa, kwa nini watu wasiwache watu wakuje kwa mapenzi? Bernard, anytime you buy, kama unapeana 5 million ya mobilization, kama unapeana 10 million ya mobilization, ya baba ni free, bora tu wako na pesa ya mafuta. Sasa hiyo kura ya pesa ya mobilization penalty, mapenzi ya bure, ni kama ukiwa na msichana na anakupenda juu unampatia pesa, huwezi sema huyo ni wako, kwa sababu the moment hauna pesa anaenda kwa mwanaume mwingine. Lakini ule msichana anakupenda ukiwa na slippers, huko na longi moja, huyo ndiye utachua ni wako, kwa sababu amekupenda jinsi ulivyo. Mimi pangu naona hii siasa vile Uhuru, tukumbuke vile Kibera wakati ya by election ilikuwa Kibera. Uhuru anasema kuna mama alimwambia ungetuongezea siku tuendelee kukula pesa. Na ukweli ilikuwa inajaa. Kuna wenye wanaenda Karen wanapepa na mekabu, na wakamwambia Uhuru usijali, tunakula, tumekuwa na shida. And it is true even for now. People are going there to eat. Hiyo mkutano imenishangaza kwa sababu sioni wa mama, sioni watu wasima kutoka 30 mpaka 50. Hii ni vijana ya 18 years, 20 years, 25, wala hata labda kura hawana. So, na tutashangaa watu wengi sana wakilala siku hiyo. Hiyo baba akipata 10% ama apate 20% central, yake ni kuongezea tu, baba anatafuta ya kuongeza. Alafu hii watu wengine wanatafuta ya kuanza. You know, it is two different things. Kikabu yako penalty imejaa, kikabu yangu ni empty. Tunashindana na unasema uachiwe. Unawachiwa mwenye ako na kikabu yake imejaa. Kitambo yako ni kama unaenda na mtu anateka maji na kikabu yake imetoboka, anachota maji na ikuji na ule mwingine imejaa na ameenda. So mimi nataka tu niombe wa Kenya, they are very clever. Our KKA walituambia earthquake, walituambia hakuna Wakenya wachinga. Sasa mambo yenye walisema wacha iwapate. Mtoto akililia wembe umpe, atikate hata rutia. So ile mambo inakula hao watu ni wenyewe walisema ya kwamba hakuna Kenya mchinga. Ya pili, Musalia akakuja na earthquake ikamumaliza yeye mwenyewe Western, mpaka saa hii ana hata member of parliament hata moja. Alafu nasikia Bernard, na mchunge sana, nasikia hii UDA inaendanga kwa wamama, ananunua mama, anapatia pesa mama. Sasa hiyo mtu yenyu mama ndiye alikuwa na kikapu, akitaka kukataa anaambiwa, lakini mama alichukua pesa. So mchunge sana nyinyi mchunge, wa mama ndio wanaenda huko kupepa kikapu, alafu baba ukikataa mama anakufungia nje. So hii siasa tumekundua siwe hata mtu kama Musalia, si yeye mwenyewe alinegotiate. Mama alienda akabeba briefcase, na sasa kwa sababu sana mama ndiye anaongoza, hayo imeenda hivyo. Sasa baba amenunuliwa na Sosa, mama aliweka kikapu. Asante sana.
Wow, thank you Mama Selina, hiyo ni kali sana. No, let's hear Jakenya be brief, tunataka tumalize hiyo round alafu tuanze round mpya.
Thank you so much, Bwana Bernard. I really want to try to be very brief, and I just want to follow the topic as they are. First, let me talk of leave Raila to me so that I thrash him. Now, I wonder how our deputy president is, because I don't know. It's barely a week. It's actually a week when he, with his entourage, insulted the president like hell. It beats logic that 1 week later he's now talking of leave me with Raila. I don't know how this is a manifestation of real doublespeak. And before that, before even we go to the insults directed at the person of the president, there's this issue here. He has always complained that the president has not developed Mount Kenya, or Mount Kenya in general.
One moment, Jakenya. Mama Selina, utakuwa chair lady after Jakenya ni respect, alafu Boni, then Jakindu Bay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Carry on, Jakenya.
Oh, thank you, thank you. Now I was talking about the development issue. The main reason why the deputy president has always thought that he's having Mount Kenya is that he led Mount Kenyans to think that Uhuru Kenyatta did not develop Central as it was supposed to be developed. I was reading an article today, and I just realized that Uhuru has constructed 2,100 kilometers of tarmac roads in Mount Kenya alone. If that is compared to what Kibaki did about 87 kilometers. I don't know arithmetic. That is so big compared to what Kibaki did. I don't know how the deputy president brainwashed the Mount Kenyans. Actually, I sympathize with them. If I can borrow our incoming senator's words, that Raila is winning with or without them, I think they should be asking themselves this, because they might be in for a very rude shock. Having spoken about the doublespeak of the deputy president, I want to talk about the running mate issue. I realize that the running mate issue is only becoming difficult for AZIMIO, because for the KKA, they are running away from the running mate because they have realized they are losing, so nobody wants to lose. Because Rigathi Gachagua bolted out of the running mate position, and like today, I think he was trying to I don't know, entice Ndindi Nyoro to pick the running mate position. I think the running mate issue has become, for example, is only difficult for Musalia Mudavadi and for AZIMIO, the Kalonzo. Otherwise, the running mate is an issue for Mount Kenya who are in KKA, because they have realized they have lost it. So I don't know. That is my take. And then to my last point, that is the AZIMIO consolidating Nairobi, we have to accept and concede that Nairobi is a cosmopolitan town, being the capital. And as always, Nairobi, the voting bloc has always been coming from actually three major tribes: the Kikuyus, the Luos, and the Luyas. Added to the Kamba communities, and apparently these are with AZIMIO, with only a few, actually chembe of these young boys who do not want to know what happened yesterday. So I think when time comes, Nairobi could give a deputy president a very big blow, because I think AZIMIO could pick more than 70% of Nairobi votes, considering that the regional KKA are not in Nairobi. And if you add the very few who are in Nairobi to these young boys who do not know where the world is going, you'll get less than 30%. So that is my take, and I think so far my big problem is why aren't we campaigning in Mount Kenya? That is my biggest question. I really would want somebody to help me, because the last time there was a scheduled rally that was supposed to be held in Nyeri, It did not take place. So I really would want to know, was it rescheduled or was it cancelled? It was cancelled. What? Why? Because I think this is a high time we went to Mount Kenya. I know, just like Selina says, that when the parliament closes, is adjourned, then the president will go to Mount Kenya. But I think if we took advantage of this near euphoria move currently happening, we'll gain in Mount Kenya. Otherwise, I think our deputy president will only have his biggest percentage from the Rift Valley, not Rift Valley as per se, but the Kalenjin Rift Valley. But Mount Kenya, he might not have much. Thank you so much. That's my submission.
Thank you so much for your submission. Who is following Kuru? You can come now.
It was me, Mama Selina.
Okay,
Respect.
and then, okay, thank you. Respect and then Kuru and then Kindube.
So, respect then Boni.
Oh,
yes.
Okay, let's follow together, all of us. I think because penalty is not yet when you finish, and then we follow like that.
Haya, sawa, asante.
Welcome.
Thank you very much, Mama Selina. Nawasalimia nyote, all the contributors in here. Thank you for your analysis and the good work you're doing, observing and making sure that we build a strong Kenya. Nimesikiza a little bit of what's going on and some of the people's contributions, and it's really enlightening kusikia vile the situation is unfolding in the country as we near the election day. Now, there's just a couple of things that I wanted to get out of the way for myself so that I concentrate on the big things. This idea of a youth vote, ninasikianga sana watu wanalia and they say Ruto has the youth vote, and because linking to that in kwamba because he has a youth vote, then if the youth are not registered, then they are not going to vote. So he's losing maybe the election based on the number of youth who do not come out or who come out. And I want to rubbish that thought and say, yes, he may have presented this idea ya kwamba yuko na youth vote, but I think there's enough young people who are with Baba. And Baba for a long time has been carrying that youth block. And if he gets some people who are registered as youth to vote for him, then Ruto cannot claim, or we cannot claim to say that Ruto ndio atakuwa ana carry all the youth vote, because I think the euphoria ila anapata maybe kutoka Central and Rift Valley, where you see there's a lot of young people who maybe don't have anything to do, they just come to the rallies to hang out. There could be a lot of young people in other regions that are Baba's regions that are taking this seriously, and they are taking the ballot, and they are going to vote come the election day, and that will be the difference maker. So I don't want to be concentrating so much or buy into this idea ya kwamba young people wako na Ruto na Baba hana hiyo voting block. I think he has that.
Hello, as you continue, hii ya kusema youth ya Central ndio walikuwa nasema waongeleshwe, but Baba as youth, ukiona Nairobi ndiye youth ndiye Baba ako nao, so it is not all over the country, ni ile tu sehemu ya Central wanasema waongeleshe vijana yao, so we cannot say that Baba ana vijana yeye.
Yes. Yeah, and that is my point, because every time that comes up, what it is projected, inakuwa projected ya kwamba he has the youth vote all over Kenya, and that is not true. It's a wrong notion, and we want to debunk that right out of the bat. The other thing that people are really losing sleep over is this thing of circumcision. Yeah, Mr. Kuria, and all the insults that are coming out of there. I think in politics, just like in a sport, when you realize that the game, you're not winning the game, you start concentrating on the small things. You start blaming the ball. You start saying, referee, alionea sisi sana. He was favoring more. He was giving the other team more time. He was giving the other team more opportunities. He was calling more fouls on our side than the other team. You look for everything else that you can grasp on to justify your loss. So that is, I think, what they are preparing themselves for. They have to come up with these things right out of the door before even the election. Ndio ikifika waseme, aha, tuliwambia. So that the idea has already been cooked. Come that election day, they have something to stand on, wakipoteza. So they are playing all these dirty tricks. They are playing all these other things just to take people off the main goal or the main target ya kwamba they are actually losing this election. They are actually losing. They are not going to get the presidency or the government as they hope to do. So when you hear someone kama Kuria, engaging in the importance of private parts, ziwe hivi ama vile, you just, it's just an indication that they are losing the debate, and so they have to go to personal things. To attack someone personally, it seems like it's the only thing they have left. And one, we have, yes, to push back on that, because eventually they are trying to assassinate someone's character, or they are trying to bring someone down based on the formation of their body rather than what they bring to the table. You don't think with your private parts. You think and come up with plans with your brain. And that is what Baba has been doing all along. Once you start going below the waistline in your thoughts, then you've lost the debate. That is the one thing that we have to put out there. So Ruto says, Raila, Uhuru, leave Raila to me. One thing I want to say is beware what you wish for, because how many times has Baba spent in Central? And this is what Jakenya, I think, was alluding to when he was presenting. Ya kwamba, there are meetings zinapangwa in Central Kenya, and then you don't hear about them. I think this is setting up Bwana Ruto, who he has to keep on back there defending. You present these false flags for him, so that keeps him busy there. But look at it this way. For 4 years, amekuwa Central. That has been his focus for 4 years. And Baba went there, I don't know, was it a month or so? Just like that. And Uhuru has been there how many times? Counted. And the tide turned just like that. Na inakuwa ni kwamba sasa he's no longer holding the majority. It's a slim majority now he has. And who knows, Guru might have the latest maybe numbers or in terms of how much he's holding there. So they are giving it time. I think when a timetable, they have a schedule. So what they are doing right now, Nikum set up, so that in the opportune time, once he has spent more than he can spend, and I think Mama Selina, you presented a good point there, ya kwamba unajua Uhuru alikuwa ni finance minister, and he's a savvy politician. So he's looking out for his people to the last penny. Anawaambia akileta pesa kuleni. So he's giving them time Huyu jamaa alete all the money that he has left with him, ndio sasa when proper campaign ikianza, he has nothing else left because he's not giving any more money, he's not giving any more ideas. All that he's left with is insults. And then now kikiumana, baba anaingia, Uhuru anaingia, and all the other apparatus zinaingia, he will have nothing left. So they have their schedule, they have their time, they know what they are doing. We may not know, and we may be wondering, we may be panicking, but they have the game in hand and they know exactly what is going on. The other thing I wanted to say about that is Ruto also, he has no votes besides Central and Rift Valley. All these other places, I think AZIMIO wame make sure kwamba they've completely hedged those regions, in that all that he has left to brag about in Rift Valley na part of Central. And even Rift Valley, he may not be sure of it either. So when he says, leave Baba to me, I don't think he knows exactly what he's talking about, because Baba has been in this game long, and he's got the plan down to the T. So vita ikianza mzuri, I don't think Ruto will have anywhere to run because he doesn't know what he's asking for. Going to the running mate topic, I think the people making noise, kina Malala, kina Kalonzo, they are not going anywhere. Like someone said, hii ni game ambayo imepangwa kutoka kitambo. So these guys are coming in. Look at it this way, and I think was it Guru or Jakenya who was saying, someone is just sitting on the sideline while you are fighting or you are going hunting, na yeye anakuja akikufuata tu, hoping that the hand will drop so that he can have some. So wamekaa kando all this time. Ruto and Baba, they are putting things in place, they are organizing for themselves, and then uona kuja tu hii last minute unasema lazima mimi nipawe hii, and you have nothing to show for it. You cannot say I've been with you all this long, that's why I need this, or I helped. Mimi pia nilishika hapa hii mnyama pia, so I deserve a piece of it. There's nothing you have brought, and yet you are claiming you want to have a part of the game. It can't work that way. So there are people already in place. We don't know who they are. I don't know who they are. But at the opportune time, I think those people will be presented and it will be game over. The other point I wanted to talk about that is that Baba has an advantage of choosing someone younger than him because of his age. He can choose someone younger and live with it because this is someone that he can nurture. He's someone that he can be able to build up. We can't say the same for Mr. Ruto, whether it's someone older than him or someone younger than him. He has problem working with people who are senior to him. We can see that in Mzee Moi, we can see that in Mr. Raila, we can see even with his peers, he has problem with that. We can see that with Mr. Uhuru, Kina Jirongo, and all these people, they come and you put them in a file and ask him, who here have you had a very good working relationship with? He has no reference. He has no reference. So that is a problem for him more than for Mr. Raila. The last point here I want to make is the Nairobi Consolidation. I think it helps AZIMIO to consolidate this because this is the seat of power. And if AZIMIO has Nairobi, then it becomes very easy to manage the country. If their infrastructure, if there are things that need to be looked at within the city, I think AZIMIO will do well if he has his people in place so that they can be able to run the country well. Finally, my last thoughts here is two. One is a rotten apple is actually a rotten apple. This idea of people thinking that in 5 years, maybe Ruto will be reformed, I think is a fallacy, because we are always talking about this thing about, watch at Sai, we shouldn't vote for him. So maybe in 5 years he'll be reformed. All I have to say is unless Aokoke atubu kama Zakayo and bring back all that he has stolen, I don't think he has a chance. I don't think he has a chance. That thing is cooked. It needs to be restored like Peter, baada ya kumkana Uhuru and baada ya kumkana Baba mara 20, he needs to come back and repent kabisa. Bernard, I think you're familiar with this story of King Solomon and the judgment he makes with these two women. Mama mmoja anasema, wacha huyo mtoto ambaye tumeletwa hapo, so for your judgment we need that child akatwe tu, kila mtu apate na pisi yake aende azike. I think this is where we are with Mr. Ruto and where he has been. Baba extends a hand of of peace with Uhuru, and there's one mama there anasema apana, how can you extend a hand with this man? Let's just waende wacha waende wakafanye maandamano, let them go, whatever they need to do. He was not for peace. He was not for the child Kenya to live, and with the wisdom of King Solomon, when Baba extends the hand, Uhuru realizes who actually is the mother of the country, who actually needs to push the agenda of the country forward. And he says, Raila is the true mother of the child. And that's the stand that he has taken. And the other mother is not happy with that. Ruto is not happy with that because he would have rather the country burns. He would have rather the country stays segregated than actually have peace and have prosperity. Let me end there. I'll come back later. Thanks, Bernard.
Thank you. Respect. That is a good one. Very, very, very important and very, very opening. I mean, Ruto seems to have the mentality of if I don't get it, let no one else also get it. He's that betrayed lover who would want to kill his boyfriend because he has gotten another girlfriend so that both of them lose the man. And that doesn't sell him as a good leader. Leadership is about safeguarding the nation, safeguarding the people, safeguarding the lives. It's not who gains and who loses. And so we must first and foremost judge these matters in that proper perspective. William Ruto wants to be president. And the reason why he should not be president is because he wants to be president. Kenyans have not asked him to be president. He has not asked Kenyans whether they want him to be president. He has imposed himself on Kenyans and he wants to force us to accept it. And that's why we should reject him until he grows up to come to a place whereby he is now humbled. And since respect began by bringing in Bible, Peter was there's the prophecy given about Peter. Just I bring it before in the later one. The prophecy about how Peter is going to end his life, as given out by Jesus in the Gospel of John. He says there was a time when you rose up by yourself and went wherever you go and came back from wherever you went. But a time will come when you will need to stretch out your hand and somebody will take you where you don't want to go. Now that is it. Leadership is doing what you're supposed to do, not what you like to do, what you want to do. Now that William Ruto, his blood is hot and he's able to go anywhere, he cannot be controlled, then that makes it impossible for him to lead. Leadership is having power under control. who calls William Ruto to order? I don't think even Rachel has ability to call William Ruto to order. Which elders can call William Ruto to order? If he can't listen to the president, he can't listen to the Kalenjin elders, he can't listen to anybody in the country. Who will entrust him with leadership? After we give him a leadership, who will stop him? Those of you who drive, you can't release the vehicle from the factory to go to the road until you are sure of the brakes. Where are the brakes for William Ruto? If William Ruto goes insane now, who can call him to order? Before we even debate whether he's ready for presidency or not. So let's be sober on this. William Ruto is not ready for presidency because he himself cannot control himself. His wife cannot control him. The community cannot control him. And that is why he should be kept away from the seat of power until he reaches a place where he can stretch his hand and we take him where we want him to go, not where he wants to take us. Sorry for those of you who will take that wherever painfully, but it's good for you to understand it. Namna hiyo. Bwana Boni, kuja, karibu.
Yeah, thank you, Bernard, and thank you everybody for having me on board. I'm coming on your live for the first time, but I've always been a keen follower, a very deep follower. I think from those early days, from 2013 to date, I've been a great follower of the channel, both YouTube and your Facebook lives. I'm coming to you live from Germany, and it's a pleasure to find that people burn all-night oil every day just to teach our people, to let Kenyans know where the world is going. I would want to contribute today because I saw the topic was really something, and yeah, there are 4 things to comment on, but I think the first comment really is something that has forced me today to come to be live with you, and that is the Ruto's concerted efforts and the cry in the last, I would say, from the day AZIMIO was launched at Kasarani, and that's the time that Ruto has been crying. What it means is very simple. It means that what AZIMIO is doing is they are doing it right. Because before the launch of AZIMIO, everybody in their Tanga team said Uhuru's support Raila was non-consequential. But now you can hear that has become their main topic. In fact, Ruto sells no policy. For the last 1 week, he is not talking about bottoms up. He's not talking about anything relevant to his old useless policies. He's put his talk around Uhuru should let me face Raila. I'm going to beat Raila if Uhuru is not supporting him. So that means he's accepting that now Uhuru's support for Raila is something so huge in this campaign. This election is going to be won by the AZIMIO simply because they have been very consistent. And why we are supporting AZIMIO is not because Raila is the one taking charge of it, but it's because we are all appreciating the work that Uhuru has done to our country. Some of us in 2013, 2017, we could not support Uhuru in whatsoever. But we realize that he has seen the country as a country. We are seeing his development ideas all over the country. And that's why when he says he would want to see his legacy being carried forward and having Raila on board to be that person who will take his agenda forward, then we have no reason not to support him. So why is Ruto complaining? One, the activation of the Red Army in the central region is something. Today I saw in Nyandarua when Cecily Kariuki and Kimunya had a wonderful rally, quite full. The Red Army is really activating. And this also brings me to the point whereby Jakenya was asking, why is it that AZIMIO is not rolling out campaigns in the central region? I think my own thinking, I think Uhuru is preparing the ground by having the Jubilee Party reactivated, because he would want to go to the ground with an army receiving him on the ground, with the leaders on the ground who are running in the party as the aspirants for Jubilee, and having activated the membership and the leadership of Jubilee on the ground. This is what Moses Kurias of the world, this is what Rutos of the world didn't see going to happen. They thought Jubilee was dead, and so the UDA, the Moses Kuria parties, the TSPs thought they would take advantage and rule and control the central region. Red Army being reactivated, however late as others might say, they forget 1 week in politics is a lot of time. And so we have seen a lot of defections from UDA running back to the Jubilee party. We have seen a lot of young people, leave alone the former leaders or the leaders who are serving in the current parliament, those who are in the UDA. We have new brains, we have young people with clear minds, clean history, who are running in the Jubilee ticket. And these are the people who will activate the ground, after which Baba and Uhuru will have a good ground to step on. Now with the banner of AZIMIO, and we shall have a great campaign in the central region. So Kenya, hold the horses. AZIMIO is coming to the central region. Number 2, the running mate choices. I think this is a card that every coalition is trying to hold on their chest. But I think if today you heard what Gachagua is saying, it tells you something. It tells you that they are trying to play some cards to hold the Western region, to hold Mudavadi and Watangula in the team, because they are feeling these guys are not comfortable in this setup. And so when you hear Gachagua saying that, they're trying to prepare the minds of central people that, yeah, you know, we might even give this out and then Ruto can still win, because if you vote him and Mudavadi maybe to be the number 2, we can still win. So it's not that he wants Ndindi Nyoro to be the deputy, because we all know Ndindi Nyoro is a nobody in that structure. Therefore, what he's doing is to start preparing the central region and see the responses. If at all, the central can accept to give out the number 2 to the Western region, which we all know would mean something to us in the AZIMIO. And also to the AZIMIO, I think for us, let's give ourselves a moment, let Raila come back to the country. I think tomorrow, I would say today. And then after which, we're going to see the talks that will come in that very week, when we know when their arrangement with Kalonzo and Rais would come more clearer to all of us. Then we can tell where we are going. But I think AZIMIO stands a better chance of holding their numbers, not really being divided as much with the choice of the running mate. But on the other side, they have a bigger problem than us. But in this topic, it affects both of us, if I would be very honest. Number 3, Kenya Kwanza in Muranga. It was okay, but we saw the coldness. We didn't see the motivation. If you see Ruto campaigning up to almost 9 in the night, my friends, it tells you something is not correct. Something is not okay. These guys are really having the heat. They are feeling the heat. They have been hiring their goons, or I would say hiring their supporters, transporting them. And as Guru said, if you see people coming there all dressed in yellow, in both capes and t-shirts, it means they're mobilizing. They don't have organic crowd. So let's not be scared with the crowds. Let's not be scared with the crowds. Let's continue doing what we can do. And I want to talk, as a Luo, I want to talk about something about Moses Kuria. I think Moses Kuria is not anything. He has always got himself overrated. Some people got him overrated. Moses Kuria has got nothing to sell. He is irrelevant. And what he's trying to do is to use the old tactics in the old campaigns that are not going to hold waters in this current stage of it in our country. The abuses of not circumcised, or so is circumcised, or Raila's eyes are bleeding like tearing like a dog's eye. These are useless abuses that cannot take Moses Kuria anywhere. And what I would tell you as the AZIMIO supporters who are in this platform, let's give Moses Kuria the least of our attention. Because the more we give him attention, then he thinks whatever he says is hurting us. Let's focus our goal on the main prize. Let's focus our goal on selling the policy. Somebody here mentioned that we should take a day just to discuss about the AZIMIO policies. Let's articulate them. Let's explain them in the simplest terms for the people to understand, those who are following this channel, who can again have that disseminated on the grassroots. so that people can understand what we stand for and what the other groups stand for. They stand for abuse and they stand for crying like babies about who should let them with Raila. I mean, let's take another dimension. Let's take more time to discuss on our policy to really disseminate what AZIMIO stands for. Let's stand out. Let's not respond to each and everything. We are used to this abuse of uncut. I mean, it has been there. It's not new, guys. I don't know why it is hurting most of us so much. Let's give Kuria the least of our attention in this regard. And then Nairobi campaigns. I was happy the way the whole week has been, but I think there's something. Let's also comment on something that we think they can do better. It doesn't look good when sometimes we see people fight about the microphones. I think there has to be a bit of an organization whereby there's a way it flows. I mean, we have a lot of aspirants who want to be seen. So if it means just saying your name and where you're running and what you're running for, let it be for everybody. Not that somebody feels I'm not given a chance or I have to fight for the microphone. It might give some bad picture. Though it is normal because people want to be seen and to be heard, but we can have it in a more organized manner. That would go down very well with our supporters. Otherwise, guys, I think Bernard and the team, Mutembei TV, what you're doing is great. And let's keep the conversation. I think I would say you've done a lot of shaping the opinion in our country. Mutembei TV, I can't even compare to those big media houses. This is the place to be. And this channel shapes the opinion. And so let's use it correctly. Let's not use those vulgar languages. Let's show that we are above the belt. When they go low, we go high. May God bless you guys.
Thank you so much, Bonnie. We appreciate that. And we are given to see to it that we do our part in ensuring that the historic elections go the right direction. And Kenyans should not, nobody should take advantage of Kenyans' ignorance. Wakenya wajue ili kila mmoja afanye uamuzi kutokana na kufahamu, sio kupapia tu ama kurukia. Haya, imesemekana public demand, wanataka Maulidi aongee. Maulidi namna gani? Maulidi, you unmute, the mic is beside your name.
Hello.
Hello, vipi?
Unanisikia?
Yes. Kabisa tunakusikia, karibu.
Habari ya nini?
Salama kabisa.
Mimi, I don't want to be either AZIMIO or Kenya Kwanza. I just want to be I want a better Kenya. With Ruto and Raila, there's nothing wrong. They are both competitors, and it is healthy to compete. About Ruto, I think the guy where he came from and where he is, when Bernard, you say that he doesn't listen to anybody, I think you are not fair. At least he has been listening to somebody. That's how he has grown. Secondly, from political sociology point of view, when you have three candidates that you don't know their background and all of them want to be the president, you usually go back to the unit of society. You bring their family on board. Who has raised the best kids? How are they? I think they are not failing. My problem is not either AZIMIO or Ruto. At least we will have one winning the elections. But my problem is with the current president. You can support somebody, sit back, give him resource, and do all that. This is a person who has interest in this country. This country is just a private entity belonging to him. So, Ruto being what you said, speed and moving too fast, you have seen his enterprise or business enterprises will not be healthy with such persons. So maybe he's going for this old man, and his business is just to protect. It's not about the interest of Kenya. Now, coming to Mr. Raila, I want to look Kenya after he wins. You look at Kenyatta, it's as if he is running the way he wants to popularize Jubilee, running up and down. all these parties in these 29 parties is the one who brought them. So the Mzee will not be happy tomorrow. That house will be controlled by him. We'll have two options: him to be given problem as the president, or Raila will behave like the Machiavellian theory. Those who brought you to power have the ability to bring you down. So you hit them hard and they don't accept all those things they are talking about and run the country. And if he does that, again, these guys will connive against him. So the country will be either held hostage by the Kenyatta and these alloys of party, or if Mr. Raila tries to get rid of him, again, he will have a problem. So me, I'm worried about this AZIMIO, how they're coming together and everybody promised. Otherwise, me, my worry is how this president is running he has run the country and he wants to run the country again. So for Ruto and Raila, I think they're doing the best. Everybody is looking for that seat. May the best win. Again, I want to warn you about two things. These opinion polls, These opinion polls is either paid by Ruto or the Raila team. So they will never tell us the truth. These are just try to sway on both sides. Secondly, for this platform, it's a wonderful thing, but to me, I could have wished you bring a lot of people on a different opinion so that the majority looks for AZIMIO, so that you improve on your weaknesses. But if the whole team is coming from the same place and you're all in AZIMIO, you'll be just clapping for yourself. You will not progress. So the best thing is bring people with a different mindset so that you can build on that and you help AZIMIO team to go ahead and allow the Mzee to be the president. Otherwise, I wish you the best.
Thank you, Bwana Maulidi. I have two questions for you.
Yes, sir.
How did you get here?
Well, I just go through YouTube.
Yeah.
I saw that chat and then just clicked on the web.
So nobody invited you, you just, I mean, we have never talked outside this, have we?
Yes, I talked to you one time.
I mean, to get into the platform, anybody can come in. So we don't recruit people to come in and talk AZIMIO.
You know, the problem of Kenyans, once they chat here and see majority, they don't come here, I don't mind. I don't belong to anybody. I will listen to you. I will listen to the other team. Me, mine is to have a better country. I don't worry. And I don't trust politicians.
There's no problem, Bwana Maulidi. Thank you.
Politics, politics is...
Hold on. You are casting aspersion that this channel has the majority of AZIMIO, and we are bringing in AZIMIO people to sing the AZIMIO song. That's what I want you to understand. Nobody has prior arrangement on who comes on the channel. We all start this show like people who met on the market and began to talk. Whatever opinion that is shared is as everybody thinks.
Yes.
I don't know you, you don't know me. We don't pre-plan this kind of show. That's why you must appreciate the fact that we do not recruit AZIMIO people, or we did not chase away UDA people.
I get you right.
Secondly, on the issue of the president and the campaign, what is unconstitutional about the president leading the campaign?
Well, it's not about constitution. Is what is driving, you know, a human being, they say, what is morally good, And the point of when you are talking of something good, they see man is selfish by nature. Uhuru's run here is not for Raila. He has his own selfish interest.
No, God, Bwana Maulidi. Uhuru is still the president of this country. And he has been president for 10 years. This is the 10th year.
Yes.
So, if he has been evil for Kenya, is it the time when Raila is president that he will be more evil?
He has been evil before even.
If he's been a president and he has not posed the danger to the country, is it when he supports Raila that he becomes dangerous?
You know, we did not talk about Uhuru before this campaign. so you can say that I've never liked his method of ruling even before. The other thing
How?
is, yes, how?
Explain yourself. How does Uhuru being powerful after he has become president become dangerous for the country when he has not been dangerous for the country for 10 years when he has full power as president?
I've never liked his modus of operandi even before this campaign. He has put us in a lot of debt, and the last 5 years he has been just a dictator doing this the way he wants things to be done.
So it is your liking and disliking that you want to turn to be Kenya's constitution.
Of course, I'm giving my perspective as a neutral Kenyan. That's what I've said. The other thing is sometimes
I put it to you that you are not neutral and you have a personal problem with the Uhuru Kenyatta, and that is something that you need to sort out between you and Uhuru Kenyatta. But
that should
Kenya
not affect
Kenya as a country has no problem with Uhuru Kenyatta and his leadership, and he has all constitutional right to support whoever he wants and lead the campaign for whoever he wants. Whoever has a problem with that needs to go and check the constitution. We can only hold against Uhuru Kenyatta when he violates the constitution or endorses somebody against the constitution. But if he's playing within his constitutional right, you let him have his constitutional right just like you're exercising yours. Nobody should curtail another person and tell him he has to go this way because he's that.
I get you, Bernard.
Yes.
What I can tell you,
yes,
today you are happy with that kind of vote. I'm not saying it's unconstitutional. Politics is like prostitution. It has a lot of resemblance with. I want to see you after maybe the second term of whoever, if Raila comes in, and I will assure you will speak differently. That said, done. What I want to do is that, you can also speak of yourself. Listen, aloud. I was listening. I was listening. I was listening to you. Just to give me time, You can only speak about yourself.
Your language is one thing, number one, okay? Associating politics with prostitution is not the perspective we need to take. Number two, the date you are giving me with the Raila presidents in wherever after August 9th, we gave it to you. We gave it to you, Jubilee guys, in 2013.
No.
And
no, I have no problem with Raila. Wait for Uhuru.
Whatever we are suffering now is not anything new. And then when we decided to support the Jubilee government, it was on that pretext. Kuna wale walikuwa wanataka kukata serikali ya Jubilee iishie njiani. Tukasema hii safari tunatembea pamoja, tufikishe mahali mlitoka asubuhi na mapema kutupatia huo uongozi. Na saa hii hatutoki, let Uhuru finish his term and we should be happy that you voted for him and made him president. And the people who made him president are all over the cars shouting, I am the one that made him president, I am the one that made him president. So let them enjoy that presidency. And after that, allow us to enjoy the other presidency when power has changed hands.
Thank you.
Yes.
You have taken my time. You are the one lecturing me. But I'm a student of political science. I'm not the one who wrote that. Go to books of political science and they'll tell you politics has a lot of resemblance with the oldest profession. It's not absurd that I'm using that up. Those are the fathers of politics. Lastly, now that you have lectured me on that, what I'm saying, I have no problem with Raila. I want you to see Raila and Uhuru working after August. And maybe we will talk as friends and you will see what I'm talking about. You see, resources is never enough. Are you getting? Even Ruto and Uhuru, those two could not agree. Simply, this is about the business and the resource of this country. Now, with those 29 and Uhuru campaigning the way he's campaigning, let's wait and see how they share resource. I'm there to see if, inshallah, all of us will be alive. Thank you, brother.
Thank you. Mr. Guru, you have a question?
Yes, I would want to ask our brother here. When you go to the elections, I've heard him talk about personal interests. I would want him to particularly say what are these personal interests that he's talking about that the president is going to secure that he has not secured so far. Number two, I would also want him to ask him whether he's aware that it's not that every president must behave like the other, because the way he's approaching is what propaganda we've been hearing, that Kibaki just went home silently, and that kind of thing. I think one thing he should tell us is whether there's any problem at all, because from where we sit, there is no problem. This is what happens the world over. Departing president actually campaigns for the incoming one. It's only in Kenya where it is made a taboo. I don't know by who, but we are breaking this now. The other thing that this man should tell us is he's talking of being neutral, yet what we hear from him is a biased view in favor of UDA. Is UDA position the neutral position? Those three questions.
I wish to answer them like this. Uhuru got what he wanted, and he has turned this country from the milk industry to the bank industry, and everywhere he has gotten what he wants. However, for those enterprises to succeed, it needs political protection. That's one. That's what he's looking for. And actually, why he resettled Raila is the economic sanction Raila announced in those days that has really hit him below the belt. Secondly, there is nothing wrong with Uhuru supporting anybody. What I don't want is Uhuru should come and support Raila with all the resources he wants and support Raila. That's beautiful. But he is campaigning and building collusion for himself. He is spending money to make sure Jubilee gets the maximum MPs. You see this guy with this Jubilee and the way he's running, that's the problem I have. I have no problem if he supports Raila with all the money and those things. Lastly, the world over, parties like America, Obama supported somebody in Democrats. He never went across and supported a Republican. Supporting like that for the first time in the world history. A sitting president with his party as the government crossing to the opposition is allied in the politics of political parties. That is the problem. He could have supported Dr. Ruto. He could as well pick the other Duale or any other person to be his leader. But these are different parties. That's what I'm trying to say. That's the problem.
So Maulidi, your problem is that when you are in opposition, you become a less Kenyan.
No. Parties are based on ideology.
That's exactly what I'm saying. If Uhuru's ideology and Raila's ideology met and agreed, who are you to cast aspersion that they have different ideology?
How do they met? These are the guys who are abusing themselves in 2017.
It's a question I'm asking you. They have worked together in harmony. Are you going to support somebody who undermines you? You as Maulidi, will you support somebody who undermines you?
No.
Just because you're in the same political party?
No.
Good. So if you're in business and you're doing business against my business, I will not come and support you. But if I have somebody who is in business and can support my business, I'll cross over and help team up with that person so that we do business together.
Very good. There are 8 million Jubilee members. If Ruto misbehaved, why don't you pick somebody else?
You don't have, Uhuru is not limited to Jubilee. Uhuru is the president of Kenya and he knows what is good for Kenya. If in his wisdom he saw that Raila can deliver better than William Ruto, it is William Ruto to prove to us that it's otherwise. Because William Ruto has worked with Moi, he worked with Kibaki, and everybody has worked with, had a problem with him. So It is the common denominator. He should be coming to defend himself, not say these people to defend him.
I have no problem him leaving Ruto. Ruto can go under hell, but he picks somebody else.
That's why
Jubilee.
I'm telling you, democracy requires that everybody has the liberty to choose which side to belong to. There is nothing wrong, absolutely nothing unconstitutional. Uhuru choosing to work with Raila. Whoever has a problem with that, he should go and appreciate the fact that Kenya is a free Kenya. It's not the old Kenya where you are controlled how to think, how you speak, where you go, who you associate with. That time is past. We are in the new Kenya under the new dispensation of the new constitution.
Bernard, you know, I was answering a question. I was answering a question. I was answering a question.
Order.
Stop. I was answering a question.
Let's move on. Thank you.
I was answering a question.
Ngoja Maulidi. Ruben, what I say?
I'm trying to support what Maulidi is saying. Sometimes when somebody is supporting ODM or is supporting Baba, we forget about the laws of this country. Don't you think that there is the political parties act that Uhuru Kenyatta is contravening, because Uhuru Kenyatta is a leader of Jubilee. Now that he is supporting Baba and he is from Jubilee, what do you think? Number two, I have appeared in this platform once again, and it was just taken like that. But I think Uhuru Kenyatta is supporting William Ruto in one way or the other, whether we like it or not. Liberty dictates that a person should express his mind, and this is my mind, that Jubilee government have underperformed. They've done too little for this country. We are suffering under Jubilee government led by Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto as president and deputy president respectively. Therefore, knowing that we've underperformed and we've made Kenyans to suffer through the debt that we've taken left, right, and the center, somebody decided to come to Baba's side. Now that he has come to Baba's side, majority are whipping Raila Odinga with the whip that they were supposed to have whipped William Ruto with. I am of this opinion that sooner or later we will come to discover that Uhuru Kenyatta Baba's campaign, no matter how much we speak about it, is making us to lose more than we are gaining. But because we just want to see it as we want, let's continue cheering. But at the end of the day, we are being whipped because of him that messed our economy. That is my opinion. And I think he is contravening the Political Parties Act. If you want to support ODM, you are supposed to leave your party and come to ODM. You can't be purporting to spearhead another party's thoughts from your party. That is not a...
Now, Ruben, I don't know which act you are reading, because the relationship between ODM and Jubilee is that they have a coalition called AZIMIO, and that's what brings Uhuru Kenyatta into the picture. It's not that Uhuru has joined ODM. ODM has joined Jubilee.
Is it registered? Is that coalition registered, Bernard? Are you sure?
No, it's not registered.
Then what? He is contravening the law.
Order, you guys. You people, it seems you are...
No.
The AZIMIO coalition, okay?
Yes.
After the signing of the deals, you are supposed to deposit at the register of political party.
It is not registered. It's not deposited.
Who says that? Well, when did you check the registration details? And of course, even if it's not registered, okay, the agreement between Jubilee and ODM is in the light that they are in the coalition called AZIMIO La Umoja. okay, which has by now have 21 parties, political parties, from the latest information. And whichever way, I don't see anything wrong with Uhuru Kenyatta supporting William Ruto, or Uhuru Kenyatta supporting Raila Odinga, or Uhuru Kenyatta playing Raila Odinga in favor of William Ruto. It will be nothing new under the sun. At the end of the day, who are the losers? Who are the gainers?
ODM. Because we are carrying them back.
ODM has suffered many things. I don't think this one will be the worst of them. So
Baba is
our greatest worry right now, Mr. Ruben, should not be protecting party interest or personal interest. We should be protecting Kenya's interest. And if this country goes wrong after this, okay, it will take us another 50 years to bring it back on where it's supposed to be. All the same, I would want us to look at it critically. What are the political capital does Uhuru gain by supporting William Ruto? What are the political capital does Uhuru gain by supporting Raila Odinga? Why would a president go public in declaration of his support and begin a campaign for somebody when he is playing him? The narrative of trying to reduce Raila's influence has been around, and it was propagated by UDA for a long time. They are cutting Raila to size. They are removing the NASA so that Raila can be small, then can be controlled. That's nothing new, unless there is something new you are bringing up.
Mr. Bernard.
Bernard, give us Bernard. We talk too. We want to ask you questions.
Okay, go, let him respond and then you come in.
Okay, Mr. Bernard. One thing we must understand is, one, I, Ruben, support Raila Odinga with all that I have. That's simple. Bottom line, I'm AZIMIO, ODM, life supporter, full stop. Number two, Jubilee government have got baggage, a huge baggage, negative baggage. These people, knowing that they could be whipped seriously in 2022, I think somebody decided that he should go to Raila's side, so that all the man can be smeared to Baba through the quote-unquote handshake, which doesn't exist. I believe, civility dictates that people mind.
Bwana Ruben.
And I think that is what Maulid is trying to say.
Let's do this. Let's do this. Mama Selina, you have a question?
Was for Maulidi. In America, he talk about America. George Bush, the former Secretary of State, the late, support Obama, and then George Bush support Hillary Clinton and support Joe Biden, and it was Republican versus Democrats. So that one haiwezi kufanyika. Ingine naona sasa Kuru anataka kuingia hiyo kama ingekuwa hivyo vile anasema, na tumesema in 2 weeks TPUT amekuwa akilia akisema, kwanza walisema kura ya Uhuru 1, 2, 3 is nothing to them. Tukasema ndio. Uhuru akasema sawa, siwezi lazimisha watu wanifuate, but I will talk 2 or 1 people. Sasa amefanya hivyo. Sakana 3 sahi Central, unaona Kirinyaka 50 continentals walikuwa na support UDA, wote wametoka wameenda Jubilee. Today in Central, every village watu wamerudi kujirecruit kuingia kwa Jubilee ili sasa watoke. Maulidi anasema kwa nini Uhuru anatoka Jubilee anashikana na Raila? Instead atafute mtu ingine amsupport. What is the problem? Raila ametoka ODM amekuja AZIMIO. These are the coalition parties. Wanakuja kushikana vile Kalonzo ametoka hata yeye ameingia. vile Mudavadi na Wetangula wameingia kwa ilikuwa UDA, saa hii inaitwa KKA. Why can you talk about that? Kenya ni ya kwamba tangu multiparty hakuna chama moja inafaa kuongoza Kenya. We come together, we form the country and we work. Hatutaki chama moja itakuwa strong ya kunyanyasa watu. So Uhuru Kenyatta na Jubilee anachipanga, alafu Central Kabogo, Martha Karua, hii mwendasimu anaitwa Kuria, Kiunjuri, wote wako na vyama watashindana Central. So hata hiyo UTA kuwa na kiti moja Central, it is difficult. So what we are doing here, tukikuja na maneno ya maprofesa na masomo ni mzuri, lakini tukienda ile ya wamama ya mboga ile wajaenda shule, wanajua ya kwamba sasa Kenya hatutaki chama moja kubwa, tunataka tukuche kidogo kidogo kidogo, tuchase kibaba, tuchunge Kenya. Thank you.
Okay, respect. I hope it's a question.
Yes, it is a question to Maulid, but also in reflection to what Ruben was trying to raise. Maulid, how are you?
Fine, thank you, bro.
You're good, yeah. I'm fascinated that you are a political science student, and you seem like you have a good brain and a good mind. Your thoughts though are a little bit troublesome for me. Kwa sababu, do you have a voting card?
Kabisa.
You are a registered voter. So let me ask you, if I come to you and I say for dinner today is ugali or mchele, and I say that is what is on the table, will you refuse to eat either because you don't like either? That is one. Don't answer it now. You can answer it later. We have a saying in Kiswahili inasema mfata njia mbili upasuka msamba. You are probably familiar with that. What happens if you refuse to take either of those, or you try to take two of those? You are presenting your case ya kwamba both of those roads are faulty. So you are standing at the junction. You are not taking any of them. And so you are deciding not to vote for either. Mind you, not voting for either is voting for one of them. Voting for one of them is not voting for the other. So you are making a stand by not making a stand. That is one. Number two, Uhuru support Raila because of shared interests, whatever those interests are. They could be personal, they could be political. He has a right to do that. Now, whether he is supporting Ruto or Raila is not the main bone of contention here. It's who is going to continue doing the things that he has set forth, the things that he wants to see the country progressing in. If you go to a company and you get hired, okay, you are the CEO of that company, and that company is Kenyan Enterprise. Just hold on, I'm finishing. You'll get your chance to respond. Hold on.
Just ask a question.
I'm finishing.
Ask questions.
I'm asking you the question, okay?
Yes.
When you have a subordinate, okay, who is always looking to fight you, who is always looking to be insubordinate and not following your directions, when you are about to leave that company, are you going to recommend that insubordinate junior to continue with your work when he's been fighting you on the job? That's my question.
Yes, thank you. I will answer you like this. I had no problem. It's not the way you are putting it. Here, you either vote Raila or Ruto. The point where I was at the crossroad is not that point, is where Uhuru supports Raila, and at the end of the day, Uhuru doesn't get what he wants Raila to do, and adopts the Machiavellian way that those who brought you to power have the ability to bring you down, and then he hits them hard, and they take a different trajectory of building Kenya. The 29 parties will start coming and fighting, and there will be chaos in that government. The other side of the coin is where Raila accepts what Uhuru is saying and the other 29 parties. The Republic will be at a crossroad, because serving the interest of those guys, we are serving the private interest of Uhuru, if Raila accepts that, plus the others. Number three, whether Ruto or Raila or Uhuru, as a citizen, I have also my interest to see a better Kenya. But I don't want to see the interest of few being only furthered, like the interest of Uhuru, Raila, or the political class. That's not serving Kenya. They have their own interest and they're agreeing. At that point, I'm at a problem. Are you getting me?
So, Mr. Maulidi, I think what you are offering is all speculation, probabilities, which can either be right or wrong.
That is my perspective as an individual. You guys have your own.
And then you are making it your sole responsibility of denying Uhuru their interest in order for Kenya to get her interest.
Let me tell you, me, I'm persuaded as a student of political science, there's nothing called the interest of Kenya. All these guys are serving their personal interest, and anything positive that comes is by accident. Let me take you to the truth. These guys are just serving their interest.
Thank you for bringing up that. And let me just finish this. Kenya's interest includes every Kenyan, including Uhuru Kenyatta. Okay? So if Uhuru Kenyatta interest is served and Uhuru Kenyatta is a Kenyan, I think there's a degree of Kenyan interest that has been taken care of.
No, I don't agree with you.
Okay, Uhuru is not a Kenyan.
Hold on,
Yes.
What is good for this country is what is good for the majority. Uhuru is one person, and the majority of us, you guys included.
Who is the majority here?
Majority, even you included, you don't know. You don't know your interest here, that these guys are serving their own interest and not the interest of.
Assumption. That's an assumption. Because
that is not.
If there was personal interest, the people fighting right now are the ones fighting for their personal survival. They want to use the country as the shield, of which they have been denied. That's why there is an outcry everywhere. The handshake was an inconvenience to a personal interest. That is why it's a problem. But the handshake was needy for the country. That's a country interest. And so when it comes to a country interest, when they cross with personal interest, the country interest runs the day.
True, Bernard.
Now, the agreement between Uhuru Kenyatta and Raila Odinga has been good for this country at this point in time. And if it's perpetuated with goodwill, it will deliver better than this other horse that wants to run with the country for his personal gain, his personal ambition. He vowed that he will be president, and he wants to be president at all cost. In fact, Kenya runs a greater risk serving that interest than when there is collected vested interest. When you have 15 people who have taken loan each in banking, I am a trained banker, it's better to give 15 people 1 million each than give 15 million to one person. Why? Because the probability of these 15 people, each one bringing back 1 million, is higher than when one person has 15 million and he defaults to pay.
Bernard, I want to lock out, but I will advise you the final thought, because of your so much about AZIMIO. First, I will promise you I will vote for Mzee Raila. Number two, when Raila wins, let's get kama utapiga sufuria mbili ya ugali, and you will get what I'm talking about. Ruto is serving his selfish interest, so is Raila, so is Uhuru, and so is all the political elites. Mimi na wewe tukutane, nitapigia baba kura, lakini hiyo siku tukutane kama utapiga sufuria mbili ya ugali. Good night, guys.
No problem. Tutachoma mguu ya mbuzi pamoja. Thank you very much. Now, naomba hivi. For the purpose of progress, wapi. Jakindu Bay. Jakindu Bay. We dadi leo unanitesa, nitakupiga fine na wewe ndio chairman wa fine.
Ameondoka kidogo, narudi dakika mbili tu.
Okay, thank you for the information. Asante. Aya, Raphael, is it Tuju?
It's Raphael Utolo.
Utolo. Utolo,
Yeah.
inatoka wapi huko?
Utolo.
Yes.
Inatoka Kenya.
Naona. Na hiyo Kenya iko karibu na kwetu. Karibu basi. Toa maoni yako.
Okay, asante. Okay, I'm privileged for the first time kukuja kwa hii platform. I've been watching you guys and this show is just amazing. Nasalimia Jakindu Bay hapo. It's my uncle.
Habari sana Oldi. Habari yako Oldi?
Nzuri. Nilikuona
lakini ndio hivyo tu. Asante sana.
Okay, ni sawa. Back to the to mada we have today. Okay, about Moses Kuria, I think if he's a student of history, he should know that we need to appreciate other people, our culture, as we respect other people's culture. So hii mambo ya kutairi ama kutotairi, hiyo ni mambo ya culture. So ukiwa na yako, ushukuru, na ya wenzako heshimu. Heshima ni kitu ya maana kabisa. Then ya pili ile ningependa kuongelea ni mambo ya His Excellency the President Uhuru Kenyatta. By now I can call him an elder, and that is why he's giving the Mount Kenya guys and the country at large direction ile tunafaa kuenda. I think maybe I wasn't there by then, but I know Uhuru and Ruto, they knew one another back around in the 90s. Let's say around 97 when Uhuru came into elective politics. So if he tells us today that this guy is not fit to lead this country, he's been with him long enough to come to that conclusion. Because I know they worked together before the elections of 2002 and after. They were even in the Orange movement. Wakakuja hapo, then they parted ways somewhere around 2006, 2007. Then wakajikuta tena kwa hiyo serikali ya Grand Coalition. They worked together mpaka wakati Kibaki alienda, then wakarudi tena kwa hii serikali ya Jubilee. So he's been with this guy long enough to know uzuri na ubaya wake. So I don't think the direction His Excellency the President is giving ni mbaya. And I think more so, the mountain guys, he is just giving them direction. I know some may not agree with him, but maybe after 10, 15, or even 2 years, the guys will be saying, oh, kama tungekuwa na Uhuru, ama kama tungesikiza Uhuru, saa hii kungekuwa hivi na hivi na hivi. Ingine nataka tu kuongezea, lakini tena kumalizia ya kwamba Ruto, this guy, whoever he's worked with as his senior ama mkubwa wake, labda they don't end up well like with Moi. May the Almighty rest his soul in peace. Alikufa kama hawaongeleshani, anaenda kumuona lakini anafungiwa. Kwa nini? Why? Then they worked with Raila. I think Raila fired him at around, was it in 2010? Yeah, I think around that nini, but Kibaki saved him. Then now he's on loggerheads with Uhuru. So ni mtu msumbufu tu na haheshimu wakubwa wake. Okay, those are just my submissions. Nitaendelea kuwasikiza na kuona kufollow. Ni hayo tu.
Asante sana Bwana Raphael, tunashukuru kwa maoni yako. Naomba sasa tulete mzee Jakindu Bey.
Asante sana Bernard.
Leo umenitesa sana, utapigwa fine. Ni vile tu Alex hayupo.
Kwanza kabla hujanipiga fine, nataka kusema kwamba nataka kuwaomba wote wale ambao tuko kwa studio kwamba tunashukuru sana hii Mtembei TV. Kwa hiyo inatakiwa tutoe msaada, inatakiwa tutoe sadaka kwa Mtembei, ndio tuzidi kuwa na njia ya kuwa na majadiliano vizuri hivi. Kwa hiyo nawaomba wote wale tuko hapa studio na wale ambapo wako huko mtandaoni wanatusikiliza, tujaribu sisi wote kwa niaba ya Mtembei tuzidi kuiunga mkono kwa kuwatolea kutoa msaada, kwa kutoa mchango, ndio kila kitu iwe ni bora, matangazo yawe mazuri. Kwa hiyo nawaomba sana msisahau hiyo tafadhalini. Sasa nikija kwa mada, nataka kusema kwamba yule jamaa alikuwa anaitwa nani? Ana jina lake, nimesahau jina lake.
Ana Maulidi.
Nataka kumwambia kwamba bwana Maulidi ni mtu ambaye anapotosha, ni mtu ambaye anapotosha watu, kwa sababu akisema kwamba ana problem na Uhuru, hakuna mtu ambaye, huwezi kutendea watu wote wema, mtu kwamba watu wote watakubali na kitu ambacho umefanya. Hakuna hakujaonekana. Hata Bwana Yesu ambaye alikuwa anawatibu watu, alikuwa anawaponya, hao watu walimsulubisha, walimuua mwishowe hao watu. Kwa hiyo kusema kwamba Uhuru atafanya kitu ambapo kila mtu atakubaliana nayo, hiyo ni uongo, kwa sababu hata huyo bwana Raila unamuona ameteswa kwa ajili ya Wanakenya wote, lakini unaona watu wanamcheka sasa kwamba ana jicho moja ambalo linatoka maji. Wale watu wanamcheka na hali hiyo, nguvu ya kumcheka imetokana na juhudi zake, hiyo macho yake hiyo. Kwa hiyo huyo jamaa ni mtu wa kupotosha, kwa sababu lazima uchukue msimamo. Kama hujachukua msimamo, we ni mtu ambaye una mwelekeo wowote na husaidii nchi yako. Katika hii nchi yetu ya Kenya wote tuko na interest. Lazima sisi wote tukitaka nchi yetu iendelee, kila mmoja awe na interest. Hauwezi kusema eti ni Uhuru tu ndio ako na interest. Inatakikana sisi wote tuwe na interest. Katika hizo nchi zingine ambazo tunasema ni ziko na utawala bora, ni kwa sababu wananchi wote wako na interest. Kila mwananchi ana interest ya nchi yake. Kwa hiyo kila mwananchi ana jukumu la kutoa maoni, kutoa msimamo. Kama ikifika wakati wa kupiga kura, ana msimamo. Hauwezi tu kukaa vile anasema sijui mara huyu atafanya hivi. Mimi vile nimemuona ni mtu wa UDA, kwa sababu watu wa UDA ndio huwa wana msimamo, na anaanza kuzungumza hivyo, alafu mwishowe unakuja kukuta kwamba yuko ni mtu wa UDA. Huwa wana hiyo hali ya kujificha. Hiyo haitatusaidia. Lakini nataka kuambia hivi, hii kitu nataka kuambia kwamba nafikiri mumesikiliza wakati wote kama Uhuru ama Raila anahadithia zile masaa walikaa kuzungumza na kujua nchi yetu iliwacha reli wapi. Nataka kuhakikishia kwamba kile kiapo ambao walichukua watahakikisha nchi wamerudisha kwa reli, na wale watu ambao wanashuku watakuja kuona baada ya tarehe hiyo 9 kwamba nchi yetu inaelekea wapi. Hawa jamaa wamechukua msingi na wamechukua msimamo ambao itaweka nchi yetu katika reli mahali ilikosa reli. Wanairudisha pale ilikuwepo zamani, pale ilikuwa inatakiwa iwepo, ndio tupate maendeleo. Hawa watu ambao wanasema hawajui kwamba umoja ndio nguvu. Lazima tuwe wamoja, na wamoja ni lazima uijenge, na hiyo ndio Rais Uhuru na Raila wanajaribu kufanya. Kwa hiyo wale ambao wanataka mgawanyiko waangalie vile matamshi wao. Kwa mfano kama Moses Kuria, unaangalia anakejeli Uhuru, wanamkejeli Uhuru, wanaenda kwao, wanamtusi, wanatoa maneno ya kashfa yasiyofaa. Unaona, alafu wanasema anasema Wajaluo, manake anataka kuleta vurugu kati ya Wajaluo na Wakikuyu, jambo ambalo wamekuwa wakifanya ili kuleta mgawanyiko. Hiyo sasa hawatafaulu, wameshindwa. Kwa hiyo utaona kila mara watajaribu kutupa maneno hapa na pale ya kufanya hawa watu kuleta vita na kutoelewana kati ya Wanakenya, lakini nafikiri wakati huu hawatafaulu. Kwa hiyo mimi naweza nataka kuwahimiza Wanakenya na kuwaomba Wanakenya wote, hasa vijana, msisikilize hao maneno ya hao watu. Wameishiwa na sera, na mtu akiishiwa na sera huwa anaweza kujiweka katika hali ya ukabila au hali ya udini au hali ya sehemu anayotoka, kwa sababu hawana sera. Kwa hiyo msikubali maneno ya kupotosha kama hayo. ya kuleta tafaruki kati ya Wanakenya. Msikubali hata kidogo. Sisi tunachotaka kama Wakenya, tunataka umoja ili nchi yetu iweze kupata maendeleo yale ambayo tunayataka. Tena hatuwezi kubali kwamba Kenya iongozwe na mtu kutoka Rift Valley na Central peke yake. Hiyo haiwezekani. Hiyo haiwezekani, na ndio maana president aliona hiyo shida, amesema haiwezekani, na ndio kiongozi amewaambia watu wake open, kuambia pana, huku tunakoelekea ni kubaya, ni upumbavu na ushenzi, hatutaki hiyo namna style kama hiyo, hatutaki, sio sustainable. So hiyo ni jambo ambalo alifai. Nikizungumzia ujuu ya campaign za Azimio la Umoja, ni kampeni ambazo zinafanyika vizuri na kwamba watu wanaitikia, na kampeni za Azimio la Umoja zinafanyika kote nchini, na mimi hiyo inanifurahisha sana kwa sababu viongozi walisikiza mawaidha ya president. Aliwaambia ni lazima, kama wewe ni kiongozi, ni lazima uongoze wenzako, uende waelezee kinaganaga kwa nini unaunga umoja, Azimio la Umoja, kwa nini unataka tuende upande huo. Kwa hiyo ni jambo la muhimu. Hata sisi ambao tuko kwa hii platform lazima tuelezee watu wetu na jamii zetu wote kwamba umoja, Azimio la Umoja ndiyo njia ya kipekee ya kukomboa nchi yetu kutoka katika hali ya kuwa ati sisi ni third world. Tunataka tuwe katika dunia ya kwanza, tutoke kwa hii dunia ya tatu. Asanteni sana. Asante Bwana Bernard. Bwana Oldi, habari ya Nairobi? Ametoka. Asante Bernard.
Isatoka. Thank you Jakindube, we appreciate that. I want to bring in Ruben. Ruben, nuko gizani? Okay.
Sima zimenicheza hapa kwangu leo.
Pole. Karibu utoe maoni, lakini kabla hiyo naomba tusikie hii video kwanza.
UDA grassroots coordinators from Kirinyaga County have defected to Jubilee Party. Interior PS Karanja Kibisho, who welcomed them to the Jubilee Party, says the political ground in Kirinyaga is shifting.
That is our volition, personal volition. So when you feel that you're not comfortable in one house, you shift from that house to another one. Na hiyo ndio nilifanya juzi. Nikatoka TSP kwa sababu mimi sikutaka tuende UNDA na ikae hapo to see president. So I had to come to my party, which is Jubilee.
Leo hii na timu yetu ambayo ilikuwa inasimamia UDA katika Kirinyaga district, tumeamua leo hii tujiunge na chama cha Jubilee. Juu tumerudi nyumbani. Hii ni chama ya Central na ni ya Kenya wote, na ndio tumeamua turudi nyumbani. Tuachane na chama ya UDA.
Nimesikia jambo lingine la intimidation juu wale watu wako kwa hii mashindano ya kisiasa ni lazima wajielezee. Saa zile wameanza kupoteza wafuazi wao, na ile njia tumeona siku hizi za karibuni inakuwa convenient kwao, ni kusema intimidation inafanywa na Kibicho. Nataka niseme hivi, Kibicho ni mfanyikazi wa serikali mwenye anajua sheria, mwenye anatii sheria na mwenye anaheshimu demokrasia ya nchi hii. Tunajua kila mtu ako na uhuru wa kujiunga na ile chama anataka. Kila mtu ako na uhuru wa kutembea mahali anataka. Kila mtu ako na uhuru wa kuongea mahali ile kitu anataka. Juu kama haujavunja sheria, hiyo freedom of expression iko. Na tumesema hakuna vile sisi tukiwa wafanyikazi wa serikali tutakuwa gagged. Tusikue tunaweza rudi nyumbani, pia tuongee na watu wetu, tuwaelezee vile nchi inaenda, tuwaelezee juu kuna uchaguzi, ile maswali wanafaa waulize, na hiyo tutaendelea kufanya.
Police officers in Kisii County have met to
Okay, thank you. Ruben.
Thank you, Mr. Bernard. Ninashukuru kwa kunipea nafasi hii. Although niliingilia hapo katikati nikakuwa na problems kidogo na watu. I was just expressing myself. Mimi si mtu wa UDA, mimi ni mtu ya ODM, mtu wa hapa karibu kabisa. Stronger than anyone else here. Well, kulingana na maoni yangu ya running mate, hii ninaona hapa AZIMIO Consolidating Nairobi, na hii story ingine ya Leave Raila to me ambayo Ruto anasema ndiye aweze kumdash. These are just tired stories, zile ambazo unatarajia tu mtu aongee. From the beginning watu wa KKA walikuwa wana lend ya kwamba now that Sagana 3 imekuja, the president has gone and he has gone with only one vote. But we must all understand that the sitting president is not just a human, but he is an institution by itself. He has a huge following, and there are people who listen from him to his word. Ukijaribu kuangalia county ile mimi ninakuwa na interest nayo sana, county ya Nyeri. All political leaders wale ambao wako bunge, both in Senate and in National Assembly, it is only Kanini Kega who was re-elected. Wengine wote ni greenhorns, ni wageni, na hakuna mtu amepigiwa kura mara mbili huko except Kanini Kega and the Senator Engineer Ephraim Maina ambaye alikuwa mbunge wa Mathira, na wote wana support baba. So all the newcomers ndio hao unaona wanarukaruka wote, especially I'm talking about Nyeri County from the governor downwards. Then ukijaribu kuangalia hawa watu ambao wanajipiga kifua, most of them have been made what they are today by the president. The like of Gachagua is a first term member of parliament. He was the personal assistant to Uhuru Kenyatta, and now ndio huyo anajipiga kifua ni kama ameishi bunge miaka 30, which is not true. Ni miaka 4 tu ako nayo bunge, and he has never been there again. So hawa watu wote ukijaribu kuangalia siasa za Central Kenya, major decisions are made 2 to 3 months before election. Ndio nyumba ya Mombi huwa inaitwa, and they make one serious declaration. Hata hii story unaona ya Kiambu, the moment ya watu wataenda, hii story inaitwa nomination. Hawa watu wote kina Kuria, Kabogo, Waitito, Njango and the other one watashindwa story ya nomination, na hapo watatawanyika. Hii stories zingine zote unasikia wakati running mate atatangazwa, ambaye tunaona ni coming from Central or Meru kwa AZIMIO. Hao wengine kuna story ya Mudavadi factor, and then there are others wale ambao wamepost kupata hiyo kiti ya running mate. Hiyo ndio itakuwa ya kujenga ama kuvunja hiyo chama mnaita ya UDA, and the higher probability is that we are going to disintegrate than it is going to be stronger. Kwa hivyo, on ground, Baba is doing well, according to me. But we should not sit on seats of comfort and encourage ourselves, because almost all of us here, we support Baba. And at the same time, we should not engage any person with a contrary opinion. We should also give them time. We listen from them, people from UDA and other parties, so that at least we can know our weaknesses, as the guy who just left Maulid opined. Number 3, I don't think how some opinion pollsters came to some findings that Ruto can get anything beyond 20 or 30% in Nairobi. Somebody opined that Ruto's supporters can just be put in 2 buses na warudishwe kwao nyumbani. Na hiyo story isha namna hiyo. There are too few in Nairobi. Anybody who placed Ruto anywhere beyond 20% in Nairobi is just lying to himself. That is Baba's bedroom, and it has always been like that since. For now, we have a very serious problem in the community where I am right now. I've been doing a lot of work to campaign and mobilize people to ODM and AZIMIO, but things are too difficult. And the major problems that I'm facing in this place is the same zile nilikuwa ninasema hapo nyuma, ya kwamba kiboko kile baba anachapwa hapa si kiboko yake, ni kiboko ya mtu mwingine. Not unless strategically kuwe kuna vyenye baba anajua kile hatujui, because he's senior in politics na ni mkubwa yetu. But let me leave it that way. But we are losing more our supporters because of Uhuru Kenyatta. I'll contribute some more. Thank you. Thank you.
Bwana Ruben, thank you, Bwana Ruben. You know, politics is not telling people to believe a certain way or vote a certain way if they don't want to. It is winning them over. Now, I think the people voting for AZIMIO and supporting Baba, they are doing it more of a cause to stand by, other than just following a particular direction given by a particular leadership. So anybody who says he will not support Baba because Uhuru is supporting Baba, unaona ni mtu akona excuse fulani anatafuta cha kusema. Na cha muhimu ni tuelewe kwamba we have a stake in this, and everybody should play their bit to see to it that we end up with a majority vote at the end of the day. We will not win over every Kenyan to vote for AZIMIO, but we should get the majority to do so wherever we are, in whatever circumstances we find ourselves in.
Bernard.
Yes.
This is Ruben. Bernard,
yes.
We stand to benefit more. We stand to benefit more now that Uhuru Kenyatta is supporting us. He's the president of this nation, and there are so many positives from him. There is so much to benefit from the president, the sitting end of seat. In fact, every vote counts, and we like it that way. I was just expressing views of the people from this place. That is why I was opining that majority of the people in this platform should come out clearly to come down here grassroots wanjaribu kueleza mambo zingine, because it is becoming too difficult for us to explain some things, na lazima tutafute hizi kura. Mimi nilitoka kazi zingine huko nikakuja huku mashinani niweze kutafutia baba kura door to door. That is what I'm doing, even using my own resources. But now tukikaa kwa platform ya TV na nini na tuambiane uongo na tuanze clap when things are not working well, we are doing the service to Raila Odinga. That is what I'm saying. Uhuru Kenyatta coming to support Baba is good. That is all right. But we must know the truth. Mimi sina haja ya kudanganyana kwa sababu sasa nina benefit nini kidanganyana. I'm just telling you the truth. Guys, we are being whipped because Raila Odinga is being supported by Uhuru Kenyatta. Simple, and that is the narrative that is being sold here. Watu wanasema ya kwamba Uhuru Kenyatta akona interest, akona sijui nini, sijui Fuliza, sijui Brookside, sijui Uhuru Kenyatta and all that, then Raila Odinga is going to support and provide him the security and the leverage to continue milking our country. And that is the narrative which is being sold at the ground.
Okay, so I get your point, and that spells out that we need to do a lot of civic education. On the other hand, the DP announced today that he will take care of Uhuru's interest. So, which is which? Because the DP said Uhuru should not be afraid. He judged me harshly. I am the right person to take care of his interest. So, this interest of Uhuru, is it that under Raila it will be more safer than Ruto, because everybody is vowing and promising to continue with the legacy of Uhuru and to protect Uhuru's interest.
Bernard.
So that narrative on the ground seems to be divided.
Bernard.
No, Bernard, what I was trying to say is, before you come in, let me
Ngoja Ruben. Yes, Jakindube.
Nataka kumwambia Ruben, hizo vitu Ruben, kwa nini Ruben aelezei watu kuwauliza kama Uhuru ako na Brookside? Kwani Brookside haijaandika watu kazi? Tusi hizo ni cheap propaganda. Hizi interest, Ruben, wewe uko na interest ya Kenya. Uhuru ako na interest ya Kenya. Kila mmoja wetu ako na interest. Hakuna mtu ana interest ya Kenya. Sisi wote lazima umwambie huyo mtu, hata yeye lazima awe na interest. Sisi sote tukiwa pamoja, hiyo ndio tunataka tufanye kazi pamoja. Hatuwezi kusema sasa Uhuru tunamtupa wapi. Hata Kibaki bado ni Mkenya, bado yuko hapa Kenya. Tunataka kila mtu to pull together. Hizo mtu akisauti kwamba Brookside ananyonya, Brookside si ameandika watu. Hiyo Brookside inanyonya watu kwa njia gani? Si imeandika watu jamani. Kama mtu anakama.
Thank you, Jackie Dube. Naomba hivi Ruben.
Yes sir.
Naomba respond, and I also want us to understand us. We are 5 months to elections. Yes. Now, shaping opinion, it will take time, like you are saying, and of course hard work. But we should also appreciate that we will not be able to convince everybody. Kuna watu ambao wamemezeshwa kasumba ambayo itakuwa ngumu kuwabadilisha. Cha muhimu, we get the majority.
Mr. Bernard, thank you, fellow panelists. What I was just trying to say is this. Majority of us here in this platform are celebrating what is happening now in AZIMIO La Umoja Brigade. But what I just wanted to explain to you is the reality on the ground and the narrative that is selling. Mambo yale yanaendelea huku chini ni kwamba Uhuru Kenyatta ako na mambo yake personal, maybe personal businesses, personal investments and all that Raila has sworn to protect immediately he takes power, which is okay. No, even hata mimi niko na my own interest zile ninataka zikuwe taken care of, hata kama ni ndogo, hata kama ni kuchunga mbwa yangu. But now what I wanted to say ni hii. Immediately after this platform, tutoe conversation kutoka kuongea kwa platform, tupeleke story on the ground, because Baba is not going to win by just explaining our ideas and all this on this platform.
Okay, thank you Ruben. Naomba hiyo point tuachie hapo.
Yes, just
tukiendelea kuichimba, let's understand that we have different spaces and we are placed in different spaces for different purposes. Kuna watu ambao watafanya kazi kwa ground, sisi tutafanyia hapa kwa platform, na kuna wale ambao tuta influence from this platform to go to the ground, and then like the different sections are going to vote differently. So kuna, of course, kutakuwa na sehemu ya Mount Kenya that will go against Uhuru Kenyatta, others will go the side of Uhuru Kenyatta. At the end of the day, we shouldn't take it as if it's do or die. At times we have to let go and let others also breathe. Now, before I bring in Ancestor, there is this this webcam guys. What are they up to? Why do they want to hack this channel? Wameanza kunisinya sasa. Now there is this opinion poll I want us to look at, and then nani comes in. Info track. Sijui ilikuwa lini, lakini nataka tuangalie. Political party popularity. Okay. All right. And then there is this other one on the, I hope everybody has gotten that on the screen. And then we get this other one. Aspirant of choice. Raila Odinga at 52, William Ruto at 29, Kalonzo 1, the rest are below 1. Undecided 16%. This other one was popularity of party ODM 46, UDA 24, AZIMIO la Umoja 51, Kenya Kwanza 23. I saw that looking at a little bit realistic than what we are being fed on, in the pretext that there is a neck-to-neck competition between UDA and AZIMIO, or Raila Odinga and William Ruto. So as we continue with the debate, we will need to weigh on the same and give our view as we proceed. Ancestor, njoo ndio tumlete huyu Kiprotich. Bueno.
Yeah, asante sana Mr. Bernard kwa kunipa nafasi ndio angalau nichangie kuhusu mada ya leo. Unajua nimeingia mapema, siingiangi masaa yako mara mingi kwa sababu mi ni mtu wa Temba, sisi ndio wale tunafunganga studio. But ningependa kuambia Ruto Kari, wakati ninapoongea ukiona ninaweka koma namna hii, sometimes unajua tumezaliwa kitofauti tofauti. Hata Biden, president wa America, na yeye sometimes in fact uanga anakatakata.
Ancestor, one moment. Yes. Jakindube, what is it?
Kusalimia tu Ancestor.
Okay. Ancestor umesalimiwa.
Nimekubali Jakindube. So Madam Ruth, unapoona ninaweka koma namna hii kwa maongezi yangu, ni mapenzi ya Mwenyezi Mungu. Huenda hiku nikamata kabisa hiyo ugonjwa, iliniachia tu njiani kidogo, but all in all tunashukuru Mungu, si mapenzi yangu kuweka koma wakati ninapoongea. So I hope my point imefika vizuri nyumbani cause nimeona I have seen your comment. Ningependa kusema kuwa Maulid, nimesikia Maulid akisema kuwa all parties who have joined AZIMIO coalition, in fact baba akichukua uongozi, huenda they are going to give him headache ningependa kumwambia namna hii Maulid na Wakenya wenzangu kuwa Jubilee iliundwa na more than 10 parties, na hizo 10 parties only one person ama wale principals out of 10, 11, 12, 14 wale wenye waliunda Jubilee, it is only one person who has stand out, ambaye ni William Samoei Ruto, kuwa yeye ndio anapinga his boss. Others, the likes of Kiraitu Murungi and what have you, wote wamekuwa wanyamavu, wamepatia Jubilee wakati mzuri mpaka imefika kiwango hiki. William Samoei Ruto, sababu yenye mnaona anapatia Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta shida namna hii ni kwa sababu ya tamaa ya uongozi. Greed for power ndio inasumbua huyu bana ambaye anaitwa William Samoei Ruto. So Baba's Azimio, as long as Baba akiingia na apate adhere to agreement vile iliwekwa, sioni kana kwamba kuwa hizo 21 or 24 parties ambao wamejoin Azimio watampatia shida. Alafu secondly, ningependa kuadvise jamii yetu kutoka Luo community, soon you are going to get a visitor ambaye anaitwa William Samoei Ruto. Atakuja kwa amejaribu pale Mount Kenya kuongea mabaya, ndiposa maybe chaos ziwe pale, ndio watu waseme kuwa it is Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta ama Baba ndio wamefanya nini, ndio wamesend their supporters to disrupt their campaigns na nini. So ninajua huyu Moses Kuria watakuja Kisumu. So wewe kama uwezi ukastahimili insult za hawa viongozi, please my advice ni ile usiende kwa mkutano yao, wewe stay at home. Lakini kama utastahimili cheche na matusi za hao viongozi, cause wanakuja Kisumu, I'm telling you, be prepared. Wanakuja Kisumu na huenda watapeana insults. So my urge to you, usiende kurusha mawe, usiende kuleta fujo, kwa sababu wewe ndio utakuwa umejipeleka kwa hiyo mkutano. Ukae unyamaze, warushe insult zao, alafu jioni wataondoka, kila mtu atarudi kwa familia yake na apewe ugali alale, ama atarudi hotelini mahali ambapo atakuwa ametokelezea. So that is my advice, because I know wakimalizana na Mount Kenya, pass stop yao itakuwa lazima watafika Kisumu. And my urge to Baba supporters, to Kenya Kwanza supporters, please, mambo ya insults inastahili tujaribu jinsi tuwezavyo kuachana nayo, because hii mambo ya kutaka create animosity si jambo mzuri kwa huu wakati. Alafu ningependa tena kusema namna hii kuwa the issue of Milan nimeipata vizuri sana. Milan nilisikia akisema kuwa time has come for us tuanze kuarticulate issues ambazo zina pertain the 10-point agendas ya Baba. So mimi hiyo tu ndio nitaguzia, cause nitakuwa kwa studio mpaka tufunge. Sitaguzia chochote kuhusu hii topic ya leo, nitaiguzia baadaye. Nasema namna hii, Baba is going to inua jamii ama kupeana ama kuensure kuwa pesa zimefika mfukoni through 6K, na hiyo 6K itaendea the 2 million households ambao in fact they are in need for cash, so that they can be able to put to put food on their tables. Alafu jambo la pili, Baba Care. scaling up of universal health care pilot program to the rest of the country, Raila Amolo Odinga in fact ataipeana. Jambo lingine, kazi kwa wote, job creation program with investment and juakali sector and other micro and macroeconomic stimulation skills. Hizo ni baadhi ya zile virutubishi ambazo ziko coined kwa 10-point agenda ambayo itakuwa ndio manifesto ya baba. So niko kwa studio, sitaki kuchukua muda mwingi wenyu. Back to you, my Apple chairman or my Apple speaker, one and the only Mr. Bernard.
Thank you so much, Ancestor. We appreciate it. We move. We listen to Kevin, and then go back to Respect as we wait for new people to join. There's still a chance for somebody to join. Those of you that want to join, Kevin, unmute.
Okay, hello again. Kile ningependa kusema pia, kuna mtu hapo awali alisema kwamba ukiangalia like Ruto na Uhuru they were having same ideological alafu Uhuru akaamua kuunga Raila mkono. Tukumbuke hapo awali 2007 to 2008. From there, what brought together Uhuru and Ruto ni ile mambo ya ICC. Hakukuwa na mambo ya ideological eti wako pamoja ama kuna kitu wako pamoja. Kitu waleta pamoja ilikuwa mambo ya kesi ya ICC ndio waweze kushinda hiyo kesi ya ICC. So after hiyo kesi ya ICC iliisha, so ndio sasa true color imekuja. So ndio maana saizi ukiangalia Ruto vile ana behave is not the same vile Uhuru ana behave. And then another thing, ukiangalia kule Marekani, there is nothing wrong as sitting president kuunga one of the presidential aspirants mkono. Kumbuka hawa pia ni watu. Kila mtu akiingia kwa siasa akona political interests, akona personal interests. Vile hata mimi nikiingia pale lazima utakuwa na personal interests. So hatuwezi sema like mtu akiingia pale atakuwa na serve maslahi ya wananchi peke yake, awache kuangalia pia maslahi yake mwenyewe. So ni vizuri tukue sober pale tunaposema like ati fulani na fulani akiingia pale anaingia for personal interest only. The thing is as wote wakiingia pale kila mtu akona personal interest, but kuna wale hawatachukua ile fursa kuinua uchumi wa wananchi, kutumia ile fursa kuinua uchumi wa wananchi. And then another thing ningependa kusema, ukiangalia Kenya Kwanza, they're playing on a very dangerous line, and the reason why I'm saying so is this. Ukiangalia 2007 to 2008 post-election violence, most of the things that triggered those violences zilitokana na yale matamshi wanasiasa walikuwa wakitayatamka before elections came. Some of them walikuwa wanasema like they never believed like they can be defeated. In elections we should get there like anything can happen. Si ukishindwa ukubali, ukishinda ule mwingine pia kubali. It's not a matter of like nikishindwa sasa nitakufa. There will be another day for you also to win. Na ukiangalia Ruto is a young person. Is a young person. In fact ukiangalia siasa yake vile mimi naiona kwa sahi, he is fighting like there is no other day. Like ni kama amefika mwisho, like hana time nyingine ya kuja kuwania urais, which is which is a very dangerous position. And then another thing ningesema ni kwamba ni ile as in kitu ina matter in politics is all about votes. Watu tunaweza discuss hapa tuseme tuko na watu, tuko na numbers, but the most important thing is ni numbers. So sisi wale wenye tuko Azimio tujaribu kuambia wale at least watu wajaribu kupiga kura, sababu kura ndio itamata at the end of the day. Tuseme hii narrative watu wanaanza kusema as in this time round now maybe we are having the system. There's nothing of such kind. The first thing is tupige kura tushinde, kwa sababu most of the time tumekuanga tukipiga kura tunashinda. So wamekuja na hiyo narrative like saizi eti Azimio kuna system, so that watu waanze kurelax wasiende kupiga kura and then washinde. Yeah, that's what I have.
Okay. Thank you, Kevin. Thank you so much. That's a good one. Baba can only win when everybody has gone to the booth and voted. So usivote na mdomo, hakikisha unalinda kitambulisho chako, unalinda kura yako, na siku ya kupiga kura ondoka mapema. Mimi nakuanga kwa line 4 am. Hiyo siku nitakuwa kwa show, nikimaliza show hivi napiga kura kabla nirudi kuendeleza show. Tutakuwa na 48 hours that particular day. All the same, thank you so much. Let's I think before we bring respect, tumsikilize huyu Orinda kwanza. Orinda.
Hi everyone. Bernard, how are you doing? And the entire team.
Niko salama. Naona gani wewe?
Nashukuru Mungu.
Naona ulirudi base.
Niko base. I'm following. I've been following. Before I make my submission, please allow me to appreciate a few comments from Kevin Getuba and the ancestor. Good pieces of advice for the Azimio supporters coming from them, and we appreciate that. Also, allow me to get back to an issue that was raised by Azimio supporter in Meru, Ruben, if I'm not wrong, who was trying to bring to our attention that things are not getting well on the ground, that is Meru. But how I wish he gets to understand, there's a point that was raised by Jakindu, and it was very categorical in terms of the issues that he was raising of interest and all those things that have been raised by quite a number of guys. That at any given point, any society and for the sitting president, leader who has been in this country. Yes.
Orinda, you have some feedback from your end. Unasikiliza TV ama nini? Zima hiyo nini?
Actually, not TV. This place is very quiet. Ni ya kazi tu. I hope it is now okay.
Yeah, that's
Thank
better.
you.
That's better.
Thank you. I was saying that the guy Ruben, who had just spoken, who said he's in Meru and is worried about what is happening on the ground. I don't know what worries he has, and he is there as a representative of Azimio and for Baba for this case. So he needs to put in efforts to ensure that he's able to sell the agendas of Azimio to this team, to the ground, to ensure that he is able bit by bit to transform these votes and bring them to Azimio. The Kenyatta and especially now the president, the Kenyatta businesses and interest, whatever they would want to call them, has been there in this country time memorial. And you can't tell me that an investment that is there for anybody, be it a private, Uhuru Kenyatta is a private contributor employed in this country, let alone him being the head of the state. So any business that he has, just like any other Kenyan and any other entrepreneur, any private entrepreneur, he has employees. There are people benefiting across the divide from the entire country. who are employed in these particular facilities and companies. So that is a narrative. That is a very cheap narrative that is being sold out there, and anyone who would buy that is someone who is, I think, is sick in a way. Out of that, getting to the issues that the topic of the day, just shortly. I think AZIMIO consolidating Nairobi. AZIMIO Nairobi has been an ODM zone for that matter, and the fact that Jubilee and the ODM are now going to vote in one block, we are expecting to see a lot of quite a number of posts, if not all, these elective positions coming to AZIMIO, and it will be a good thing because this is the heart of the city of the capital, and we are expecting to have all the leadership aligned to AZIMIO. So bit by bit, the issues that are happening, and in regard to the videos that you just played before, I think that was Muranga or something. In the near future, we are going to see a lot of issues at the mountain. I'm telling you for a fact that it will be clear that UDA will be remaining with one place, and that will be part of Rift Valley, if not all. Wait and you will see the exercise that will be going on, especially when the president will finally hit the ground, which I know he will. And at the end of the day, you will see how Jubilee will rejuvenate itself at the mountain, and everyone will be turning to AZIMIO. And Julia normally tells us here that the mountain will finally, if not all, quite a number of them will turn to AZIMIO just in the near future, or even a day or three or some few days to election. So we are hoping to see a lot of movements. That will be a plus for us, just to ensure that we consolidate all our votes and put them in one basket. The running mate dilemma is not an issue to me. AZIMIO is an organized team, and they have all their plans, and all their exercises will go as planned. If you might check well, before even AZIMIO came to be realized, you could see the body language and even the dress code of Baba way back, and that color for that matter, the blue that you are wearing on Bernard, that blue. From far, we could see the body language that something was coming, and this guy, this gentleman, Gwambu Mwenyewe, that guy sees far, and the body language and even the dress code would tell you that something was on the way cooking, and finally it came to be. So I'm not worried. We are keeping on and wishing them well. Just we need to keep on working hard and ensure that at least we turn on a daily basis, we turn at least one voter, convert someone to vote in our favor. Thank you for now. Thanks.
Okay, asante sana. Yes, Harun.
Yeah, Mr. Bernard.
Yes.
Mute nipeane hii point. Thank you so much. Ningependa kusema namna hii. Wakati wana wa Israeli Musa alipokuwa anawatoa katika nchi ya utumwa ambao ni Egypt kuelekea Canaan, walipofika jangwani wakaleta shida. In fact, si wote waliingia Canaan by the leadership of Joshua. Hata sisi vile tuko hivi Mount Kenya, sio eti 100% AZIMIO inaweza chukua. So hii notion ya kusema kuwa eti sijui we are losing or doing what, in fact mimi sina shida as long as Baba in fact atapata more than 3%, alafu afikishe either 60 or 70, whichever. That is a plus for us. So Ruben, hiyo statement yenye alisema kuwa in fact sijui Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta kwa sababu ako na makampuni, maybe atakuja kuunga mkono baba, itakuwa sasa baba atakuja kuangalia interest zake. Sasa Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta kama angeunga William Samoei Ruto mkono, still William Samoei Ruto angechunga interest za Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Alafu at the same time sasa hivi William Samoei Ruto yeye mwenyewe akuna mali tofauti na ameajiri watu. That does not mean kuwa hata Raila akiingia uongozini ataenda kudemolish zile vitu zenye William Samoei Ruto ameacquire legally. No, ile kitu yenye iko usoeva mwenye anaingia uongozini kama mali yoyote ya Mkenya aliyapata genuine, iko tu sawa. So watu wasije wakauziwa hiyo narrative kuwa eti baba ataenda kuchunga mali ya Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. As long as Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta kama ni Brookside aliipata katika njia mzuri, hakuibia mtu, record ziko sawa, baba lazima achunge mali ya Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta cause yeye ni Mkenya kama mimi vile ni mimi nikiwa na my card, lazima kiongozi yote mwenye ataingia uongozini achunge hii paka yangu. Thank you so much, Mr. Bernard.
Okay, thank you Arun. Naomba hivi tuende kwa nani? Nilikuwa nimepromise respect. If you have something you can say now in a minute or two, and then Kasuti ni mzee wa kanisa, atangoja kwanza tumsikilize Julia kwanza, alafu tutarudi kwake. Wazee lazima waheshimiwe. Okay, like respect is not there. Julia, how are you today?
I'm doing good, Bernard. How are you?
Great. You're welcome.
Hi, Kasuti. Jana, Bernard, wale wazee uliwacha hapa, sijui walitembea wapi kwanza. Uliwacha wakipigana. Hata nikasema leo wazee walienda wapi kwanza ndio kakuja kwa studio. It was only me and Maggie who was sober.
Everyone report.
I think you should ask them what happened while you are away.
Kasuti kuja nyuma ya tent.
Kasuti yako kuwepo, uliza Julia. Kasuti yako kuwepo.
Sawa.
Mimi Mungu wangu ananipenda, ananiambianga.
Sasa uchunguzi uanze moja kwa moja. Kibicho, na wacha nimpigie Kibicho simu.
Asante Bernard. So just kuna mtu aliongea hapa akasema that Uhuru is supporting Baba for his interest to be protected. First and foremost, this propaganda against Uhuru, sijui itaisha lini. Unajua, there could only be one first president in Kenya, that is Mzee Kenyatta. And we cannot all be in Uhuru's shoes. We could not have been Kenyatta's children, all of us. At least Kenyatta lazima angekuwa na wanawake, na sisi wengine ni wafuasi. So Uhuru is a prince. He's been born in a monarchy. So he doesn't even have to invest so much to be rich or to be wealthy. He's born wealthy. Iyo lazima tukubaliane. And if he has businesses, and those businesses are legal, watu wa Mlima Kenya tuache wivu. I think we should get off that. Tuache wivu. If he has legal investments, those are legal. And if Baba protects Uhuru's interests, it's okay if Baba protects them legally. So this thing of telling people that ati Baba anapoteza kura Mount Kenya, kwa sababu he said to be protecting Uhuru's interest. That's a lie. The other thing that it's a lie, when he was trying to tell you that on the ground, when you people were talking, I mean, a few hours ago, I called my sister. She had gone for a funeral. And hii funeral si ya mtu mwenye anajulikana. It is in Kiharo constituency, huku kwa Didi Nyoro. Akaniambia the aspirant wa Jubilee alikuwa kwa hiyo funeral na alikuwa ametumwa na Uhuru because na amesema analipia huyo mtoto, one of the children, school fee. And my sister was saying good things about this aspirant. And my sister 2 months ago, karibu tukosane juu ya Uhuru na baba. But now she suddenly changed. My auntie today also called me and she's telling me how many good things Uhuru has done. And about 2 months ago, we stopped talking with my aunt because she was on the side of UDA na mimi pande ya baba. So the truth is, the ground is changing in Mount Kenya. Sasa my sister was praising that man ati ametumwa na Uhuru. He's an aspirant of Jubilee. Amesema atalipia huyo mtoto school fee and people like him. This day, watu wanasema wataki. In fact, my sister ended the conversation by saying, people they don't care about parties here now. They are looking at personalities. Ukisikia people, when they start saying they don't care about parties, know that they are shifting allegiance. So these people trying to tell us that Uhuru is being fought because he's supporting Baba to protect his interests. That one, don't buy it. And I don't even think that person who was saying that he's campaigning for Baba in the Rakanidhi, I don't believe him that he's campaigning for Baba. He was just acting here to be campaigning for Baba, and he wants to please us. And he was campaigning Baba here on the platform, trying to say that on the ground things are very bad. So I won't buy that. I'm sorry, Bernard. Another thing I think I had Bernard saying, I think, it was just about Uhuru's interest and all that. Yes, I heard Bernard saying that Ruto said atalinda Uhuru's interest. Sahii ndio Ruto amegundua kwamba atalinda Uhuru's interest. It is suddenly he has gotten a touch. I don't know from where. Some spirit has touched him and has made him realize that he has a wonderful touch that has made him realize that he needs to protect Uhuru's interest. And I'm also surprised that the last campaign Ruto went, hakuguza Uhuru. Yani, how unwise he is that he has spent the last 4 years plus months fighting Uhuru, and he has only discovered that is destroying his votes now. How unwise our dear brother Ruto is. So, but I'm sorry to say, it is too late. Ulitukana ndugu yetu, who for me, Uhuru is my elder brother. So you spent all your time, DP Ruto, insulting my elder brother. So there is no turning back. We can forget, but we can forgive, but we cannot forget all the nonsense the likes of Kuria and Ruto have been saying against our dear elder brother, our president Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. And now going to what he said, that leave right now, he's shifted to Raila. Madharau yake ametoa kwa Uhuru, amepeleka kwa baba. That leave Raila, to me, I thrash him. Ruto is very disrespectful. Kuna vitu hata huwezi sema kwa watu wengine, hata kama they are your competitors. This is very disrespectful, and this is belittling and demeaning. He's trying to demean and to belittle Baba. And this surprises me because even if we look at the previous elections, Baba has only been the only serious contender. And even in those elections, yenye Baba amesimama, we are not sure whether he lost or he won. Chances are that he won in some of those elections. And even in 2017, Uhuru barely made it above 50 plus. Barely made it above 50 plus. Sasa imekuwaje that Ruto thinks that Baba is a small man to say atimwachie mimi aithrashi? Where did he get that from? I just want to tell Ruto, because he pretends to know the Bible and to be a Christian, that the Bible also says that pride goes before the fall. Na Waswahili walisema aliye juu mngojea chini. Kwa hivyo aliye juu twamngojea hapa chini. Twagojea mwezi wa 8 tarehe 9 twamngojea hapa chini. Hapa tu. Tutakuwa hapa tu. We will still be called Kenyans, and we shall watch him come down and we shall remind him, remember you said, leave Baba to me that I thrash him. Aliye juu Bwana Ruto, mngojea chini, twakugojea chini. Pride goes before the fall. The running mate dilemma. This is really a dilemma, but I really don't care who is the running mate for KK. I don't know, they are called what? I really don't. They don't even have a running mate. And even if they appoint me, I would not accept be their running mate. So I don't even know who is they are going to be their running mate. And even if they decide that we are appointing Julia, I will not be a running mate, Bwana Ruto. So I don't care who is going to be KKA running mate. But for the AZIMIO running mate, I only have two people in my mind. I don't know what the members of this panel think. Maybe that could be a discussion, but I want to say my views. I think my views are valid. PK and PM. PK, that is Peter Kenneth, or Peter Munya, those, according to me, are the front runners. And why PK has his qualities of a running mate, because he has a lot of respect. I don't think atasumbua Baba. I think he'll back Baba all the way to achieve his agenda. And I don't think he'll be any controversial. I don't even think he's power hungry. I think even PK can let go presidency even for the next 10 years. I do not think that PK has any behavior close to what we have seen in the current government. Now, Peter Munya, on the other hand, is a go-getter. So Peter Munya, the advantage of Peter Munya is that he's a go-getter and he's bringing in votes from Upper Eastern. And I see a situation whereby by the end of these 3 months, Upper Eastern will be in the hands of AZIMIO, because Peter Munya is a go-getter. That man gets what he wants, and he's moving crowds. So the two people, I don't know what Baba is going to use to decide. I don't have any other person beside the two people. But for Baba, Baba only needs one person he needs two kinds of people. He may need a person who can take over for presidency after 5 years. He may need a person who can be president. Now that complicates the situation, because I don't know about whether Peter Munya and Peter Kenneth will be ready for presidency after 5 years. At the same time, Baba needs somebody who will support his agenda and will not disrespect him. Hatutaki madharau tena Kenya. Tumechoka na madharau ya Ruto, vile amefanyia hii madharau yake ndogo ndogo. Hapana, hatutaki madharau ndogo ndogo. So we want somebody who will respect Baba all the way. Akiitwa hata usiku anasema yes sir. Let me tell you something. I didn't share my story with you people when I began talking. But I think I mentioned I worked as a deputy principal Mutira Girls. Deputy principal ni kama deputy president. Unaitangwa usiku na principal saa 6, unaambiwa Madam Julia, kuna mtoto mgonjwa. Chukua gari la shule na driver mpeleke hospitali. Unasema yes madam. Usemi ati umeniamsha usiku. Unatoa night dress, unavaa nguo, unavaa koti, unaenda. The next day she calls you. She tells you, Madam Julia, I'm sending you to Keruwea town to do this. You say, yes, madam, I'm going. You don't ask her, why are you sending me? The next day she tells you, no, Madam Julia, that is how I worked. I worked like that for 5 years. I'm telling you, I worked like that. I worked under two principals. I worked under one she retired, the other one she came in. When the next one came in, she must have been thinking that I was going to be like sabotage her. No, I helped her bridge into the school, adjust into the school, link with the students, link with the teachers. And when she called me, she would just call me in the middle of the, Madam Julia, kuna shida hapa kwa hii dom. I would say, yes, madam. That is how to be a deputy of somebody. Hii madharau ndogo ndogo hatutaki. So we want somebody who will work for Baba like that with a lot of respect. And Peter Kennedy really qualifies. My only question is, Uhuru and Baba after that need to prepare somebody to take over his presidency. And maybe people from Mount Kenya will not like it when I say this. I really don't think that after 5 years, Mount Kenya will be ready for presidency. I still think that after Baba, all of us should have open minds, and our minds are open and we accept that. Now anybody in this country can be president and they don't have to come from a big tribe. as long as they are qualified. But for now, my front runners are Peter Kenneth and Peter Munya for AZIMIO. For KK, I don't care because they need somebody. Who will wait for 10 years to become president. However, not for 10 years, who will wait for about 100 years to become president, because even their presidential candidate will not even become president. So I don't have to think about the running mate for KK. Thank you, Bernard.
Right. Thank you, Julia. That is elaborate and clear enough. We appreciate it. Lazima tukubali mabadiliko. Kenya isonge mbele, sio isalie mahali ilikuwa. Elder Fred Kasuti. Ruto Junior ametoroka. Wewe Fred ndio you are to blame. Tulikuambia umshikilie mpaka
No. Kila mtu kila mtu akona haki na uhuru wa kuassociate, wa kufanya vile anavyotaka. Hiyo uhuru tulipewa na baba, so tunajifunia.
Toa maoni yako
akona for the benefit of Julia, let me start with this. Mukikuyu uria watenao kiratiriri oro na muthe oro mukuru ikaritha kuria kwa njungwa-ini mutine hau anafanya nini? Anaona mbali kuliko kihei ikiwa imepanda juu ya mti. Hawakuongea hivyo wakiwa hawakufikiria, walifikiria. Na ndio nimesema hivyo kurudisha akili zenu, to jog your memory, alafu niwarudishe nyuma. The person wale watu wanasema, wale watu wameshinda wakisema ya kwamba Kenyatta family acquired so many land. Kuna huyu mzee anaitwa SK Macharia. Huyu mzee alitolewa US na nani? Na Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, in order to come to facilitate land transfers from kwa koloni to kwa Wakenya. Na alisema si mara moja, akasema si mara mbili, ya kwamba whoever claims that Kenyatta family acquired lands illegally, kitu cha kwanza aende archive. Documents are there. How much was that land was being cost? Wewe ukisikia Raila alikwambia ati alipoanza ndio aanze biashara yake ya kwanza, alianza na pesa ngapi? Mzee Macharia alisema shamba yote yenye Uhuru Kenyatta, the senior Kenyatta aliacquire, alikuwa ananunua, it was not even 20 shillings at that time. Record ziko. Mwenye anateta aende archive. Mwenye anasema ati sijui nini koloni, wewe enda archive. Huyo mtu mimi niko na hasira sana na huyo mtu anaitwa Rigathi Gachagua. Anataka kutuletea hii mchezo yenye walikuwa nayo huku baada ya mzee kuondoka, wakaleta. Unajua yeye alikuwa anafanya vile master wake alikuwa anafanya. Wewe Mama Selina, Jackie Ndube mzee wangu, you know very well what ADIO and DC means at that time, those days.
Wacha nikwambie, Gachagua brother yake na Kachanja, commissioner of lands mwenye alikuwa Nairobi, na Ruto ndio walikuwa naipa mashamba Nairobi lands. Ndugu ya Gachagua ule alikufa na yeye akiwa DO, na commissioner of lands alikuwa anaitwa Kachanja, na ndio hata waliua secretary msichana msupport alikuwa anaitwa Anna, kwa sababu alikataa kupeana makaratasi. So hii mambo mnasema si ya sahi, watu waliipa ndugu yake hiyo mali yote wako naye, ni mashamba yenye walichukua Nairobi na Commissioner of Lands Kachanja. Pole kwa kukata.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for supporting. Ujanikata, you are supporting my point. Ili penalty asikie hii mambo. Asise, uwezi ukaitwa tu mzee wa kanisa kama hauna hekima. When you remember the days of Moses, unaitwanga mzee ukiwa unajua kwa nini, wanajuanga kwa nini wamekuita mzee wa kanisa. Sasa, waje nikuja hapa. Ile story ya interest ya Uhuru. Nikumbushe Julia. Julia, you remember very well. Wakati kahawa ilipigwa ikavunjwa na Moi, majani ikaenda kwa mtaro, vitu zingine zote zikaenda kwa mtaro. Ni nini ilibaki ikiwa imesimama Mount Kenya? Brookside. Brookside is more than 30-40 years old. Na Brookside, watoto wengi sana in Mount Kenya wamesoma kwa pesa ya maziwa ya Brookside. Paka leo hii hawajawahi chelewa kulipwa, hata kama ilikuwa inanunua maziwa kilo pesa haikuwa yenye inaeleweka sana kidogo, lakini hawajawahi kosa kulipwa, hawajawahi kosa kupeleka watoto shuleni. That's why ulisikia when Uhuru alikuwa Sakana 3 aliwakumbusha na akawakumbusha akaambia, nyinyi ongeeni na hawa vijana muwaulize ya kwamba wakati vitu zetu zote zilipigwa ni nani alipiga, na wakati wazee walikuwa wanatembea wakienda sokoni walikuwa wako na ujaziri, bonus ya kahawa imetoka, bonus ya majani imetoka. At that particular time hawa vijana wenye wanakimbia hapa juu chini wakisema kulikuwa kukaenda walikuwa wapi? Walisomeshwa na nini? Hawa vijana wenye wanakuja wakipiga siasa hapa, ile siasa mbaya, walisomeshwa na nini? Let me tell you, in Mount Kenya, those people who are supporting yellow fever people, they are young ones, the people who doesn't know about history, the people who doesn't want to listen, the people who doesn't want to learn about history, where they have come from, where they are, and where they're heading to. That's why unakuta in Sakana 3, the impact of Sakana 3, it is being felt right now. Wewe ukisikia, mimi hata sikufuatilia story ya Kenya hii mnaita sijui yellow fever wakiwa kule, kwa sababu hapa hakuna kitu inaitwa Kenya kwanza, hiyo tusidanganyane. Who is Ruto? Ruto is a self-made person. Ruto does never take orders from anybody. Ruto does not listen to anybody. So when you go to Ruto's camp, expect to listen. When he say jump, the only question you should ask, how high, sir? When he say go down, you should say, how will I bend, sir? But nobody, Ruto does not listen to anybody, does not condole, does not accommodate anybody, whichever how good you might be. Ruto is a self-made person. So I'm saying this because hakuna kitu inaitwa Kenya kwanza hapo, msidanganyane na mtu. Na to some extent nilisikia Waruguru akiambia Kiunjuri ya kwamba pole sana, wewe ulipokuja kwa NTC ulikaribishwa tu kama ulikuja kama wageni wengine. Thank you, you came. Akaambia kina Mudavadi vile walikuja kwa NDC, kina Kuria mlikuja tu as a guest. Thank you, mlifanya vizuri. Lakini ukweli wa mambo ni udaku bati iko na wenyewe. The likes of Kuria, the like of Kashagwa, the likes of Ruto himself, self-made man, a person who will never listen to even Rachel. How many times Rachel have been praying for this man to change, and he has never changed? Every day you see him holding a Bible, you feel like he's a principal to Jesus, but he's not. He cannot, and he will never be a principal to Jesus. Let me tell you something about Ruto, and tell you something about wakati mzee Manoa alikuwa amezeeka na Mungu akamwambia ya kwamba utaenda kupata mtoto, na huyu mtoto wembe isije ikapita kwa kichwa chake, na wala hata we mwenyewe usije ukakunywa very strong drinks. Alionywa. Baada ya huyu mtoto kusaliwa, huyu mtoto yeye hakujua kwa nini, hakuwa anajua agenda ya kusaliwa kwake, but the name malaika alimpea Manoa kumliita, alikuwa anaitwa the Nazarene, yani mteule. Huyu naongea kuhusu Samsoni. What does the Bible tells me? The Bible tells me that Samsoni aliua watu wengi sana, yani alikufa na watu wengi sana kuliko wala aliua akiwa hai. Here there is a diving bomb and here somebody he want to go with so many people more than he want to cause a greatest harm, more than the harm that he has ever made since from YK92 up to now, because we can track kutoka huko nyuma ile vituko vyote zimefanyika, but right now ni mtu anataka kwenda na anataka kufanya jambo kubwa sana kuliko hizo mambo zote. So wacha nirudi Mama Zelina uitwange mzetu wa kanisa, na Biblia ilisema hapa, na niko na hasira na kina nani na kina Penalty
I hope you
na
are
Themba.
not in Kenya.
Niko na hasira na Penalty na Themba. Waliposema jana, nilikuwa najaribu kuwafuatilia, lakini pole sana, network yangu ilinisumbua. Sasa nilikuwa nataka kuwasumbua nikiwaambia, nyinyi tuliambiwa the only are we the polygamous children of God or not? That hiyo swali nataka Bernard na Themba mtanijibu, lakini sasa it's not in this forum. Mtanijibu. So wacha nikuje kwa point ya running mate. Kuna mtu aliongea hapa kuhusu blue. Mimi tangu niingie ODM imekuwa na kala mbili. Wale watu hawajui, blue inakuanga kala ya ODM na inakuanga underground, ilikuanga ina play chini ya maji, na ndio nikasema mzee akiwa amekalia njungwaine mtiine anaonanga mbali kuliko kihei ikiwa imepanda kwa mti. So ukiona Raila amekaa pale chini ya Orange House, anashinda ule mtu amepanda juu ya KICC. Akiwa amekaa tu pale hapa hili hapo Chungwa House, anashinda ule mtu amepanda juu ya KICC. Hii kala, hii narrative ODM, Orange Democratic Party, wakati waliua wakati hawa Musalia na Kalonzo na Ukalisosa, wakati waliua NASA, mzee akafikiria, akaona mbele na akasema ya kwamba hii kala imekuwa associated with bad things whereby inafaa kuondolewa in the face. Mzee akaintroduce blue. Ilikuwepo, iko enda angalia colors za ODM way back, si ati imekuja saa hii, iko, lakini ilikuwa haionekani, but now imekuja ikawekwa blue. Itakuwa ni rahisi kuuza kuliko angetumia orange, kwa sababu orange ilikuwa imeshatiwa unachisi na watu wetu. Kwa sababu gani nasema hivyo? Biblia inasema ya kwamba kuna kitu moja tu kuna dhambi. When you get saved, unasamewanga dhambi. Lakini kuna kitu kimoja huwezi ukasamehewa. In the book of Leviticus, the Bible says that God forgives sins, but God punishes iniquities. Yani, kama umetenda maovu, be ready for the wrath of God. automatically you will punished kwa maovu, lakini udhambi utasamehewa. Ndio maana katika kitabu cha Isaia unaambiwa hata kama dhambi zenu ni nyekundu kama pendera, njooni kwangu nitawasafisha na mtakuwa weupe kama sufu ama kama theluji. Inamaanisha nini? But the evil one, that one God punishes from first generation, second generation, third generation. Nataka kuwauliza swali, how many evils that this self-made driven person has committed in our land? That one expected God will punish it. Not even today, not even tomorrow. He will never be equal to Raila. He cannot even condole, he cannot even stand the waves. Yani manyunyu ile ya Raila hawezi akastahimili. Na hata kwanza ako na bahati sana kwa sababu Uhuru ako hapo katikati. Ako hapo katikati. Akiachiwa leo hii Raila yeye mwenyewe vile anavyosema, anamsema bring it on, my friend, he will seek where to hide and he will not find any place to hide. If at all, yeye anapeana order yenye anajua ya kwamba nobody can bite on that. Ati kesho muende. Mimi nauliza tu, ingelikuwa baba alitoa hiyo tu order, akasema tu nasema kesho kila police station ifikiwe na ichukuliwe hizo vitu. Mimi nauliza tu wale wa Kenya wako hapa na wale wa ndugu zangu wako hapa, angelikuwa baba alitoa hiyo hata hangetamka, hata hiyo sentence haingeisha. Lakini huyu nani alipotha na hiyo story yake? Waliona tu huyu ni mtu, huyu cannot be equal to Raila, my friend. Somebody who can call holiday, na tunajua holiday zote za Kenya na inakuwa holiday. Yeye amefanya nini? Anajaribu kuiga vile ati afanye vile baba anafanya mambo zake, lakini ni vigumu sana. He cannot be compared with baba. So the issues of running mate, let me tell you something. In AZIMIO we have a prince in waiting. Hata muonge, lakini mnafaa kujua in AZIMIO we have a prince waiting, and he's supposed to be mentored ili one day to ascend to the power. Hiyo weka kando. Baba is coming in as a caretaker president the same way Kibaki. Kuna mtu anakuja kuwa groomed to become president. You remember Kibaki, watu wanasema Kibaki hakuparticipate in Uhuru's succession, in his succession. You remember wakati mambo ilikuwa ngumu, apart from Mother Karua, the hardest negotiator, ni nani alipewa deputy prime minister in state of kina Mother Karua? Wale walikuwa wanapiga kelele hapo, ndipo Mother Karua walikosania na Kibaki. Nani alipewa deputy prime minister? He was the prince. What was that? What Kibaki see in a prince? He saw, in my camp I have a prince and I have to groom this prince for better tomorrow. And then those people who gave this prince job, their president.
Muda wa maendeleo umeisha. Kamilisha.
Mimi nitawahubiria mpaka hata wale wenye hawajaokoka waokoke saa hii.
In fact, you are threatening my job. Somebody has asked me to resign.
Nani?
For that purpose.
Nani huyo? No. Guy, hapana. Mimi ni mtoto mzuri wa Mungu. Sijafikia hiyo kiwango. Ile mafuta penalty yako nayo mimi sina.
Wewe tamatisha tafadhali.
Mimi so issue ya running mate in AZIMIO, I can tell you without fear of contradiction, there are only two people, and these two people in the future they might be president, but they will be there to be groomed for the next generation. Na ndio unaambiwa mtoto angalipo mchanga katika nyumba ya baba yake, mtoto wa mfalme angalipo mchanga katika nyumba ya baba yake ni sawa na mtumwa. hiyo ni maandiko. Sasa PK na PM, hao watu wawili, hao wote they are darlings of the people who makes people to be president. Hiyo hatuwezi tukaongea hapa, watasema, wataanza nitapigwa mawe, na hiyo si vizuri. Hiyo majina, hizo majina mbili zina resonate very well with the supporters, with wale watu wana fuel the campaigns, wale watu wameshikilia the foundation ya Azimio. Unajua Azimio iko na foundation yake, na mwenyenyi mnafikiria ati Azimio imetoka tu kwa kichaka huku, isijui imetokea wapi. No, Azimio iko na foundation yake, and a very powerful foundation whereby it can shaken but you will never see Azimio going down. Wakati BBI ilikufa, watu wakasema, oh, baba ameisha. Within 2 days akatokelezea na Azimio. Who knew that about Azimio itakuja ama itakuwepo, na ikuje isweep, ibadilishe kila kitu. Watu akili zao zote walikuwa wamefocus kwa BBI. They didn't see what mzee akiwa ameketi kwa kiti ya miguu tatu pale chini, kila alikuwa anaangalia kule mbele, alikuwa ashajua. Na hiyo tutaongea in a different forum wakati mwingine kama lakini Peter Munya and Peter Kenneth, hapa tunaongea kuhusu Mount Kenya East na West, whereby brothers of Mount Kenya East, wale ni wa West, wao wamecall shots for several reasons. Wale wa East ndio wanakuja in the face of the national politics. That's why kuna mtu wa kuresign. Kwani mnafikiria ilikuwa ni nini? Ngojeni mtaona. Asante, na nimemaliza na naendea kwa hiyo.
Sawa, wazee waulize maswali, wacha tuachie tu hapo. Asante sana kwa mafumbo. Na unajua watu hawapendi vitendawili, sasa sijui watasaidikaje. Lakini wazee wakiongea wamemaliza. Temba, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you, sir.
You're welcome. I hope you are here. I hope you are here to stay.
Yes, I'm here to stay.
Oh, you don't have transit visa. Sawa, thank you. Naomba sasa tumsikilize nani ndio tusonge mbele. Huyu anaitwa Rafael.
Mko wazima?
Kabisa, tunashukuru. Namna gani wewe?
Mimi pia niko poa huku.
Ehe.
Nimejaribu kufuatilia siasa kidogo. Na naona mambo yanapamba moto tu. Mimi nataka niongee tu kuhusu jambo moja. Nimesikia huyu mzee wa Ukambani anaanza kuongea sana kuhusu awe makamu wa rais. Na si jambo baya kuongea kwa sababu anajaribu kujieleza kile anataka. Lakini naona alichelewa kidogo. Na kuna watu ambao wamebehave kama Malala ambao wanamwambia huyo mzee asisitize tu hilo jambo. Na sijui kama wamenunuliwa ndio wanatia juhudi zote wahakikishe huyo mzee anapata hiyo nafasi. Hawezi kaeleweka. Lakini itakuwa si jambo la busara kimaoni yangu. Huyu mzee wetu baba amchague huyo mzee awe running mate, na hali alianza safari ya Azimio kitambo na watu wengine, akiwa bado anaraiwa huyo mzee mwingine aungane naye. Kitu ni kwamba apewe heshima, na kama kuna nafasi yoyote apewe, lakini asilie sana iwe lazima ni awe hapo mahali kwa makamu wa rais. Najua bahati inakuja wakati mmoja, na wakati ukipita basi imepita. Na nimesikia watu wakiongea juu ya PK na PM. According to my opinion, there's one man I have desired to lead the country. And this is PK. He's a humble man. Na hana maneno mengi. na watu ambao hawana maneno mengi ni watendakazi kushinda watu wa maneno mengi. Na huyo mwingine si mbaya kwa sababu nimemuona he's very vigor wakati anatafuta kura kwa baba. Si mbaya pia. Na mtu mwingine ambaye pengine angewekwa katika bracket hiyo ni huyu Minister wa Defense. Ndugu yake yule marehemu makamu wa rais. Sijui Ben, unaweza ukanikumbusha jina?
Eugene Wamalwa.
Eugene Wamalwa. That is another guy we need to mark. He's very popular in Western. Na ukisikiza kama anatoa hotuba, unajua hapa kuna kiongozi. Kwa hivyo, na mara nyingi amezungumza kuhusu maneno ambayo yalizungumza na wazee zamani ya kwamba uongozi utatoka huko ziwani alafu uje sehemu za magharibi. Ni magharibi au ni haya? Kwa hivyo
magharibi, Kiswahili pengine kigumu.
Magharibi.
Magharibi.
Si magharibi.
Kasuti, wacha lesson yako saa hii wewe. Magharibi.
Ni magharibi. Ni magharibi ndio neno sawa sawa la Kiswahili.
Kasudi analeta Kiluya hapa.
Kwa hivyo huyo jamani wa kuangaliwa sana. Kwa sababu nimesikia mmoja wenu akisema ni Julian nafikiri alikuwa anaongea kwamba huyo rais atakuwa na majukumu mawili, kuongoza nchi na vile vile kutayarisha mtu ambaye atachukua hatamu baada ya yeye akiwa ametoka. Kwa hivyo hao ni watu watatu ambao tukiwaangalia vizuri wanaweza kufaa mbeleni. Sijui siasa zitabadilika namna gani, lakini hao wanaweza kutufaa mbeleni siku za usoni. Sina mengi, ni hayo. Muwe na jioni njema. Mimi sitakawia sana, nitatoka na shughuli ambazo nataka kufanya. Asanteni sana.
Asante sana Bwana Raphael, tunashukuru kwa maoni yako na mchango wako. Tutazidi. Thank you very much.
Asante.
Okay, sasa tumlete Stony PK. Naona PK ndio anapigiwa debe hapa. Pia mimi niongeze PK mbele ya jina yangu.
Inaonekana PK ndio mambo kweli. Habari yenu nyinyi wote?
Fiti, karibu.
Kuna mtu haja mute. Inaonekana PK ndio mambo. Habari yenu. Mzee Jakendube bado haja mute. Aya, asante. Na wasalimu nyinyi wote kabisa kwa jina la Yesu. Hamjambo? Good. Leo kuna marumbano kweli. Nianze na hii maneno ya kwenda hii ya Nairobi, AZIMIO Nairobi. AZIMIO Nairobi for the last 4 days they are doing quite well. Tumesonga vizuri, the crowds are heavy, na ujue kwamba we've done this with the absence of Baba. So it's his brigade that has been doing that. But you could see the difference, the difference in a style. I think when Baba is there, wanakuwa a bit careful. But however, I think they achieved the objective. Actually mobilization and showing people that Baba still holds the mass. The crowd, the pulling is good, and it reassures so that when Baba comes, then atamalizia. We are still having problems with the system, which can be a bit shida kidogo. It's a challenge, which I think they will work on, and also the timing. They are also forgetting to to have a few point men who are supposed to hit at the opponent. UDA wanatuchapa sana. Wanatuchapa sana, and we have, ni kama tumeregesha nini zetu. Unajua siasa ukipigwa leo uanze kurudisha after 3 days, huyo utarudisha ukiwa kwa sakafu. Siasa ni unawekwa ngumi na wewe unatoa, hata kama utatoa shoka ni sawa, but we need to really hit back and hit back thoroughly, because what is happening is that UDA has really indoctrinated people. UDA has come with black, I think with evil. I think wanaomba mashetani, that I can say. They have some power, some very unique power, which wanapuliza, you know, let me use that colloquial language. There is something they are spreading all over, and people are intoxicated. Watu wamelewa na hiyo yellow powder. And if you joke, you'll go and find out that it's hard to change. So we need to up our style and do tit for tat. In politics, you have to do tit for tat. Why I'm saying this, for example, Baba was hit below the belt. I know we discussed this a day ago. But for me, I think AZIMIO should continue hitting this man until he's jailed. If I was asked to direct, I would direct Akue attacked from left, right, and center for the next 2 weeks. Iwe tu ni Moses, until he goes down to beg. Why I'm saying this, yesterday he attended a church with the DP in Muranga. There was a church function where there was so many clergy there in front, and he continued to make very derogatory remarks, and the clergy was clapping. Again, you start questioning, where is the church going? If you can have somebody coming making mockery of the Bible, mockery of religion in front of those who are supposed to guide the flock, we are degenerating into something else. You start asking yourself, who is Moses Kuria to stand in front of clergy and start lecturing them using some very funny phrases, you know, and yet he's not even told to stop. There is something very serious, something very wrong. Even the DP, he stands in front of the clergy and starts quoting Bible there, and you know, unafunza maprofessor, then you are starting telling them you are quoting the Bible for them. This is a mockery. And I've seen the DP has this art. He has the guts. He stands and talks anything, and he's talking with a lot of command. I've even come to think he's the most powerful man in Kenya today. You know, he's even more powerful than the president, who has the presidential powers. Okay, Uhuru has the presidential powers, but he doesn't know how to use them. That's why Ruto is playing with him like a toy. He's tossing him around, doing whatever he wants. He can say whatever he wants, anytime, anywhere. And this scares me, what will happen towards the elections, because Ruto DP is doing things with impunity. And you know, he was let loose. It's a loose cannon that has not been controlled. And this is very, 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 very dangerous for this country. And this is what his followers are following, the UDA. You know, the chants, the way they are carrying themselves is like they feel like they're in control of everything. For me, that does not really augur very well. When you open your mouth, you are inciting your electorate, you are charging them. You know, it's like you are preparing them for an imaginary war somewhere. This is dangerous. We've seen this country go down very, very unpleasant path. Whether people call it democracy, to me, that is too much. It's excess. It should be controlled. Yeah. And for me, I believe in prevention being better than cure. We prevent. This crowd of this country, Africa, you show them impunity, wanachukua zaidi. Unampatia nusu mkono, anachukua mzima. Yeah. When like us who are on the ground, unaenda unasikia they are talking with impunity, wanauliza mutadu. Really? You are asking people tukienda hivi mutadu? That phrase in this country is very dangerous. Mtu akikwambia hivyo ujue huyo iko shida. So that is something that needs to be checked in terms of AZIMIO, and it can only be checked by AZIMIO getting serious, like the way they are calling for Kuria to be arrested or to be, held responsible for those kind of derogatory remarks, insightful remarks, hate speech, all that, so that inakuwa funzo kwa wengine. That can slow down, but it will only slow down if AZIMIO pushes it without fear of favor. Yeah, but if we keep quiet, itakuwa hivyo. They'll keep on doing that. That touches me with the statements of give me Raila, I thrash him. Even how these guys are addressing Baba and addressing Uhuru, and addressing Madharau with the demeanor, no respect at all. You wonder whether the address is to the president, where were Uhuru, where were that kind of a thing. You listen to Gachagua, you feel like you would get disgusted or even look for another country, because you can't imagine that it's because of politics that somebody refers to the president like that. Where else does that happen? I would want those of us who advocate for democracy. Where do we have this kind of democracy? I don't know. I've been reading a lot and I've not seen any country whereby people behave the way Kenyans are behaving now. I just wonder what will happen come April. I'll be interested to see. So basically, we have let things loose, and it will be hard to gather them. Hiyo italeta shida kabisa, italeta shida. Hii ingine ni kuhusu the running mate. Wow. For me, honestly, after a few days, I've decided from my own analysis that Baba can pick a running mate from anywhere he wants. This embodiment, hii kuwekwa jela at you are imprisoned, lazima uchukue running mate from a specific whatever. I think we need to demystify that. Yeah, whether he picks a running mate from, in fact, he might pick a running mate from the Mulima, and the Mulima will not support him. I know Mulima might not support Baba. Yeah. So if he picks somebody from Mulima and he gets only 500,000 votes from there, which he has been getting, I think, or slightly less than that, of what difference does it make? So for me, if I'm Baba, I would not be confined to Mulima. I would even pick Kalonzo, the late comer, yeah, or even pick somebody from elsewhere. And with Chapa, we do serious campaign, and I explain to the people why my choices, whatever choice I've made, because we need to really transit into some logical thinking, yeah, or even pick a Luya, why not? Yeah, and we move, or even go to the smallest tribe in this country, uko hao watu wanaitwa Ogiek or something like that, na tunaendelea. So for me, I would not want Baba to have that headache of a running mate. Yeah, what he needs to do is to be able to prepare the people, campaign properly, start selling an agenda that you don't have to come from the majority to rule this country. I think it's Baba who is supposed to do that transition. Start preparing people. And you also start preparing people that si lazima uwe ulizaliwa kwa Moi ndio uwe rais wa Kenya. Yeah. In fact, I would want Raila to be the last of the dynasties to be the president. Hiyo ingine hiyo inatoka from anybody. Raila should prepare that we Stone PK can be voted from Bere. Yeah.
PK.
Yes.
PK.
Yes.
Stop dancing the music of our competitors. The word dynasty is forbidden in this platform.
No.
Dynasty is the least thing, because
Once
okay,
you are rich,
if you want to bring on the dynasty issue, this dynasty imelete mambo mabaya sana katika nchi yetu ya Kenya. Ndio unaona vijana wetu wana misbehave because of this name dynasty. Ndio unaona watu wetu wengi wana misbehave because of this word dynasty. Dynasty is not the name that we should put on our mouth, because it causes a very great harm to the country. Hao watu unaona, watu wengi hapo, mimi nitasema watu wengi sana ni vile hawajui hii maana ya hii kitu. Wewe unaisema on a light note, unaisema vizuri, lakini ule mwenye anaichukulia
Wewe nabii umeendaje?
anaipigisha sama.
Ngoja
nimeelewa.
Fred. Wewe unaingilia mlango wa nyuma alafu na take off.
Anaanza lecture. Anyway, okay. Kasudi, you understand what I mean. What I'm trying to say is that Raila should do a transition such that in this country, anybody can be elected as president, and he can do that. I hope he will not fail like the way Kibaki failed. For example, Kibaki would have completely cleared the issue of tribalism in this country. He was the one who was at the vantage point to bring an end to that. Unfortunately, somewhere something happened. So Raila also has a chance to bring those two things: kumaliza tribalism and entrench democracy in terms of leadership. It's Raila who is ready to do that. In fact, if he becomes a dictator to that extent, I'll support him. Yeah, I'll support him to dictate proper democracy and to demystify issues of lazima utoke kwa family kubwa ndio ukuwe president. Like this idea of Moi is waiting to be president. Who said he should be president? Nobody said he should not. He should not. Who said that those other guys that because so it will be Moi, then Moi, Raila, Uhuru, then we go like the Ruto son. This is not the Kenya we want. So for me, I'm advocating he begins by being free. Okay, he should not be tied kwa minyororo at deputy president sijui anatoka wapi. In fact, that seat of a deputy president is the most useless seat in our current constitution. Yeah, one, it stops development. It only kind of undermines the president, especially if you get somebody who is kichwa maji kama ule tuko naye. So I think for me, let him pick from anybody. Let me stop there. I'll come later. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Temba, you are?
Yeah, just a question and a comment. The question is from PK's presentation. I see a struggle with democracy as it is. We live in a constitutional democracy, and the question that I would want him to address is, if he was the president and the deputy president is doing what he is doing right now, what would he do? That is a question that I would want him to ask without stepping on the democratic principle. Secondly, I see is a comment. Societies are not changed necessarily by the leaders. What happens is that it reaches a point in time when the society is ready for that change. And I want to give you examples. In 2002, Moi was not necessarily ready to let it go. But the political environment at that time necessitated the move. Moi was going to hand over power to Uhuru Kenyatta. But the political environment at that time necessitated the move from Kenyatta to Kibaki. Another example I want to give you is the US. for a long time, blacks had not been alive. There was a time Jesse Jackson died, and you know, that continued for a long time. But when it was Obama time, the time had come, and the environment was ready for that. So thinking about commenting that Baba should be able to be the one to do it, he cannot do it alone. It is a whole population trajectory. If Kenyans don't want whatever it is to happen, they can access. We need to create this information and this conversation that we're having. Right now, in politics, one thing that you have to do is, in the Kenyan constitutional democracy, is about numbers. You can't just go pick anybody who's not going to give you numbers. And those are the things they're trying to do. So first of all, you get power. Once you get power, then you can instill the institutional reforms that would bring in the direction that you want the country to move. You cannot instill them before, first of all, getting to power. So suggesting that right now you would get anybody and he still get it. He might not get it if he gets someone who is not going to give him that impetus to get the power. So that the power dynamics. So I want you to try and probably educate me, and probably some of us. If you are in the position of the president, what would you do with the deputy president?
Oh, thank you, Themba. I'm very much aware that, of course, as it is, people are assuming that when you get the deputy, you will necessarily get numbers. I don't think so. Raila, whether he picks a deputy from Mulima, he will not get the numbers from Mulima. That, us who are on the ground have been able to deduce that. Unless a miracle happens. Mulima, Baba will maintain whatever he gets, because he always gets votes from Mulima. If he's lucky, he will increase by 5 or 10%, which is what he needs. He needs only 1 million votes from Mulima. So whether or not he gets a running mate from Mulima, to me now, and my own whatever, I don't think it will make a difference. The other bit is, I believe in guided democracy. I don't believe in the theoretical democracy. The book Democracy, I don't believe in it, because as an African, I know how we look at things. I believe in guidance through leadership. I don't believe in listening to the ground, at going how the people are going. I believe in setting the pace. As a president, I would use many other ways to discipline my deputy. And there are many ways. I will not enumerate which ones. Okay? There are many ways that we will go into a room and I'll box you until you come to agree to what I'm doing. Boxing in quotes. Themba, you can shake your hand, I know, but that I know. That I'll even sit you down with wazes. Forget about constitutional democracy, because we will have to agree on two things. Man to man. Uniambie, unataka tufanye kazi ama utaki. When we are two in the room, or with another third or fourth person, then by the time we get out of that room, tutakuwa tunajua who is the president and who is the deputy. That one I have answered. That would be my style.
No, I think we are. Allow me, Bernard. We are misguiding people. Kindly, Stone PK. Unajua, when you get into a position of leadership where you have a constitution that guides you, any small thing that you do, like what you say, can easily be unconstitutional. And there's nothing as wrong as a president who would wake up and say that they vowed to defend the constitution, and they're ruling through us. You know, the first schedule, you know, it gives them that to defend that constitution. So when you're going to subvert the constitution in the BS because you feel like a president, I'm angry and I need to prove to you who is the president. You're not the president because you are the president. You're the president because of the powers that have been given to you by the constitution.
So it's not about whether you feel that someone is disrespecting you or not. It's the constitution that gives you that power, and that is donated by the people of Kenya. So no matter how you feel, you cannot sit down and box someone or do to them something to prove that you're not a president because of your powers. You're president because of the powers given to you, donated to you by Mwananchi. So what I would want to hear from you, what is it that you would do to the deputy president? And a constitutional thing, which part of the constitution gives you that power of what you want to do? Because the president, as far as the constitution gives him power, he's done that. First of all, he transferred, he's chosen not to allocate him the things that he has given to another cabinet minister. All right. I mean, that's the others are moral responsibility that the deputy president should be taking as an individual. You see?
Okay. I
agree.
Order. Let me come in.
You guys, you are taking too much time on that one.
Let me finish
it. Ngoja kwanza stonipike. Jackie Dube will add on it before you respond once, then we move on.
Mi nataka kusema kwamba as Africans, mimi nataka tusiangalie hii kitu tukiegemea Western world. Tuangalie hii kitu kama wa Afrika. Unajua hiyo ndio maana tuko na problem. Kwa sababu vitu vingi tunataka kuegemeza kuangalia Western system. Western system does not work with us Africans. Kama tungeuleta Uafrika ndani na tuitumie huo Uafrika wetu vizuri, the democracy that we are crying for will work. Because kitu ninachosema ni kwamba ukiacha tu kwamba Western kiholela, umeona hiyo kiholela juzi tuliachilia katika hii muhula mfupi hivi, karibu ituletee fujo, kwa sababu ukiacha tu kwamba tuchaguane, mnachagua lakini hatuangalii kwamba kuna sehemu fulani kuna watu wengi kuliko sehemu fulani. So tukiacha bila kurekebisha hizo sehemu, ndio maana ukisema president ana jukumu la kuhakikisha kwamba anaongoza nchi kwa mlengo ambao utaleta uwiano. Saa hizi tuko na President Kenyatta ambaye amekataa ule mpango ambao kwa kweli ungesema ni demokrasia inataka. Amesema hapana, hiyo inatuletea mzozo. Lazima tuangalie njia nyingine, twende katika mrengo mwingine ambao itatuletea utengamano na amani. Kwa hiyo ni lazima mimi vile maoni yangu ni kwamba lazima tuangalie kwamba katika sheria, katika constitution yetu lazima turekebishe hii mambo ya vice president. Na mimi kwa maoni yangu ningelipenda kama kwa mfano bwana Raila achague makamu wa rais ambaye hana hata kuwa mtu wa kumletea fujo kama vile ninavyoona hii fujo. Alafu wale watu ambao sasa mnaweza kusema tunataka wachaguliwe, watoke tu katika wawe kama ni minister awe governor. Sasa hapo ndio unaweza kusema katika ile party wanaweza kunominate mkono wa president bado inaweza kuonyesha kwamba ni mtu fulani. Unaona vile Watanzania wanafanya saa zingine mkono wa nani inafanya uchaguzi na demokrasia inakuwa wawiano na masikilizano. Tukiacha tu kwamba tufuate kanuni kama hizo za Western, haifanyi kazi. Kwa hiyo mimi naunga PK mkono kwa namna fulani. Lazima tuangalie kwamba tunaifanya hii kulingana na mazingara yetu, kwa sababu sisi ni makabila mengi na tuko na katika hizo makabila tuna tofauti. Kuna wengine ambao wanataka ubinafsi na vitu kama hiyo. Kwa hiyo mimi naona ni vizuri tuangalie vile tusisahau Uafrika wetu. Tafadhali.
Okay, thank you Jackie Dube. I think that's clear enough. Make a response as fast as possible.
Yeah, okay. Now I'll go constitutional way, the way Themba wants me to do. Now, the deputy job is delegated by the president. So what I would do, after appointing Matiang'i, it means I had removed everything from him. Actually, I would relieve him all the duties. I would not delegate anything. That puts me to point number 2. Once you are not delegated on any duty, then there is no work you are supposed to go, or you are not supposed to move everywhere doing whatever you are doing. You are not supposed to spend taxpayers' money unnecessarily. So that would immobilize him. And I would make sure I immobilize him completely. He's just in Karen and Sugoi. Thank you very much.
Asante PK, but look here. Let's agree, okay? The danger of making a constitutional law having somebody in mind. That's where we found ourselves. The reason why we have untouchable deputy president is because that law was put in the mind of how the previous vice presidents were treated by the president. And we did not look at it from the angle of the president. We looked at it that they are from the angle of the vice president was being mistreated, sacked, and all that. And so we put there a sympathetic kind of law that has landed us where we are. I believe the parliament need to relook on this. The deputy president should be subject to being sacked if he misbehaves by the president. And as it is now, it will only take wherever, either a violation of the constitution for that to take place. But there should be that room for somebody to be sidelined, that is dismissed from office, not sidelined. Like now he's sidelined, but he's now wrecking the whole government, is wrecking the whole system. That way, it's not allowed. So that lacuna in the law must be addressed and should be addressed fast. Hata hii parliament kabla ifunge itengeneze maneno so that by the time we get into the other elections, we don't have a deputy president who cannot be touched. And then he takes advantage of that to wreck the whole country. He has sabotaged most of the programs. He frustrates the president. He frustrates the things like all those committees. The committees in the parliament were not working because these people have allegiance elsewhere and the president is pushing this agenda. So it gets frustrated every time. So tukubali kwamba 2010 constitution ilisahau kuangalia sheria from both side. Iliangalia side moja, ikuangalia side ingine, na kuna watu ambao wana take advantage, which is uncalled for. But as it remains, the law is the law. We will follow it. But don't forget there is also the spirit of the law. PK. Sio sheria peke yake nafuata, kuna spirit of the law, and the spirit of the law will require that negotiated democracy that we are talking about. Kama hatuwezi kubaliana kwa sheria, tunaweza kutana kando ya koti. Hata ukinipeleka kotini, I can ask the judge, hii mambo tunaweza malizia nyumbani, na judge gives me authority to go and talk to you from outside. So there are different avenues to look at it. Themba, if you still want to dig on that.
No, just one thing that I need to say. I want to tell Jakindu Bey that the constitution followed in Kenya is not Western democracy. It is Kenyan constitution promulgated in 2010. So that's a Kenyan constitution by Kenyans. If we have a constitutional problem, we have to address it rightfully. And I mean, we need to educate people appropriately. We can have our feelings, which are not, and unless you implement a constitution, you cannot know its weaknesses. And that is why there's an amendment clause. So if you have noticed that after 10 years, there are certain aspects of that constitution that is not working for us. That's why we have the amendment clause. The world over, even the American constitution being amended. So the problem that is emerging right now, like PK is saying, it is not a personal issue. It is not the deputy president and the president. It is a constitutional issue because we are still going to an election with the same constitution. So that means the deputy president coming in with whoever is going to be the president is still having powers. So it is possible that the next deputy president is also likely to behave in similar manner because the constitution gives them that strength. So let's take the discussion where it deserves. It is in the constitution, like Bernardo said, constitution. It envisaged that the president and the deputy will always be friends. It didn't realize that it's possible that these people might disagree at some point. So maybe this has given us a view that when we come in, now we need to start having a conversation. Do we want to change it because of the deputy president right now? Or we want to change it for other reasons? Because again, you can change it because of the behavior of Ruto, and then you make another mistake, all right? So we shouldn't think of the person when amending the constitution. We need to think the larger interest of the population. That for me would be my, but if you move emotionally, then you'll make a mess. Thank you.
Thank you, Themba, on that one. But I would say the mistake is already there. Every law that is made, or when it comes to human resource management, you can't have power to hire and there's no power to fire, or you make it very difficult for the person to be fired. So the framers of the constitution must have slept on this one, giving power to hire without power to fire, or rather making it almost impossible to fire. Like we are given a clause to recall a member of parliament for not performing. But now the journey to get that person come back, it will take 5 years. So what is the use of giving us a leeway of recalling somebody, then putting stumbling block on every attempt to recall the person? So the deputy president, having been already made as a running mate. Running mate means he doesn't even run for that office. He's not. He does not get that seat because of the majority votes he has gotten. But now he claims to have been voted in. If you are not appointed running mate, you will not be deputy president. But now when he gets into office, he begins to claim powers that he doesn't have. So we need to either make it appointment, president aran, and then achague cabinet yake, starting with the deputy president. If that cannot work, then there should be an explicit way. This is how the deputy president comes in office. This is how he exits in office. Does the president have power to dismiss him? That needs to be explained, not to be left for the judgment of the person in office. I would want that to look at it from that perspective, whereby hakuna sheria inakupatia power ya kuchukua mtu afanye kazi alafu inakufunga, kumfukuza ama lay off. There should be at least an opportunity to send him to sabbatical leave, suspend him. Let's have clauses there that gives the president some options. Hata kama hawezi kumfuta, anaweza kumsuspend. Hii story tumechezewa miaka hii 4 imetosha. We can't perpetuate it. Kevin, ulikuwa unasemaje?
Hello. Mimi ningependa kusema ya kwamba ukiangalia constitution yetu si mbaya. The problem we have is everything in our country is politicized. Take for instance, ukiangalia kama our MPs. Unapata mwanasiasa, take for instance Aisha Jumwa. Kuna kesi ya ile ilihappen Mombasa shooting, jamaa alikufa pale. But every time kesi inaenda kusikizwa, yule mama anasema yeye ni mgonjwa. Kesho yake tunamwona kwa rally akisema hivi na hivi. Ikifika ile time ya kesi, yeye ni mgonjwa. And then it doesn't mean that our court doesn't know that what is happening. But the problem we have is our politicians. For instance, you go to parliament. Parliament knows they make the laws. And some of the laws they make, they create a weakness in those laws deliberately so that they can favor them in any case they're found themselves in a fix. So the problem we have a very good constitution. For instance, for the case of the deputy president, the deputy president si eti akona power vile. For case ya Uhuru na Ruto, si eti Ruto ameshinda Uhuru even kukuwa impeached. The thing is, we all know it's a political season. Ruto anaweza kuwa impeached, but we know he likes looking for sympathy, and it will be a political gain for him. So what happens? You find, for instance, ukiangalia 2013, Ruto walipokuja pamoja na Uhuru, kitu iliwaleta pale, walikuwa na kesi moja. Sisi tulikuwa na like they were good buddies, walikuwa na issue at hand. So wakakaa chini wakaona tutawezaje kujitoa kwa huo mtego, let's come together, use the sympathy because we have an issue at hand, and then wakuja ni power.
I think we let that rest there. Bwana Themba, mimi naomba nikuachie kwaya. Inasemekana wazee jana mlibaki alafu mkazozana, mmeripotiwa. So
yule anataka kuripoti ya ripoti tu, kwani iko nini? Wanadamu ndio wanazozana na wanadamu ndio
kesi. Ngoja, hiyo kesi imefikishwa kwa desk. Kwa hivyo kila mtu aandike barua ya kusema kwa nini asitimuliwe kama deputy president.
Huyo mwenye kuripoti anafaa ako na umbea. Huyo mwenye kuripoti ako na umbea.
Hapana, yuko hapa atajitetea tu. Kwa hivyo yeye ndio aliona, mimi sikuwa witness, mimi nimepata tu report. All the same, let's keep the conversation going. Naomba ningatuke ili tuonane hiyo baadaye. Those people want to support Mtembei TV on the profile on YouTube. There are details on how you can make your contribution to support Mtembei TV directly. Na wale ambao wanaendelea kutuma sadaka, naomba muendelee kutuma hiyo sadaka ili tuendelee kujenga taifa na tuendelee na mjadala pasipokuwa na shida and kuwa na mishikili hapa na pale. God bless you, Themba. The powers to read and write are yours.
Maybe just before I bring on mimi sitaongelelea wambea wacha waendelee na umbea. Nataka kuuliza PK. Maybe swali la mwisho kabla tujaenda kwa mtu mwingine. Bernard, lakini hujaniambia nani anafuata, nani mwingine anayefuata?
Hao watu wote washapeana umbea. Kwa hivyo chagua yule unataka aendeleze.
Okay.
Anza na Julia.
Okay.
I think Julia ndiye amenyamaza sana. So from Julia back to Jakindu Bay alafu tusonge mbele.
Okay, sawa, asante. PK, you unasema wale ambao mko kwa ground kuna vile mnaona ni kama kutakuwa na mushkil eti watu Ruto anaambia watu wataleta fujo. Is it only in Central ama hiyo nini italeta fujo mpaka kwingine across the country? Kwa sababu personally the evidence I'm looking at is so different. Other than Central, I don't see the kind of hiyo mvuto wa Ruto across the other places. Already Western watu wameanza kugura kutoka UDA wanakuja Azimio. Fred Kaponti aligura, kuna wengine wengi wamegura tu. So alafu Central pia kuna vyama vingi ambavyo vimetokea vinajaribu kupiga makali ya UDA. Alafu haya matusi ambao wamekuwa akiyafanya, kuna vile ambavyo pia kuna watu hawafurahii. Sasa personally, I don't know. Maybe you can tell me, because I don't think people can only fight because of Central, and Central kuna party mingi, probably I would want to get it from your picture. Hiyo unasema ya kwamba vitu zitakuwa mbaya, sijui wana indoctrinate watu. If that were true, we wouldn't be where we are right now. I think I personally I get a better feeling that it's gonna be open competition, and when anybody wins, whoever loses ataenda nyumbani. Ule ambaye hatakubali their constitutional means wataenda kufuata. I don't see that kind of wave that could make people. I don't see Ruto bringing a wave that could make people want to fight in the imagination that changanya in the event that ashindwe. So maybe educate me some more and some of us. Just I give you like 2 minutes in the letter, Julia.
You know, Themba, all of us wish the same. We are wishing that all goes well and all this kind of a thing. And especially when you're out there, those of us who are outside this country actually are not getting the picture. Because it is not true that Ruto doesn't have following. That's a lie. Yeah. And he has a following that he has, I don't want to use the term weaponized. Unlike AZIMIO, where we have very civilized following, you know, very controlled people, you know, I think it's by design of the leader we are following. We have very civil people. Ruto has radicals. Okay, Ruto has radicals. Simple things will show you. You know, you touch anybody riding on a border, gonga tu mtu wa border kidogo uone. The other day you saw somebody beating a policeman. Yeah, I don't know whether you guys in diaspora have seen that. A guy had the guts to beat a policeman, and he's beating a policeman, claiming that the policeman had not. Okay, the motorbike guy had knocked a pedestrian. Okay, and now when the police traffic was going to kind of witness that, this guy turned violent in public. Nani anapiganga polisi ngumi? Kenya tumefika hapo. You can box a uniformed policeman. What does that tell you? It is bad. And even
What?
the crowd felt so
Crowd
bad.
wali turn against.
Yes. You know, the wanaitwa nini, wananchi could not believe it. The police ndio tunakimbilianga when you are in problem. Then here is one of the guys ana guts za kupiga polisi ngumi mbele ya watu. I mean, that's just an indicator of what Ruto and his people are selling to the people. Telling people that ile machungu mko nayo, it's because of Raila and Uhuru. Okay, I have a clip, ni vile hatuna time, ningekuonyesha, where Kibicho was trying to talk to the youth, talk through the youth, kuwapeleka akiwauliza, why are you complaining that vitu ya bei imeenda chini kwa sababu ya Uhuru na Raila? And whatever the answers these youth were giving are very funny, until he explained to them pole pole, and then they said, oh, then we need people like you to come down to the grassroots to explain some of these things to us. Otherwise sisi tunaambiwa tu maisha ni mbaya, imeharibiwa na Ruto na nini, imeharibiwa na Raila na this guy na Uhuru. So Ruto's crowd ni ile ya kuambiwa shida iko because of Ruto na Uhuru. Twende, let's go, twende tukariot, twende tukafanya hivi, because already wamekasirishwa, wameuziwa hiyo narrative, and that narrative has to be countered properly, not assuming the way Themba you are assuming things are okay. Your assumption is what causes the all trouble on in any part of the world. We need to really counter Ruto. Sitting down and saying elections will be fair and all that, yeah, pana. We need to counter those very insultive words ambazo zinakuja. He is there telling crowd. And if you look at his crowd, si watu wawili watatu, it's mass. And it's mass of what category of crowd? Yeah. So for me, it's better. I believe in prevention being better than, trying to firefight. Yeah. Things are not as good as we would want them to be. Ruto is out for spoils. One, he has seen he's losing. Yeah. So he's careless, and nobody can stop him. He's unstoppable. We've just said he's a deputy who is powerful and all that. And that's why he can say anything on the podium. Na hakuna mahali tutampeleka. So what does that tell you? Thank you.
Okay, I have my reservations about that. Okay, the issue, number one, the issue of fighting policemen, that has always happened. I mean, I have a clip of Uko even before even election time. I mean, people have been. I think Kenyan people have not been very kind to policemen, and that is something I've always seen. It's not the first time. Even people fight policemen every time. Unaona mtu ako na kiraoni and they fight. So I cannot isolate it. There's even a clip of 2018 or 2016. Huko. There's a guy who fought some policemen along I think Thika Road. Wengine walipigana na polisi huko sijui na Nakuru, dereva wa trailer. So I mean those are issues that I don't think it's related in terms of indoctrination. Then if there's anything about matusi, wherever place ambapo umeona matusi ikisemwa mingi, it's central. Ni central ndio Ruto ameenda ametoa matusi, no other place. Akienda Nyanza hajaongea matusi, akienda Coast hajaongea matusi. And you can't bank on youths who are central peke yake to address them with matusi so that they vote for you, and then that one translates. Of course, you can see even some of the youths have started saying that, hey, I mean, you need to respect our leaders. So I think, yes, he has his mobilization skills. I'm not saying that he's no mean mobilizer. But over and above that, I think you can only sustain some lies for a certain time. And you're also trying to bring the concept that he needs to be stopped, but then later again, you are saying he cannot be stopped. So you see, we are blowing him up to like he's even stronger than the government. The government is the single owner of security and intelligence. And they know what areas that should happen. We don't need, in my view, I think, yes, he is a worthy opponent, but again, I don't think he has indoctrinated the youths across the country. You know, if that were true, like I always say here, there would have been a massive registration of youths across the country during the electoral, registration. We'd have seen all those youths registering in droves. They didn't do that. And then again, the only place that you find Ruto has used hizo matusi na nini, it has been central area, and it's just anatusi Uhuru, anatusi his senior. So he's targeting that. But I think also that has brought in the concept of the irritation by the people from central, and some of them are thinking of also removing the UDA from central. So I think I don't want to be so pessimistic. I'm optimistic that this election is going to be won on the ballot. And it's up to the central people, to decide, because right now, what I want to be honest with you, if central people choose not to vote for AZIMIO, it is up to them. The way that things are going right now, the country is warming up to AZIMIO, across the country. I've seen your hands. You can put them down. I'll call you. Across the country, you see people moving towards AZIMIO. You see even the parties that were formed, all the parties that have been formed that are maybe parties in Northeastern, they all moved to AZIMIO. The parties Eastern, they moved to AZIMIO. The Mbas and the other party moved to AZIMIO. The Western parties, the DAPK, it moved to AZIMIO. The party that was formed in Kisii, the UPA party, moved to AZIMIO. The parties that have been formed, other parties that have been formed, like the one PA in Coast, it moved to AZIMIO. There's this over 26 parties moved to AZIMIO. On the other side, Kenya Kwanza, the only parties that have moved there is from outside Central is ANC and Ford Kenya, which has lost on the ground. So even if you are not, you don't think, even if you don't want to think, that alone should tell you that there's something about AZIMIO that is more attractive across the country. Now, what are these parties telling you? These parties are saying, we want our interests to be taken care of, but we want to take it on the table in the next government. And this government is AZIMIO government. Now, how will someone who has only managed to convince two parties, Ford Kenya and ANC, to join them, and then Central, they are bargain. And if you listen to Karua said, you cannot go visiting someone and then you close your house and you sell it. You have to have your house. So the Central parties are coming in to make sure that they clip the wave of UDA in Central Kenya. That's why in Central Kenya, there are almost three parties. There's NAK Kenya, there's Jibebe Party, there's the one for TSP, and of course there's one for CCM, Kuria. All of them want to decide we need to keep UDA out of Central. So if you're thinking straight, and UDA, even if you look at it, is more of North Rift, you know, there I think 3 counties. The rest, of course, there's ODM and Jubilee. The Lonyangapu was Kanu. Now he has his party. So the former Jubilee have formed their parties for strength. So when all these parties are coming together and they're under AZIMIO, and you are under this, if it was true the DP has been able to indoctrinate all these people would have been joining Kenya Kwanza. They would have been joining Kenya Kwanza. They haven't. So for me, I would want to plead with the Central people. The Central people. Change is coming. I mean, from the look of things. Unless the deputy president comes out with another wave, a strong wave. Okay, I'm coming. A strong wave that is going to kind of bring a different kind of thing. A wave that is out of the norm, that is going to push people, which I don't see. But the things that you're talking about, hate speech, just abusing the president, talking bad about the president, those are not enough to make you go fighting your neighbor. That's not enough to make you go fighting your neighbor. In fact, the person who has been abused is their president. So whom are you going to fight? Whom will you be raising against? The same president that has been told, if you're going to fight your own people. So I don't think, in my view, that is a justification for anyone to rise against anybody. So I think as much as possible, the Central people need to rise beyond this, see where Kenya is going, and in my prediction, the election is going to be fine. And of course, people are going to mobilize, which is okay. But I see a situation where the AZIMIO government is going to form the government. Those who are going to not vote for them, fine. But they might never feel close to the government of the day. So Central people need to think about, even if you go mashinani, you tell them because wameambiwa sijui nini, you can be told. Let the politician tell you what they want to tell you. Let the politician tell you, oh, you need to hate your neighbor, do this. But remember, at the end of the day, governance comes to you. The person that is coming in ought to be a leader that's going to serve you. So Central people, I know if they vote for their parties, those parties will have a strength to negotiate with whichever government comes to power. But if they elect UDA, the UDA, they'll be first of all indebted to the deputy president because he's the leader of UDA. So that becomes a problem. So I think there's a lot, in my view. I'm very optimistic. After 26th, which is next Saturday, all parties will be set. Everybody who is supposed to be in any party will have been set. And then from there now, we'll be seeing how the ground is moving. But for now, you're likely to see a lot of defections this week because guys are trying to find their place. People are coming to realization that on the ground, this is what people are saying. So UDA in Western area, people are being told, hey, this is where the government is going. If you don't want to come this side, it's up to you. So I think I'm not as pessimistic. I'm a little more optimistic as opposed to ophilizing. Youth, I mean, you cannot. One thing I keep saying here, you cannot have monopoly over violence. If anybody is sitting anywhere thinking you have monopoly over violence, that is a lie. You can get out. Right now, I want to give you a question. Putin is trying to hit Zelensky. His men are dying. He is more powerful than Zelensky. but his men are dying. So if you're seated somewhere thinking you have monopoly over violence, that is, you can start a war, but you can't stop it. Because those people you think about fighting, they can fight back. And it can be dangerous. So anybody thinking they are thinking about, oh, we are going to create violence, or we are going to fight, that is the most stupid thing someone can ever think about. And they say old men start war, but young people die in it. So if you are a young person, don't ever think about even saying that I'm going to raise anything against other people. Stay back, let them fight for themselves. Nobody has monopoly over violence. And remember, the government is in place. You're not living in an unconstitutional democracy. So if you break the law, then you'll stand by yourself. Nobody has monopoly over violence. So if anybody is thinking about it, case in point, angalia Putin. He thought the war is going to end within 2 days. His men are dying like rats. His countrymen have started saying, hey, our sons are dying. Yes, you will hit, but it will face you. So forget about war. Face the votes. Go and vote. That's what I can say. Yes, Jackie Ndube.
PK kwamba ni jukumu la sisi wote kuelezea hao watu ambao wanaenda na uvumi ya kwamba sijui president na Raila ndio wamefanya. Inakuwa ni jukumu la sisi wote kuwaelezea hivyo. Isipokuwa mimi nashindwa wakati PK anasema kwamba inatakiwa tusizungumze tu hapa, tutoke tuende tu kwa ground. Sisi wengine tunakuwa kwa ground kwa sababu, kwa mfano kwa mimi, ground yangu ni kwamba lazima nizungumze na marafiki zangu, lazima nizungumze na ndugu zangu, niwaelezee kwa nini azimio la umoja ni jambo la muhimu. Kwa hiyo nafikiri ni jukumu la kila mtu kuwaelezea hawa watu. Lakini naweza kusema kwa kidogo kwamba hata hiyo incident ambayo PK anasema, niliona kwamba wananchi turned against this guy, wakasaidia polisi kumarrest. Wananchi wenyewe waliona alifanya makosa. Kwa hiyo ndio kusema kwamba wananchi tayari wameshaona hiyo upuzi. Nafikiri watu wengi washaona hiyo upuzi. Tena nilimuona waziri huyu ambaye ulikuwa ukisema, huyu waziri imeona ameconvince UDA, wengi wametoka kwa UDA wanarudi kwa Jubilee. Kwa hiyo nafikiri ukiwaelezea, kuna watu ambao wako on the ground ambao wanafanya kazi ya kueleza kwa nini azimio la umoja ni bora. Kwa hiyo sioni, mimi naona kwamba sina mashaka kama sisi sote tukifanya kazi pamoja, hii UDA itaporomoka within 1 month. Na niseme next 2 months sidhani kama kutakuwa na UDA vile tunasema in Central. Watu wa Central watageuka, lakini naweza kusema wale watu wa Central ambao wananisikiza, nataka kuambia waamke, waache kulala, waache kudanganywa. Asante sana.
Harun.
Yeah, thank you so much. Mimi, by the way, the fear of Stone BK. I get your fears, Baba. But I want to tell my fellow Kenyans that kuna say ambayo inasema kuwa if you ride on the tail of a tiger, be ready to end up into his stomach. So vijana wa Mount Kenya, sijasema kuwa wamekuwa weaponized. No. Ile kitu wamefanyiwa na William Samoei Ruto ni kuwa personated. Wamepewa pesa through hizi mambo ya handouts, such that sasa hivi the moment wanaona the likes of maybe Raila vile yeye apeani pesa, wanaona hata maybe akiongea chochote hawatapata pesa. Kwa hiyo wakati yenye maybe wataenda kununua chochote chenye watanunua baada ya hiyo kuattend hiyo rally ama nini. So mimi my urge from now henceforth ni ile kuwa mambo ya viongozi, by the way ndio uliona BBI ilikuwa inasema kuwa kuna clause ilikuwa inasema kuwa in fact pesa yoyote yenye kiongozi anapeana isije ikapita 50,000. So hizi mamilioni zenye William Samoei Ruto anaenda mahali popote anamwaga tu kiovyo. Inastahili baba akiingia uongozini, BBI ikirudi, pesa yoyote yenye inatoka kwa mtu iwe ni structured, ndio isije ikawa mtu anatumia pesa kuumiza mwenzake. Kama sasa hivi sisi watu wa Azimio hatupeani pesa, hatupeani handouts kwa mavijana ama kwa any person. Ile kitu sisi tunawaambia kuwa when baba ataingia uongozini, he is going to build industries so that vijana wapate nafasi ya kupata kazi pale. Lakini William Samoei Ruto, mmeona Mount Kenya, ndio unaona kuwa in fact vijana wenye wanamfuata pale wengi wanga wanaenda pale wakitaraji kuwa in fact at the end of the day kuna kitu watapata. So ndio unaona kuwa sasa hivi William Samoei Ruto yani ile fear yenye Stone BK ako nayo na maybe the likes of yakina Julia, ni ile wanaona kuwa wakati maybe William Samoei Ruto atawaambia kuwa maybe nimeibiwa kura, nao nataka mfanye nini, muingie barabarani, maybe mwanze cause chaos, something of that kind, kuwa hawa vijana watamsikiza cause walikula pesa yake, lazima watake kurudisha mkono. So mimi my urge kwa hasasi za kiusalama, the likes of Matiang'i, the likes of Kipicho, the likes of President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, lazima aweke vikosi zake karibu such that whosoever mwenye atataka cause chaos baada ya yeye kupigwa pants down, baada ya uchaguzi result kutangazwa, in fact achukuliwe sheria kali ichukuliwe. So ile kitu mimi mwishowe ningependa kusema kuwa result zikitangazwa za August 9 elections, kama ni William Samoei Ruto, kama ni baba, kama utaona kuwa uko na evidence ya kuonyesha kuwa hizo result hazikuwa mzuri, kindly go to Supreme Court ama court yote yenye iko hapo karibu, raise your complaint there. Usije ukaanza kufanya nini, kuambia vijana ama akina mama wafanye nini, uanze kuleta fujo. So Stone BK, your fear nimeiona, but Matiang'i and his team, they are very ready. Kuwa usoewa mwenye atataka kuleta chaos, maybe kwa vile alipeana pesa kwa kikundi chochote, atashughulikiwa vilivyo. Thank you so much, Mr. Temba.
Okay, thank you. Julia?
Thank you, Demba. Stone PK, I want to agree with a lot of what you have said, like the indoctrination thing that DP amechukua miaka kama 4 to indoctrinate especially Mount Kenya region. And why he was doing that is because he was thinking that he has this thing that if you got votes from Mount Kenya and his backyard, you're going to be president. That is, he has that thing in him. But if we look at the votes even in 2017, Uhuru barely made it. Hata tukituspongea maneno ya rigging, we assume we are not aware of what happened about rigging. Uhuru barely made it to 50 plus, barely made it to 50 plus. The first, sio ile ya pili, leave alone the repeat election, the first one that was contested, Uhuru barely made it to 50 plus. So it was an uphill task, even with that massive voting. Hata kwa hiyo kumira yenye tulitokea, tukapigia Uhuru kura, and he barely made it. Now, I'm one of the people that have never voted for Raila, for Baba. And we are many of us who this time have changed our minds. Now, I want to disagree with you that Baba has always been voted for in Central. No, he has had very insignificant votes from Central. Kidogo sana, hata sijui inaweza tajwa ni ngapi. A very small percentage against what he may get this time. If you hear that Kikuyus can boldly walk around and say they are supporting Baba, I don't think previously in all those elections, since multipartyism, you'd hear somebody anarandanda Central akisema anapigia Baba kura. You would never hear that. Ungesikia hata kidogo. But now they are bold enough. That is evidence that why people are bold is because they have evidence that there are people now in Mount Kenya region who will boldly vote for Baba. Now, I just gave some thing before you came in. I told them I called someone, my sister back home this afternoon, and she was in a funeral, and she was telling me that the person contesting for Kiharu constituency parliamentary seat mwenye anapinga Didi Nyoro alienda kwa mazishi fulani akasema kwamba ametumwa na Uhuru na anatasaidia mtoto fulani kwenda shule. And according to my sister, people are saying good things about that man. And I had to interview my sister. So people like that man. Yes, na natatia kitigani through Jubilee. Now they have the audacity now to say that. They are courageous enough to say that. What does that tell you? The ground is slowly shifting. Now, what we may not still have the large numbers DP is still having in Central. In the long run, he may still have an upper hand. I don't want to be ignorant of that. He may still have an upper hand in Central because of that indoctrination. And the sad thing about the indoctrination ni kusikia vile Mutahi Ngunya alisema ati kwamba huyu ni mwizi wetu. That's really sad. That if that story is still going on, that is really sad. If anybody in Mount Kenya region is saying huyu ni mwizi wetu, that is really sad. However, I won't tell Kenyans this. Now, the much Baba has achieved now in Mount Kenya region is enough to make him president. After all, he has always challenged the Uhurus and the Kibakis without Mount Kenya region. After all, we even think that at one time his victory was stolen without Mount Kenya region, without yani hiyo kumira Mount Kenya. Baba has always been a force to reckon with, a big force to reckon with. And now we're talking about there are people in Mount Kenya region who are willing to die for Baba, who are saying in the open that me, I'm behind Baba. That tells us that Baba will get a percentage. If Ruto will get 4 million, Baba may still get 1 million, which is good enough, So I won't agree with you when you say that there is a reason to panic, or when you create a picture, there's a reason to panic over Mount Kenya region. In any case, it is Baba who is encroaching on Mount Kenya region. Previously, he didn't have much. He's one who is encroaching on Mount Kenya region, while he's gaining a lot on the rest of the country. Now, the rest of the country, fortunately, did not seem to suffer from this indoctrination. And I think Mount Kenya region should ask themselves why. What is our attitude? What is our attitude from Mount Kenya region towards corruption? Now, what is our attitude towards unlawful gains? That is what we need to ask ourselves, because that should tell us why Ruto was able to indoctrinate Mount Kenya region and not as much as the other regions of the country. So I want to disagree with you that that Baba has been voted for before. He has not been voted for before, but this time he will get a bigger fraction of votes from Mount Kenya region, which will make him win over Ruto. So as we talk now, I do not think Ruto has the bulk of what Uhuru got. He's struggling to get that. Now, the other thing you talked about, deputy presidents. Now, I want to agree with you. Deputy president does not have to come from Mount Kenya region. However, I disagree with you. Kalonzo cannot be deputy president. He's a wrong person. He's the most wrong person to be deputy president. We have seen the behavior of our current deputy president, and we do not want the same. Somebody who is saying that he'll start campaigning immediately after the elections cannot be a deputy president. Hata kama ni mbaya ni mbaya. I think Baba and Uhuru will be careful when it comes to that. However, I agree with you, deputy president does not have to come from Mount Kenya region. Though, for now, PK, we have to do with Mount Kenya region for deputy president. I am not saying they should be president after Baba. I don't believe in that school of thought. I believe that anybody in this country can be president, irrespective of the size of their tribe or community. However, for now, I think and I believe the deputy president will come from Mount Kenya region. So PK, I don't buy that. Kalonzo Musyoka can be deputy president. That one is out. I also want to think that that this time Baba has made some milestones in Mount Kenya region. Now, Musho, I don't know. I didn't get the point about people becoming violent or what. I don't think Mount Kenya region will be violent at all. Let me shock you what is going to happen. As we get close to the election, they can also feel the wave. You know, people don't like to lose. People don't like to lose an election. So those who have made up their mind, they'll never vote for Baba. Either they'll vote for Ruto or they'll not vote. Because people don't like to feel they have lost. Okay? So what will happen after the election? There was something that was going on when Trump won against Clinton. Kenyans did not want Trump to win. But when Trump won, Kenyans went around Nairobi saying, Trump is president, we don't care. That's what they were saying. Trump is president, we don't care. That's what they were saying on the streets. They were just trying to encourage themselves that we really don't care who is president. So that is what Mount Kenya region will do. Immediately Baba wins, they will say, this is how they argue, that neither Baba, nor Uhuru, nor Ruto is bringing a plate of ugali to my table. So my life continues. That will be their attitude. They will not go out on the streets. They will not care. They will not bother. They will be disinterested. In fact, they will behave like they are not part of that election. That's what Mount Kenya region is likely to do after the election. So my persuasion, like Mr. Vemba said, Mount Kenya region, let us do the right thing. Let us stop this ethnic discrimination and all that. That stuff Kuria is saying. We tumesoma na watoto wetu wamesoma. I think Mount Kenya region has an advantage of having access to education. So we can agree that tumesoma, and if somebody said the wrong thing, kama Kenyatta mzee alisema something that is not right, we do not have to repeat the same wrong. Two wrongs cannot make a right. We cannot behave the way Kuria is behaving. We do not think it is right. Even in our hearts, deep in our hearts, we know it is not right what Kuria is doing, and what even Ruto has been doing, we know it is not right. So for once, let us prove to this country that we want to do the right thing, and we want to take this country the right direction by supporting Baba. Those who will join me from Mount Kenya region, I think will be among the people in this country who will not be voting on tribal basis. We'll be voting because we believe it is the right thing to do, to vote for the right person who will reconstruct this country. Thank you, Themba.
Thank you so much, Julia, for highlighting that. Now, just one comment. Now, this oath thing, was it only an oath that was about leadership? It wasn't about careers like medicine, that other tribes should not study medicine, or other tribes should not come and treat you. Why is it that? And is it only the Kikuyus who took the oath? And can an oath that you did not include you affect you? Because if you are oathing, I think oaths only affect those people who partake of it. It doesn't affect those people who don't partake of it. And Kenya is a country for all of us. So if other people never took the oath, I don't think it should affect them. And you only take oath for something that belongs to you. Presidency does not belong to you. It belongs to the whole of the country. So I think that oath is null and void. It only affects if, leadership within the Kikuyu tribe, because even all these other tribes of Kenya, they have their own rituals. So you can hear even Kisis have an oath that was taken, even Luyas have an oath. So if everybody came with an oath.
But may I say something?
Yes.
I think that what is happening is not even an oath thing, Themba. It is that these people, they are all against Baba. The first thing they said it was a project. Then it seems the project thing was not selling. Then they have been going around calling him Mganga. Then the Mganga thing is not selling. Now they have to go back to tell the people that, you see, remember we took an oath. Remember the days of before Kibaki became president, there was this silly thing that the presidency should not cross, I don't know, River Chania, and still Kibaki became president. So these people, the likes of Kuria, they endear people who think they can use traditional beliefs and all that to woo people. It is just the kicks of a dying horse. That is what is happening. Because now they have tried, now this is that thing they have tried, so they are now talking an oath, and some of us, we don't even understand what is, I'm sorry, at my age, I'm old enough, but I don't understand the effects of an oath. It doesn't get to my mind. So it will be hard to endear to Kenya, to the Kikuyu community. It is just trying to ethnically mobilize Kikuyus and tell them, remember we said we cannot support Mjaluo. So yani wamekosa sababu ya maana ya kupinga Raila. So they must go from, they will try keeping such things. It is because now all the things they have said previously about Baba, they are not making sense. Kama ni Mganga, is not now making sense. Kama ni maneno ya now they talked about circumcision. It is now, Kuria has been blasted. It's now not making sense again. So they'll come up with all this stuff. But I think in the long run, it won't endear to even to the Sobaki Kuyus, because the way I'm talking them, but I just want people from this forum to watch. I don't have anything to gain from Baba. I think I'll be one of the most sober person you can talk about. I have no inclination towards the Luo community. I have no reason to be inclined towards the Luo community. I am just making a reasonable decision that he's the right person. So how many people from Mount Kenya region are thinking like me? I think we are many of us, Demba.
I totally agree. Now we need to understand Kuria in context. In the Maasai, there are sets, there are age sets. So you find maybe the older age set comes in, and all those age sets have their whatever, their names. And you have to go through certain initiation processes for you to belong to those age sets. That's Maasai culture, So you cannot apply that kind of thing to a different tribe that does not belong to that culture. So if they did have that thing in their own thing, that they say that we cannot support someone who is uncircumcised, according to the Kikuyu culture, it was right within that. But you cannot say that in the context of a presidency that is shared among many communities that share different cultures. We have cultural whatever in different communities, so we cannot try to apply our cultural things into a presidency that is shared across Kenya. So while he might be, okay, the uncircumcised within the Kikuyu culture were not supported, that is them. But this is not presidency. Presidency is something that all Kenyans share, and all of them have different cultural, appreciations, and they subscribe to different things. So I think it is just like you have said, a way of trying to mobilize communities, but the whole thing does not affect other people, because also other people have their own oaths they took. If you study all the cultures, anthropologists will tell you there's a way that every culture has its own rich rituals and the things that they celebrated and the oaths that they took and things that they stood for, like the Morans. I think there was a time you had to slaughter a cow, I think something like that, I don't know, not a Maasai, and different cultures. And then, of course, they come from different age sets. So you hear there are people who came in together, probably they were circumcised together. So those age sets, they're different. And leadership revolves around that. So if you want to apply that to the national politics, that because I was the eldest in our Olmoran or something, I need to be the only one who is going to be the leader in Kenya. I think that's kind of overstretching. And I think if the debate is to start like that, then all the cultures will start their oathing. And they say we also took an oath. And we bring all the oaths that have been taken by all Kenyans. Then we see where we will end up as a country. So if you want to think, that is ethnocentrism. You are making your ethnicity look like it's more superior than all the other ethnic. We have 42 tribes in Kenya. Our ethnic tribe is not necessarily superior than others, than the Dorobo. All those people have something to talk about. And so if everybody is going to bring that out, then Kenya will be a confused state. That's why we have a constitution that now unites all of us. So I think some debate is telling us, you try to make your ethnic whatever more superior than others, and Kikuyu culture more superior than others, and making Kenya simply because the first president was Mzee Jomo Kenyatta, that now presidency became a Kikuyu thing. No, it is not a tribal thing. It is the president of Kenya. That is something that they need to understand. We have 42 tribes, and we have to appreciate all of us. We have to coexist. Simply because Luos, there was what you call the so-called inheritance of wives in the Luo community culture. You cannot transfer that to other people. And the cultures are rich and they need to be respected, but they shouldn't be held as they are more important than other culture. I think that's the bottom line that we need to appreciate. And the presidency of Kenya is not about Kikuyu. Kikuyu is just one among the 42 tribes, and they just happen to have had an advantage to have been in the leadership for the first time and maybe thrice so far. So we appreciate that, but it doesn't make them more important than other cultures. So telling us every time, according to the Kikuyus, we shouldn't do this, that's in my view is cheapening the debate around the presidency and the leadership in Kenya. I want to bring in Jakindube because he was coming in after Junior.
Okay. Asante sana Demba. Hawa watu ambao huwa wanasema kwamba hii ni culture yetu, ukiwarudisha huko culture wanakuambia sisi ni Wakristo. Unaona? Sasa wapi Ukristo wao? Huyo Kuria kila mara niliwaona, hata leo walikuwa kanisani huko Muranga. Sasa wapi Ukristo wao? Unaona, hawa ni wanafiki kabisa. Ni watu ambao wanaruka huku wanaruka kule, wakishindwa na upande huu wanasema sisi ni Wakristo. Ukiwaambia Wakristo wafanyi, wanasema culture yetu. Hizo ni upuzi mtupu. Hawa ni watu ambao ni waongo, ni watu wanafiki. Mimi nataka kuzungumzia juu ya nilikuwa nataka kusema kuhusu vice president. Mimi nataka kusema kwamba vice president ni kitu ambacho tumeona kwamba kuna problem, na mimi ningelipenda kwamba tuchague vice president achaguliwe, kwa maoni yangu awe ni hiyo cheo cha vice president iwe tu iwe ni spare wheel. Isiwe kwamba huyu mtu vice president ana uwezo wa kugombania upresident. Inatakikana akitaka kugombania upresident atoke kwanza, wakimaliza kazi yeye na president waende nyumbani, alafu yeye agombanie hiyo president baadaye, kwa sababu tushaona iko na problem. Kwa sababu kama Ruto angejua kwamba hata gombania upresident, labda angefanya kazi vizuri na president, angekuwa na tamaa ya kutaka kuwa president. Kwa hiyo tunataka hiyo itolewe, kwamba ukiwa vice president kazi yako ni vice president mpaka mtoke. Utang'ang'ania kiti cha president ambaye anakuja nyuma yako. So ukitaka utakuja after 10 years au after 5 years ugombanie hiyo kiti, lakini wakati kama huu haifai. Kwa hiyo mimi kwa wakati huu ningelipendelea nilikuwa napendelea, my suggestion ni kwamba mtu kama yani Bwana Raila achague mtu kama Ngilu, kwa sababu atakuwa ana tamaa ya kutaka kuwa president. Unaona, kwa sababu ukiwa na mtu ambaye ni mwaminifu atakufanya ufanye kazi vizuri bila kuanza kuzozana. Mtu kama Kalonzo, mimi nasema Kalonzo asipewe hiyo kiti. Raila asifanye kosa la kumchagua kuwa vice president, kwa sababu tayari ameshasema anataka kufanya fujo kama vile Ruto anataka kufanya fujo. Hatuwezi kumaliza uchaguzi na unaanza kukampeni. Tunataka tukimaliza kukampeni, tukimaliza uchaguzi watu wafanye kazi, si kwamba mtu anafanya kazi anaanza tena kampeni. Hiyo ni jambo ambalo linatupotezea wakati. Tuwe na mambo kama kwa Biblia inasema kuna wakati wa kila kitu, kuna wakati wa kila kitu. Kwa hiyo wakati wa kampeni ikimalizika, tukishachagua president, tufanye kazi kama wana Kenya. Mimi hivyo ndivyo nilikuwa mimi, hayo ndio maoni yangu, ni kwamba tuchague hii mambo ya president, kwamba vice president anachaguliwa alafu anaanza kugombania anataka kuwa president. Hiyo italeta tafaruki tu, hata kwa hii serikali ambayo inakuja, tukiachilia hivyo. Na mimi naona hii serikali wangechagua mtu ambaye kwa maoni yangu atakuwa mtulivu. Na mimi naona katika hawa wengine wote, wale ambao walikuwa wanatajwa sijui kutoka Central Province, watakuwa na hiyo tamaa ya kutaka kuwa president. Na hawa watu ambao huwa wako nao ndio wataanza kusema tunataka uchaguliwe president hivyo hivyo, na hiyo italeta fujo. Mimi ningelipendelea mtu kama Ngilu achaguliwe yeye, ambaye amwambie bwana, mimi sitaki fujo, nataka uwe mwaminifu, ufanye kazi na mimi. Hawa ambao wengine ambao wanatumaini kutaka president, nataka Azimio iwe na chombo cha kuweza kuwanoa wengine kutoka katika hiyo au katika hiyo nani yao hiyo sehemu yao, kwamba Azimio iko na viongozi wengi, wanowe wengine kutoka pale, kwamba ikifika wakati wa uchaguzi wanasema huyu ndio tumemteua, atakuwa anapeperusha nani yetu, kwa sababu tukiweka vice italeta fujo. Hiyo mimi naona tutoe tu kiongozi mmoja pale, wanamchagua, wanamwangalia kitambo, wanamwangalia, alafu Azimio la Umoja inakaa chini kama vile CCM huwa inafanya, inakaa chini, inachuja wale ambao wanataka kugombania upresident, alafu wanakuja na mmoja, alafu huyo ndio wote Azimio tunamunga mkono. Hiyo ndio itakuwa vizuri. Tukitoa hiyo mambo ya vice president, kutakuwa na utulivu, president atafanya kazi na amani, na nchi itakuwa tulivu. Hivyo ndivyo kwa maoni yangu. Alafu mimi PK ametoka, lakini nilikuwa nataka kumuomba PK kwamba Nairobi mayorship, governor wa Nairobi, mimi naomba sana Raphael Tuju asiende kusimama huko Siaya. Raphael Tuju asimame Nairobi. Raphael Tuju ndiye anafaa na governorship ya Nairobi. Raphael Tuju. Asanteni sana.
Asante sana Jakindube. Jakindube, nikuulize, unaona hautaki Tuju asimame Nairobi kwa nini?
No, nataka Tuju asimame, sitaki asimame aende Siaya. Naomba Tuju ndiye anafaa na Nairobi. Tuju ndio mtu ambaye kwa maoni yangu anafaa kuwa governor wa Nairobi kwa hao wote ambao wanataka governorship. For Raphael Tuju itakuwa ni jambo la kwangu kusikitika sana kwenda kuwa huko Siaya. Yeye ndiye anafaa Nairobi.
Mr. Temba, Kasuti ni kama anaondoka, muangalie.
Sijajua ameandika huko chini. Kasuti sema. Mimi unajua, wacha nikwambie, sisomangi mara nyingi private, so usione ubaya. Mimi ninakuwa na haya, sema.
No,
hata karibu
nilikuwa
tunafunga mjadala.
Nitakuwa mfupi. Nilikuwa nataka kuambia mzee wangu ya kwamba kile kitu alikuwa anaongelea kuhusu deputy president. For now, sijui kama mlikuwa mmeona hii kitu ikikuja. Azimio, kile kitu, unajua kwa nini Kalonzo alichelewa kufanya hivyo? Kile kitu Azimio inataka saa hii, hatutaki principle, kwa sababu tumeona wale watu wenye wako na vyama vile wanavyoweza kufanya. Isitoshe, kama ni Kalonzo, hiyo out of equation, kwa sababu juzi tu akiwa kwa interview akasema anafaa kuwa na wabunge wengi, so Raila akimbetray anamuimpeach. Are you getting the point? That narrative haipo. Sasa huyo ako out of equation. Hiyo toa. Umeona kile kitu Ruto amefanya in the name of principles, as equal partners. Hiyo kitu hatutaki. So hata huyo toa kando. Hata hiyo vile nilikuwa nasema mambo na PM Peter Munya pia si yako na chama. We need somebody who is not having any interest on a political party. At the end of the day, ukuwe na, yani mule mtu anaweza influence parliament, instead ufanye kazi wewe unaenda hapo kwa sababu wewe uko na shares, uko na mapunge wako, uko na watu wenye wako allied kwako, alafu unakuja kucause chaos in the government. So in that knowledge, ule mtu ana stand a chance to become a deputy president. And watch my space ni Peter Kenneth. Peter Kenneth hana chama. Peter Kenneth hana interest ya kusema ati wacha nichakue mapunge wengi ati so kukienda vibaya ni kwa sababu tumesoma na letu sisi wenyewe. So hii mpira ilichezwa kitambo na wakaangalia who can be loyal. We need a loyal person. Ule mtu anaweza kuaminiwa, akiambiwa nenda ukafanye hiki ataenda kufanya. Akienda kufanya hivi, enda uka-address parliament, enda ukafanye, angalia kitu fulani, anaenda kufanya. So mambo ya partners, wale watu wanakuja in the name of equal partners, au watoe kabisa kwa Azimio, au watoe, hawastandi chances. Anybody who has a political party, tumeona hili vitu vile kunaenda. So that one, mimi sioni kama kuna mtu yeyote unakuja hapa atijua ati uko na chama ati unataka hiyo story ya kusema ati tunakaa kwa meza tunaongelelea. Hiyo ndio sita imeleta shida kwa Jubilee. Hiyo ndio imeleta shida kubwa kabisa kwa Jubilee, whereby Azimio is very careful and they are not going to entertain such kind of people who comes in the name of we have a party, we have our own people, we have our own MPs. Ndio unasikia watu headliners wa Kalonzo wakilia sana wakisema ya kwamba either ama. Unasikia watu wa Mudavadi wanasema either Mudavadi or we chicken out. Aya, yani hiyo kasumba hiyo, na hiyo haitawezekana. Wacha niseme kitu kingine. Julia, nataka kusaidia Julia ama tusaidiane hapa. Do you know why baba Azimio ili based on Laikipia? Laikipia iko kwa mpaka wa Meru na Rift Valley na Nyeri iko hapo. Sasa unaona Ndindi Kanini Kega Kanini Keka zoni yake ni Narumoru kwenda paka kule. Huko it's a industrial tunasemanga farm nyingi, because mimi nimefanya kwa farm sana for so long. So huko wale watu wako huko, dominance wa huko Laikipia, to be precise, Laikipia and Meru, the other side Meru, the other side Laikipia. My friend, that is a cosmopolitan place whereby kama kuna watu wengine wote wanaweza keuka, wanaweza fanya vitu zingine, lakini majority si Kisii, si Jaluo, si Waluya, si Wakamba, watu wote. Na hizo kura hata mimi nimevote kutoka 202 kule Laikipia. So tulikuwa tunapiga kura, lakini MP mtapata, lakini ikifika kwa ile presidential vote, hizo mtatafuta. Nyinyi mlienda kwa line, mkaline hapo, mkapiga kura yote, lakini at the end of the day ukisikia, unasikiza, usikie wana count hata yako yenye wewe ulipiga mwenyewe haionekani. Inamaanisha nini? We still stand chances. That's why unaona baba amefanya investment yake yote wapi? Laikipia, kwa sababu it's a industrial horticulture's dominance. Yani kuna kampuni nyingi sana in that place, kwa sababu most of the companies zimemove from Naivasha now, and then you come, unakuja unaona wametarget wapi? Laikipia na Nakuru, kwa sababu Naivasha iko within Nakuru. You can see that one. Alafu ukikuja ule upande mwingine kidogo uone, yani tunaona in Mount Kenya, to be precise, Kiambu, Laikipia, Nakuru. Watch those places and then you will see. Hizo ndizo game changer yenye ndio unaona Azimio imebank sana kwa hizo places. Alafu ukida Embu kidogo ina dilidali, lakini pia hiyo itakuwa hapo, kwa sababu majority speaks and the minority they always have their ways. Na unakuta watu wenye dominance wengi wenye wako huko ni watu wa kufanya kazi, ni wafanyikazi, na wengi wanapiga kura zao huko. So that is what I have. Niwacha nimalizie hapo, lakini story ya watu kusema ati nataka nikuwe na wabunge wengi, sasa ukinileta kinyokonyoko na kuimpeach, hiyo tulionea mbali kwa maji. So huyo akakuwa disqualified. atalia tu, lakini mwishowe anasepetuka tu hivyo. Asante sana.
Okay, asante. In the next 15 minutes, watu wale ambao mko kwa Facebook mtatupwa nje, but again tunaendelea tukifunga. Tunashukuru sana kwa vile ambavyo umeungana pamoja nasi. Kindly continue subscribing to Motembei TV and also share so that many people can come in. We start taking our closing remarks. I want to start with Harun, dakika 3, Kevin dakika 3, Jakindu Bay dakika 3, Julia dakika 3, Fred kama bado utakuwa hapa utapata dakika 3.
Yeah, asante sana Mr. Themba kwa kunipa nafasi. Kitabu cha Romans kinasema kuwa the sword of the ruler is meant to punish the evil doer. Now considering that Ruto is a corrupt man, the sword of the president is upon him. Na ndio unaona kuwa in fact alimwambia kuwa ile kisu yenye nilikusaidia kutafuta usije ukaniangamiza nacho. Alafu jambo lingine nashangaa ni kwa nini Ruto anaogopa Raila Amolo Odinga, kwa alisema kuwa Raila is somebody ambaye yani ni kama pork ambayo huwezi ukauza hapa Middle East ya. So ile jambo ninashangaa, mbona basi anapeg the president kuwa in fact asija akajiunga na mambo ya campaign, kama huyu ni mtu ambaye huwezi ukamuuza kwa Middle East. Alafu na jambo la mwisho mbona Ruto anaogopa huyu mtu mwenye anaita kuwa eti ni mtu wa kitendawili, ni mtu wa kung'oa reli, ni mtu wa kukataa uchaguzi, ni mtu wa kujiapisha. Those are not my words. Hayo ni majina ya William Samoei Ruto ya kumdemean baba. So huyu mtu ambaye William Samoei Ruto anaona kuwa yeye ni sosa kwake, mbona anamuogopa? Jambo lenye linafanya Ruto anaogopa Raila Amolo Odinga. Raila Amolo Odinga yeye na mambo ya corruption hachezi. Remember in 2007 to 2013 Ruto wakati alipoleta mchezo kwa kuiba mahindi yetu, baba alimfuta kazi. So baada ya baba kumfuta kazi, William Samoei Ruto anajua kuwa sasa hivi baba akisema kuwa even if it is my brother, even if it is whosoever, if you are a thug, if you are a bandit, if you are a gangster whereby your mentality is to seek power, and then you come into you get yourself into office, then from there you start involving yourself into corrupt deals, then baba hawezi akakusamee. So this is the right man, because mambo ya corruption atalii nayo. So William Samoei Ruto anaelewa vizuri kuwa baba akichukua uongozi hatacheza na mambo ya corruption. Ndio unaona kuwa in fact hata watu wake wanaogopa sana kuwa wakati baba ataingia uongozini, huenda atachimbua zile makeses ama zile cases zenye ziko kotini sasa hivi, the likes of yakina Gachagua, the likes of hata sisi pande yetu hapa, the likes of Kidero nini, wale ambao wamehusika na nini, baba atasema kuwa hizo cases zikuwe sped up, ndiposa watu justice ya mali ya Wakenya ipate kutekelezwa. So ndio unaona watu wengi in fact wanaogopa kuhusu mambo ya baba, and so this is the right person ambaye tunahitaji asaidie kuleta economy ya Kenya into the right path. Thank you so much. Back to you, Mr. Tempa.
Asante. Kevin, dakika 3. Okay. Kevin hayuko. Jakindu Bey, dakika 3.
Sana bwana Themba. Asante sana Haron. Hiyo jambo ambalo umesema lina tija, lakini mimi nilikuwa nataka kuzungumzia, nataka kuambia wenzetu wa Central waache kusikia mambo kama ya Kuria, ya kuleta mambo ya kutahiri. Hizi ni mambo yaliyopitwa kabisa. Watu wa Central Province waamke, waache kudanganywa na hawa watu. Hawa ni watu ambao hawana sera. So kama mtu hana sera anakuja na vitu kama hizo. Alafu mimi nashangaa sana na watu wa Central. Wanadanganywa na mtu ambaye ni muongo na wanakubali huyo mtu anatokana president ambaye anatoka katika sehemu yao. Mimi siwaelewe watu wa Central. Wanasema Uhuru hajafanya chochote, na wao ndio wako na motorway kwa sehemu yao, wako na kilomita karibu 2010 ambazo ni za lami zimetengenezwa. Wao wanataka, watu wa Central wanataka sehemu zingine zisiendelee. Sasa kama haziwezi kuendeshwa, kama hizo sehemu zingine hazina mabarabara, hii biashara watu wa Central wanasema wataenda kufanya wapi? Kwa sababu inatakikana, kama wao wanasema wao ni watu wa biashara, inatakikana wapende kwamba nchi yote iwe develop, ndio iwe rahisi. Ukitaka kwenda kufanya biashara huko Siaya ni maridadi. Ukitaka kwenda huko Isiolo ni maridadi, ukitaka kwenda huko Kisii ni maridadi, so that ufanye biashara iwe rahisi. Sasa kama hizo sehemu zingine hakuna barabara, unataka tu kwa sababu nikiwasikia wakina Kuria wanataka tu zitengenezwe Central Province peke yake, basi kwa maoni yao, hiyo ni uongo. President Uhuru amefanya maendeleo kwa nchi nzima kwa sababu yeye ni president wa nchi nzima, sio president wa Central Province. Unaona, ni president wa Kenya. Kwa hiyo lazima maendeleo afanye kulingana na vile serikali imetenga hizo maendeleo ifanywe. Kwa hiyo hii mambo ya watu wa Central kusema ati Uhuru sijui hajafanya maendeleo, Uhuru amewafanyia nini, Uhuru amefanya, watu wote wana shida. Nchi yote ya Kenya iko na shida equal. Hakuna sehemu nyingine ina shida kuliko sehemu nyingine. So wale watu ambao wanaleta wasikubali kudanganywa na Ruto na hiyo grupu yake. Hawa ni waongo kwa sababu wao ndio wamekuwa kwa serikali. Kama wanasema kama Ruto ni wanasema ni mzuri, mbona hakumshauri Uhuru basi? Mbona amekuwa akimtapeli Uhuru, amekuwa akimkejeli? Hiyo ni uongo mtupu. Kwa hiyo mimi nataka kuwashauri watu wa Central Province, tafadhalini jamani, muamke. Sisi Uhuru anataka nchi yetu iwe na amani, tuwe wamoja, tufanye biashara. Kama ni wewe ni mtu wa biashara, uwe na sehemu nyingi ya kufanya biashara. Kama wewe ni mfanyikazi unataka kutafuta, uwe na kwamba unaweza kwenda kutafuta kazi hata Siaya, hata wapi, popote pale. Kuwe na hiyo hali ya kusikilizana. Tuacheni hii mambo ya ukabila. Hiyo ukabila mimi naichukia sana, kwa sababu ukabila imeturudisha nyuma. Mnazozana kwa sababu ya ukabila, na hata ukabila haiweki chakula mezani ukala. Ukabila haiwezi kulipia hata school fees. Ukabila haiwezi kufanyia chochote. So tuacheni haya mambo ambayo tumejaribu kufanya tumeshindwa. Tufanye tujiunge katika huu mpango wa azimio la umoja. Hii azimio la umoja ndio itakomboa nchi yetu kutoka katika hali ya umasikini na kuiweka katika hali ya utajiri. Maanake tukiwa tunavuta pamoja, umoja ni nguvu, na hii imerudiwa mara nyingi, na mmeona hiyo mifano ya umoja. Hawa wazungu ambao tunaona wameendelea ni wamoja, ndio maana wameendelea. So hizi mambo ya sijui Kenya moja, hiyo wachani na hiyo. Hawa watu ni waongo na wanatukejeli, wanakejeli president wetu, ni waongo. Tafadhalini sana, naomba Wakenya wenzangu. Asante sana Bwana Demba.
Okay, asante. Julia, dakika zako 3.
Okay, asante Demba. First, it is very easy to deconstruct William Ruto. PK was trying to say that AZIMIO should be more aggressive, and I think AZIMIO can do this by using the 8-point agenda. Is it 8 point, Haron? Is it 8-point agenda of AZIMIO?
10-point agenda.
10-point agenda of AZIMIO. So I think going forward now, let us tell Kenyans how, Baba and his people should tell Kenyans on how they intend to achieve this. The reason I'm saying this, when I was talking, someone was commenting to me here, I think it's somebody DPP, and I'm taking his comment seriously, that shida ya Central ni uchumi. They care about their uchumi so much. So I think now Baba should not take that for granted. She should go ahead and explain to the people of Mount Kenya region how he intends to improve the economy and how he intends to address the high food prices. Things like poverty, disease, and maybe lack of food in the country. So I think going forward, AZIMIO and Baba should now stop the rhetoric, should not join Ruto in the rhetoric. Ulisema hivi, wewe ni hii, ulituita hii na wewe ni hii. But they should go ahead and be specific, be categorical, that we intend to address the problems in the economy in 1, 2, 3. In a clear, and they should be very categorical on that. If they're talking about helping the meek and the 6,000 and also 6,000 or 7,000, they should explain to them, we'll get this money from this docket. We'll do 1, 2, 3. We'll do 1, 2, 3 to the education sector. We'll do 1, 2, 3 to the health center. Baba should be very categorical on that. And to win over DP is very easy, because if he goes haywire and calls Baba this, then AZIMIO should list down all his corruption cases in every meeting and ask the people of Kenya and those Mount Kenya region, is this a kind of a person that you want to be your president? That's what I think AZIMIO should do. Otherwise, I think that we are headed the right direction. And I will tell the people of Mount Kenya region, if you really care about your economy, I don't think you can trust Ruto for your economy. Naomba mvuke sakafu, muje pande hii, tupigie baba kura. Asante Demba.
Thank you so much, Julia, Harun, and Jackie Dubey, and all the other people who are joining us. I know Facebook users, you're going to be thrown out in the next 2 minutes. So see you when we see you tomorrow again for a discussion. Let me acknowledge some people who are joining us on the comment section. I think Kevin Orinda, Sante, Sarah, Sante, DPP, Asante, Nathan Ndusi, Asante, Alex Isoe, Mato Makandet. Asante sana, you were here yesterday, and of course we normally the last 1 hour, the 7th hour, we don't share the link. We want to start finalizing, so I don't share the link. No, let me not say we. I don't, because I don't want people to come in and reopen the debate. I'd rather have people who are already there giving their thoughts, and they take that time to finalize so that we finish. So come kesho mapema, give your views. There's usually a lot of space huko mapema. If you come in the 5th hour, watu wanga wale wa kwanza wamekuja wakachoka wakatoka, so kuna nafasi na kuanga hapo. So time debate ikianza, if you are not among the first 10, wait until after about 3 or 4 hours. Utakuwa na nafasi kubwa sana. You can come in and then take it. Then later, ukifika saizi, normally I don't share the link a lot, you know, so that we can have the people who are on the panel giving their views a much more and taking longer time, and then we finalize together. So pole sana for today. Kesho pia ni siku. Gitash there, thank you. Nyabwansu Fred, Edie Halfan, Pen Nyagaka, asante sana. David Lolo, hawa ni wapendwa wetu ambao they are very very loyal commentators pale kwa comment section. We really like you and we love your comment. You keep the conversation going and you keep us getting locked here. As we always say that you need only 4 things to join the debate. You need a working gadget, connection, something to share, and a willingness to learn. And definitely when you come here, you'll meet people who are willing to share with you from different experiences, different perspectives, and indeed, we are able to educate each other. Like they say, iron sharpens iron. And of course, the more we keep talking, we will stop fighting. We don't want to fight. So let's keep talking. Let's keep talking. Let's keep engaging. Let's keep sharing. And you have so much and you know so much. Don't die with it. Share it. The more we learn, the more we share. They say the grave is the richest place because it carries in it dreams that were never fulfilled, ideas that were never shared, and of course, mansions that were never built. So don't take it to the grave. Come here, share. Someone is going to benefit from what you have to hear. And it's good to listen to other people. It's good to just listen, good to hear perspective from people that you may not share, basically even perspective, but just listen to them. One of the great writers in the area of governance, government, and politics, John Locke, and I'm sure educators will understand that. He talked about tabula rasa. So Julia probably has come across John Locke. But for me, I looked at him in the area of governance. And this is what he says: to prejudge other men's notions before we have looked into them is not to show their darkness, but to put out our own eyes. To prejudge other men's notions before we have looked into them is not to show their darkness, but to put out our own eyes. We don't want to put out our own eyes. Let's not prejudge. Let's listen to the other people, and that will make Kenya a better place. Now, kindly remember to subscribe to Mutembei TV. And again, I appreciate you, those who have subscribed to the channel, my daughter and I channel, the Themba and Lulu show. Now we are on the journey. Najua tu nitakushinda hapa nikiwasumbua tu. We are on the journey to 1,000. So if you haven't subscribed to my daughter and I channel, go to YouTube right now and click on the Themba and Lulu show. Subscribe to that channel. Push us, push my daughter and I. Hata kama wewe ni wa UDA na unaona mimi nimeongea mambo ya Azimio sana unipendi, enda tu pale, you'll see my daughter. Support the channel, support the channel. Give us some like, give us some subscription so that we can move on. At least we are heading to 1,000. We have 490 to go. So get there, get there, get there, get there. Now, much more importantly, it is Mutembei, and Mutembei, we say here, we bring all Kenyans together. The idea is for us to now Kenya. I know Jakindube keeps talking about Kenya. And one of the things that we try to do here every time as we're coming to the end of the show is try to make us appreciate the symbols of national unity. And one of them is the national anthem. So huwa tunafunga na national anthem. Na si kuimba, ni kusema, kukariri, kwa Kiswahili wanasema hivyo. Leo Jakindube amefaulu kuja kufunga show jioni. Kwa hivyo nataka kumuomba Jakindube aweze kukariri wimbo wa taifa, stanza ya kwanza. Haya, Jakindube. Jakindube upo? Na Google. Haya, unmute alafu useme. Umemute nini yako? Jakindube, you are muted.
Ewe Mungu nguvu yetu, ulete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na ulinzi, tuwe na amani, raha na tupate na ustawi.
Ha, Jakindube hivi. Jakindube hivi, yani kila wakati yani unaongea hapa vizuri sana, kumbe eti yani hata wimbo wa taifa.
Unajua hiyo wimbo wa taifa siku nyingi sana na ile ambayo najua kwa kichwa sana ni wa mwalimu, kwa sababu niliimba nikiwa mtoto.
Yani haya basi, wacha tunasema kwamba hapa tunataka Wakenya wawe na Ukenya, na Ukenya unaanzia kufuata wimbo wa taifa. So tunataka Wakenya wote waufuate wimbo wa taifa, waujue wimbo wa taifa, wajaribu kujua wimbo wa taifa, yeah? Ili tuko na symbols of national unity. Kila yule ambaye atakuwa anakuja hapa kuja kumaliza debate lazima awe anafahamu wimbo wa taifa. So tafadhali jaribu ndio iwe kesho kama utakuja, utakuwa wewe sasa, wewe ndio unafunga kwa wimbo wa taifa, yeah? So nataka Kuna jamaa anaitwa Mato aling'ang'ana siku nyingine hapa, nacheka kule China ati Sara na Themba mlinicheka. Sara, I'm still waiting for lesson. Yani nashangaa sana, wengi wetu wa Kenya tunazungumzia Ukenya, lakini wimbo wa taifa jamani. Haya basi, Harun saidia Jakindu Bey ndio tuweze kufanya.
Sawa, asante sana. Wimbo wa taifa kwa Kiswahili first sansa inasema namna hii: E Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi.
Asante sana Harun, asante sana, na wengine wote tafadhali, ukifuata hii video kuja hapo sehemu ya mwisho utaipata. Tunataka kila wakati tunapokuja kumalizia tunasema wimbo wa taifa. Kesho Jakindu Bey, kama utakuja hapo umalize, wewe ndio utatufungia na wimbo wa taifa. Asanteni sana, tuonane tena. Haya basi. Kipindi inaanza saa 3 masaa ya Afrika Mashariki na Kati, saa 3 kamili. So njoo tusemezane. Asanteni, God bless you. We are out.